cross-dimensional anime starting with Gene Lock and traversing worlds. Chapter 1, First Order Gene Lock, Traveling Through the World. Teacher Aoki, the manuscript fee has been transferred to your account, please check it. Okay, I got it. In the room, a black-haired boy said to the phone lightly. Then I won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy holiday. Machida Yuanza said and hung up. The boy put down his phone, turned around and walked to the floor-length mirror in the room. In the mirror. It is a muscular body with smooth lines, full and deep, giving people a strong sense of power. It is hard to imagine that such a figure will appear on a 16-year-old boy. This should appear on professional boxers, fighters, and extreme athletes. Without years of training and strict diet control, it is impossible to train such a refined muscle. But Aoki Hiroshi did it. Because he has a cheat gene lock. I traveled to the world of daily anime, but was given a cheat for fighting and killing. I am really impressed. Aoki Hiroshi looked at the good figure in the mirror and shook his head and sighed. He was originally a social animal on Blue Star, and after a stroke of luck, he traveled to another world, Japan. At the same time, the experience between life and death allowed him to open the first-level gene lock. Aoki Hiroshi gained the power of a little Superman. The fighting instinct in the gene. Super intuition. Millimeter-level control. Nerve reflexes that can see the trajectory of bullets. In the original work, the awakener of the first-level gene lock can do outrageous things such as punching through a thick wall, lifting a car with both hands, and tearing steel plates with nails. And Aoki Hiroshi can do all these. Looking around the world, he has no opponent. But the problem is that this is a world of anime without extraordinary people. Gene locks are like beauty. If you match them with anything, they are a king bomb, but if you use them alone, it's a dead end. I haven't heard of anyone who has opened a fourth-level gene lock with 0 extraordinary people. Aoki Hiroshi couldn't help rolling his eyes. The gene lock has a qualitative change when it reaches the 4th level, and has the power to fight against the army and the country. Before the 4th level, it is completely an amplifier. Able to match any system, burst out power 100 times, 1,000 times. But the problem now is that he doesn't have any extraordinary power system. It's a mess. Aoki Hiro turned around, put on his clothes, and planned to have a big meal to relieve his mood. The first-level gene lock can't kill everyone. In order to survive, he had to start a plagiarism business. Although I can't kill everyone, at least I'm a big plagiarist in the entertainment industry. I'm called the king of light novels who is the king of the debut. Aoki Hiro chuckled and said to himself, it feels good. Ding dong. At this time, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Aoki Hiro's mind. This voice is a bit like a system, but it's not a system. It seems to be an invitation. It appeared in Aoki Hiro's consciousness in a way that transcends all words, images, languages, and symbols, inviting him. Do you want to start traveling through the world? Aoki Hiro was stunned. Then, he answered in his heart without hesitation. Yes. The next moment, a white light surged in front of him and submerged him. In the blink of an eye, Aoki Hiroshi came to a dense forest. He was a little stunned and looked around. He found himself on a mountain, where the vegetation was lush, the air was clear, and there was no industrial pollution. It looks familiar. Aoki Hiro looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly. I always feel that I have seen this place a long time ago. Besides, there seems to be something stirring in my body. Aoki Hiro murmured, narrowing his eyes. He felt that a surge of power appeared in his body. The abstract energy and physical strength of the past were now activated into concrete vitality, stirring and ready to go, like a volcano, about to erupt. Life force. Chi. Superpower. Aoki Hiro had some guesses, but was not sure. So, he was not in a hurry to release this vitality, but appeased it and continued to lock it in his body. After all, Different extraordinary systems have different ways of using vitality. Hey, is there anyone? Aoki Hiro suddenly looked in a certain direction, his eyes moved. Instinct told him that there were 2 humans in that direction. After mastering the first level gene lock, even if the gene lock is not opened, you will have sharp instincts and intuition. In other words, the gene lock itself is your own power. However, the weak body cannot bear it. That's why you need to open it again and again, slowly adapt, until you fully master it. Not long after Aoki Hiroshi walked, he saw 2 familiar figures. A hedgehog-headed boy wearing green clothes, a tall, thin man with long white hair wearing a blue cap. Zaija. Kate. Aoki Hiroshi's eyes condensed, and these 2 names flashed through his mind in an instant. He suddenly realized. So, is this the world of hunters? This scene is the death of Kate in the Ant King chapter. In this case, the vitality that is stirring in my body is the chi under the hunter worldview. This is the thought. Aoki Hiroshi opened the first order gene lock without hesitation, and his eyes lost focus and became dazed. Then, he stopped suppressing the power in his body. Instead, he pushed hard to release this power out of his body. At the same time, Kate in front also noticed Aoki Hiroshi's existence. An ordinary person who strayed in. He just glanced at it with his peripheral vision, not caring, but solemnly told Zaija, "I feel a terrible enemy chasing me. Zaija, go back now. I will hold him back." Zaija clenched his fists when he heard this. He was too weak. So much so that Kate had to sacrifice herself to buy him time to escape. "When you leave, take the ordinary people over there with you." Kate pointed in the direction of Aoki Hiroshi. "Ordinary people?" Zaija turned his head and was surprised to see Aoki Hiroshi. "This place is obviously blocked by V5, but you still want to come in. Aren't you afraid of death?" Both of them regarded Aoki Hiroshi as an ordinary person. Because the non-ability user can gather their own chi and use the entanglement technique to surround themselves. And ordinary people cannot perceive their own chi. It will only let the chi slowly dissipate from the top of the head. The non-ability user can use the condensation technique to easily identify the difference between ordinary people and non-ability users. Chapter 2 Hunter World, Open the Sperm Hole. "Let's go without delay, Zaija," Kate urged. Zaija didn't move. "Zaija." Kate looked at Zaija in confusion. Zaija looked surprised and pointed at Aoki Hiroshi and said, "Kate, look at him, is he opening his Jing Kong?" "What?" Kate was stunned and looked over with concentration. He was also shocked when he saw it. Aoki Hiroshi's chi was gathering in large quantities, rushing left and right, and expanding continuously, as if to burst his body. This is exactly the performance of opening Jing Kong. The non-ability user releases chi through Jing Kong and turns it into disposable power. But Jing Kong is naturally closed and must be opened later. At this time, Aoki Hiroshi is mobilizing the chi in his body, preparing to penetrate this innate shackle. "Did you awaken your chi because of the stimulation of a strong enemy?" Kate's eyes flashed with disbelief. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people cannot perceive their own chi. To awaken chi, either you practice hard in a targeted manner or you are strongly stimulated by the outside world. This is also the 2 major methods of awakening thoughts: training awakening and forced awakening. But unfortunately, there is no time for you to awaken thoughts now. Kate showed regret on her face and said to Zaija, "There is no way. Before he opens the Jing Kong, go and forcefully interrupt him." Zaija was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded vigorously. Opening the Jing Kong is dangerous. If the chi released suddenly cannot be controlled, it will flow to the outside world, and the vitality will be exhausted and die. Therefore, time and a quiet environment are very necessary. But now, a strong enemy is coming. There is no condition for this ordinary person to awaken thoughts with peace of mind. Instead of rushing to open the Jing Kong, not being able to lock the chi, and causing the vitality to fail and die, it is better to be interrupted by Zyja in advance. Kate sighed. Although forced interruption may cause harm, it may even hinder the ability to awaken thoughts in the future. But there is no way. It is better than dying. He is definitely talented to awaken chi in this situation. Kate thought to herself, but if it is forcibly interrupted, even if it is awakened again in the future, the talent will be greatly reduced. Kate couldn't help shaking her head thinking this way. A good seedling was ruined just like that. But soon, he put these thoughts behind him. Because there is another strong enemy that he needs to face. Crazy Clown. Kate grabbed a long stick with a clown turntable and appeared in his hand. On the turntable, there are numbers from 1 to 9. Different numbers correspond to different weapons. This is his mind ability, the materialization system, the Crazy Clown. The big brother in front, stop. Zyja walked towards Aoki Hiro and just opened his mouth. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air came. Zyja's face changed, and he rolled on the ground and retreated a few meters away. A sharp claw mark appeared where he was just now, scraping off a layer of mud. Zyja! Kate was shocked and ran over and blocked Zyja. I'm fine, Kate. Zyja's expression was calm, but his eyes were solemn. Drops of blood were oozing from the back of his neck. 3 bright red thin lines appeared on the skin behind his neck. Just now, he had clearly dodged. But the sharp airflow still scratched his neck. You guy! Kate looked coldly at the tree in front. A catman with white curly hair, shaking his slender tail, squatted on the branch with a smile. She licked her sharp fingers and said with a smile, such an interesting thing can't be interrupted by you. You. Kate thought of something and her face changed slightly. My name is Neferpito, what about you, humans? Catwoman asked with a smile. Kate and Zyja didn't say anything, just looked at her vigilantly. Well, your 2 names are irrelevant, it's okay if you don't know. Catwoman smiled, looked at Aoki Hiro not far away, and said, this person interests me. You humans, is this way to awaken the power of mind? Interesting, let me help him. Catwoman grinned and showed a sharp look. The aura on her body emanated even more strongly, like a sharp blade, stabbing at Aoki Hiroshi. The air around them became cold. Not far away. Aoki Hiroshi sensed the malice of the Catwoman and looked up. Neferpito. In his mind, he recalled the plot of the original Hunter. Kate died at the hands of this Neferpito and was made into a puppet. In the end, Zyja turned evil, overdrawn his future power, and killed the Catwoman. As expected of one of the 3 guards of the Ant King, she has such a strong killing intent and momentum when she was born, although it is useless to me. Aoki Hiroshi smiled in his heart. In the state of gene lock, let alone the killing intent. Even if death is at hand, he can remain calm. Aoki Hiroshi concentrated on controlling the chi in his body, dodging left and right, and moving back and forth in his body. Not long after, the randomly moving chi suddenly gathered towards the head. Finally found the location of the sperm hole. Aoki Hiroshi smiled in his heart. The next moment, the chi in his body rushed towards the top of his head. Not good. Kate's face changed drastically, and she looked at Aoki Hiroshi with a look of pity. The most taboo thing about awakening the ability of mind is being disturbed. This Catwoman's strong aura stimulation will only make this ordinary person agitated, his breath disordered, and then fail to awaken. Stop it! Zyja stared at the Catwoman angrily and shouted, you will kill him. So what? The Catwoman laughed indifferently, with the help of my aura, can't it stimulate potential and awaken better? He will die. Zyja stared at the Catwoman and said. If he dies, he dies. I'm happy. The Catwoman smiled happily. This made Zyja and Kate feel depressed at the same time. This guy in front of him has no empathy. Although he has a human-like appearance, he can't be regarded as a human at all, let alone an intelligent creature. This guy is just a beast with wisdom. Please give me ratings. Have fun reading every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3, The Non-User Hiroshi Aoki. Not far away. Aoki Hiro ignored the confrontation between the two sides. He glanced at Catwoman and then calmly withdrew his gaze. Then, a thought came to his mind. The air in the body suddenly jumped out, breaking through the fontanelle in one fell swoop, opening the innate blockade and breaking through the body. The fontanelle is the sperm hole. In the original work, there is the concept of sperm hole, but the specific location of the sperm hole is not mentioned. Aoki Hiro spent some time on this. But the underlying logic of the extraordinary system, especially the system of cultivating vitality, is the same. He quickly confirmed that the fontanelle is the sperm hole. This is a switch that was once opened in infancy, but then closed again. It is an innate switch. Hwa wah wah. Once the sperm hole is opened, a large amount of pale white air will spray out like a hot spring and drift to the outside world. For ordinary people, this is a matter of life and death. Once the sperm hole is opened, it can no longer be closed. Once the released air cannot be controlled, the vitality will be exhausted and die within a few minutes. But Aoki Hiro's face is calm. The first level gene lock can exert the effect of sea-level enhancement, 80% to 100%. According to the infinite world view, sea-level enhancement has a preliminary energy circuit, B-level enhancement has a complete energy circuit, and A-level enhancement is a qualitative change in the energy circuit that drives the life level to rise. The ability of mind, without a complete energy circuit, is just a sea-level enhancement. A ray of light flashed in Aoki Hiro's blank eyes. In his daily world, he has practiced unlocking many times and has long been proficient in the first level gene lock. So, he can master the ability of mind 100%. But obviously, others don't think so. Here it comes. Kate saw Aoki Hiro open the essence hole, and her face was worried. The most dangerous time has come. At this step, no one can help, you can only rely on yourself. But, can an ordinary person who has not received training really control his breath? The orthodox method is to pass the Hunter exam and receive the heart source training of the Hunter Association. However, even those who have received training have failed. What about those who have not received it? Come on, big brother. Zaija also clenched his fists and whispered. When he awakened his mind, he also felt the difficulty. Yungu, who taught him, said that his talent was very good. Many candidates tried their best but failed to control their breath and died at this step. Among the hunters who passed the Hunter exam in the past, only 1 or 2 of them could become mind users. Is this the process of humans mastering mind? Neferpito, the cat girl, looked curiously and soon got bored. It's nothing great. It's so troublesome. Humans are so weak. The truly powerful race should be like me, who learned mind at birth. It's boring. The cat girl yawned boredly. People over there. Kate glanced at Neferpito and shouted to Aoki Hiro, use your imagination and will, grab your own breath, and imagine them like a blanket. Swish. At this moment, the cat girl waved her hand, and an invisible blade shot towards Aoki Hiro. You. Kate and Zaija's faces changed drastically. If he attacks at this time, Aoki Hiroshi will surely die. I told you, it's boring. Catwoman said jokingly, so, let him die. At this time, Aoki Hiroshi raised his head and took a step to the side casually. Whoosh! The sharp blade passed by his side without causing any damage. Hey! Catwoman's expression was stunned. At this time, he can actually move. Kate said in surprise. Wait, Kate, look at his chi. Zaijin noticed something and shouted loudly, "His chi is moving!" In the surprised eyes of the three people, Aoki Hiroshi's chi suddenly contracted, like a blanket, wrapped around his body. Wrap. Control your own chi and wrap it around your body, and use your will to block the loss of chi. This is the key to becoming an user. He succeeded, Kate. Zaija said in surprise. Is it successful? Kate said in surprise, I haven't told him the technique yet, but he has understood it by himself and achieved entanglement. And it's so easy. Kate thought in amazement in her heart. Novice non-users have very rough skills in entanglement and very stiff chi. But this ordinary person's entanglement actually makes the chi fluctuate with the breath. This is the sign of a mature non-user. I didn't expect to meet a newcomer with outstanding talent at this time. Kate was secretly surprised and thought, he successfully opened the Jingkong despite malicious interference and mastered the entanglement without a teacher. This newcomer will definitely be a strong man in the future. I want to accept him as a disciple. Hunters in the Hunter Association have the requirement to train new non-users in their level promotion. Kate has not found a suitable disciple and has been stuck for a long time. Seeing Aoki Hiro at this time, she couldn't help but be moved. He looks only 16 or 17 years old, not too old, just right to be my disciple. Kate looked at Aoki Hiro with a fiery look. Ah, I didn't expect it. Catwoman jumped down from the tree and tilted her head to look at Aoki Hiro. She changed her casual attitude and became serious. You can become an user under my interference. You must be very talented among humans, right? That won't do. For the king, we have to kill all the guys who may pose a threat. Catwoman licked her claws. Whoosh! She suddenly disappeared. Go to hell, human! Catwoman pounced on Aoki Hiroshi at a super speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, swinging her claws. Oh no! Kate hurried forward, and the crazy clown in her hand turned into number 2, turning into an extraordinary giant sickle. How can this newcomer fight with chi without learning the skills of using chi? Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4 Kate, is he a genius in combat? What's more, Catwoman is an enemy that he finds terrifying. Kate himself is not sure of winning, and he doesn't think a newcomer can resist. I hope I won't be killed in one blow. Kate prayed secretly, waving the super long sickle and chasing Catwoman. Behind. Zaija dodged very consciously. His strength was not enough to participate in such a battle. But the look he gave Aoki Hiro was bewildered. Why? Zaija murmured, I think this person is dangerous. It seems to be more dangerous than Neferpito. How strange. Whoosh! In less than a second, Catwoman pounced in front of Aoki Hiro and swung her claws. At this speed, it is almost impossible to react. Haha! Watch me cut off your neck. Catwoman didn't think Aoki Hiro could dodge, and her eyes were already showing bloodthirsty excitement. But the next moment, Aoki Hiro looked up, revealing a pair of bewildered eyes. What? Catwoman felt inexplicably horrified when she met these blank, unfocused eyes. As for Aoki Hiroshi, in the state of the first order gene lock, his perception was extremely sharp, and a large number of combat skills and instincts emerged in his mind. He saw through Catwoman's movements at a glance. Strength, angle, trajectory, timing, etc. Just one glance, and he understood it clearly. Then, Aoki Hiroshi's body moved. He took a step forward without thinking, as if he didn't need to think, and instinctively judged the best response. This step forward happened to bump into Catwoman's arms. At the same time, Aoki Hiroshi's left hand pressed on Catwoman's waving claws and gently pushed her wrist. Bang! Swish! Catwoman's chest was hit hard, and the claw attack was also deflected and caught in the air. She was knocked out. This scene surprised Kate. Newcomer, hit this Neferpito. He couldn't believe his eyes. That kind of speed that cannot be captured by the naked eye, not only can he react, but he can also counterattack. And, the counterattack is perfect. Not only did he resolve Catwoman's attack, but he also repelled it. This newcomer is also a genius in the field of combat. Kate looked at Aoki Hiro with a fanatical look. In the distance. Seeing this, Zyja also clenched his fists excitedly and whispered, "Sure enough. His feeling is not wrong. This newcomer brother is stronger than Neferpito." Neferpito's attack was ineffective, and he was repelled instead, which is the best proof. Ahem, what a joke. Neferpito's face was extremely ugly. He rubbed his chest and coughed and said, "Obviously a weak human, why can he hurt me?" The previous blow almost broke her heart. She felt that it was not a person who hit her, but a bullet that hit her heart. Not only fast, but also fierce. There is no killing intention at all, I didn't even react. Neferpito looked at Aoki Hiro coldly, and felt deeply afraid in his heart. This human's move was clearly intended to kill her. But there was no killing intent at all. As a result, Neferpito's instinct did not react in time. Just now, if it weren't for the basic defense provided by the entangled chi, I would have been seriously injured. Neferpito thought gloomily. But I don't believe it. How could a weak race like humans be my opponent? I mastered the ability of Nen as soon as I was born. Neferpito's expression became ferocious. Bang! She stomped the ground hard, and the soil cracked. She entered super speed again and rushed towards Aoki Hiroshi. "Be careful, I'll help you." Seeing this, Kate dragged her sickle forward. But Aoki Hiroshi just glanced at him and waved his hand. "Kate." The next second, Aoki Hiroshi's figure also disappeared. He also stomped the ground hard, the grass and plants shattered, and faced Catwoman at an astonishing speed. "Hey!" Kate was shocked. Facing such a terrible enemy, not only did he not deal with it, but he took the initiative to fight? He couldn't understand Aoki Hiroshi's thinking. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the field, 2 afterimages flashed back and forth, moving and staggering. 10 meters away. 20 meters away. On the tree. Behind the stone. In front of the open space. The surrounding dozens of meters were filled with the afterimages of Aoki Hiroshi and Catwoman in the blink of an eye. Bang bang bang. They collided and punched and kicked. From time to time, drops of blood appeared and splashed everywhere. It was as if 2 wild beasts were fighting here with all their might. Hey, 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 is this true? Kate opened her eyes wide, not daring to take a step forward. He was sweating coldly. Such a battle was not something he could participate in. The speed of the two completely exceeded his reaction limit. If he was inside, he would have been torn to pieces in an instant. "No wonder you waved to me." Kate smiled bitterly. He really didn't have the qualifications to join a battle of this level. So, it's better to stay here honestly. Don't go in and add burden to the newcomer. Just mastering chi, he can fight with Catwoman Ant-Man who is stronger than me. This newcomer is really terrible. Kate muttered to herself, but her eyes became brighter and brighter. Such a good seedling must be brought into the Hunter Association. Even if he can't be his disciple, he must be introduced to President Netero. Facing the dangerous Chimera Ant, the Hunter Association urgently needs an user who is good at fighting. In the distant tree. So strong. Xiaoji was excited, and he watched the battle between Aoki Hiroshi and Catwoman with his eyes wide open. Even if he couldn't see clearly, he tried hard to see. This new brother is better than everyone I have ever seen. Xiaoji murmured excitedly. This kind of strength is not strong in strength. But, at the same level, Aoki Hiroshi exerted his strength to the fullest. Xiaoji couldn't describe what it was. But his innate amazing intuition told him that the new brother was in a unique state. In this state, the skills and consciousness of the new brother seemed to have undergone a transformation, surpassing everyone. It was a kind of gap leading and surpassing. Xiaoji couldn't describe the feeling. If he had to describe it, it seemed like President Netero. They completely mastered their own power. But when the president was young, he definitely couldn't reach the level of the big brother. Xiaoji said to himself. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 5, Warm-up is over, Neferpito. In the field. Catwoman felt very uncomfortable, and her expression became more and more ugly. No more contempt, instead, it was full of concentration and seriousness. Because if you don't take it seriously, you will die. Too stiff. Aoki Hiroshi suddenly said, taking a step sideways, accurately predicting Catwoman's moves, and at the same time grabbing with his backhand, his fingers like iron hooks, digging into Catwoman's eyes. Catwoman was anxious, and forced to interrupt the action and lean back to avoid it. But Aoki Hiroshi seemed to have guessed her choice. The hook-like fingers pressed on Catwoman's heart, and the chi was activated under the practice skills, like a bullet, to hit Catwoman's heart. Not good. Catwoman quickly mobilized the chi and gathered it in her heart to resist. This action made the chi in other parts of her body become thinner. So, it's too stiff, fighting by instinct, and not knowing any skills at all. Aoki Hiroshi's indifferent voice came. He pressed his hand against Catwoman's chest and used the force to lift his right foot. Bang! A powerful knee strike, like a hammer, hit Catwoman's temple. Crack! The cartilage in her temple was broken. Catwoman's eyes bulged, bloodshot, and she flew backwards. She kept flying and hitting a stone before stopping. But the protruding stone also squeezed her back and bruised her important spine. Impossible! What a joke! How could I lose? Catwoman waved her claws randomly to prevent Aoki Hiro from chasing her. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and there were stars in front of her eyes. If it weren't for the Chimera Ant's strong physique, the knee strike just now would have caused her brain to burst and die. And similar things happened many times just now. Why? Why can he see through my moves? Why can he always set traps in places I can't expect? Catwoman's heart was in turmoil. Aoki Hiroshi had always seen through her attack intentions. And she was set up for a trap. Just like before, she thought it was an attack on the eyes, but it was actually aimed at the heart. But after she mobilized her chi defense, she realized that the real target was her head. The blood spilled around was all hers. From the beginning to now, Aoki Hiroshi has not been injured at all. Damn it! Catwoman gritted her teeth, her mood was extremely solemn. Kate, who was watching the battle next to her, showed a look of joy. Are you going to win? He looked at Catwoman and Aoki Hiroshi in disbelief. I saw that Catwoman's neck, cheeks, abdomen, arms, thighs, etc., all had wounds, slowly oozing blood. At the same time, there were many purple bruises on her body. The tail was also gone, broken off the edge. For cats, the tail is a very important stabilizer. Catwoman's tail was broken, and she was obviously at a great disadvantage in the battle. This newcomer is unscathed. Kate looked at Aoki Hiroshi in amazement, and was shocked again. Throughout the history of the Hunter Association, there has never been an user who could face a 3-star Hunter level opponent just after mastering the chi. In Kate's opinion, this Catwoman is undoubtedly a guy that only a 3-star Hunter can deal with. And she must be a 3-star Hunter who is good at fighting. This is definitely a genius. Kate looked at Aoki Hiroshi, her eyes shining, and murmured, if you train her well, maybe she will be the next president. No, the realm of the strongest non-user is too far away. But the level of the world's top 5 non-users is worth looking forward to. Kate's teacher is Jin Fulishi, one of the 5 non-users. In his mind, he compared Aoki Hiroshi with Jin. Instantly, Kate came to a conclusion. Aoki Hiroshi can definitely reach Jin's level. By then, he will not be one of the world's top 5 non-users, but one of the top 6 non-users. Great! Zyja was on the tree, looking excited. Although there was a distance between them, he could also see that Aoki Hiroshi had the upper hand. "We're going to win, newcomer brother," Zyja said excitedly. In the field, Aoki Hiroshi slowly walked towards Catwoman, his steps slow and his face expressionless. The chi around him lingered and flowed, rising and falling with his breathing. This skillful and natural posture put great pressure on Catwoman. "You've just mastered chi, but you're so skilled? A hole. Only the king should have this kind of talent." Catwoman gnashed her teeth and glared at Aoki Hiro. This short rest. She has recovered a lot. The starlight in her eyes disappeared and her head was no longer dizzy. But the bloodshot eyes did not fade. The capillaries in the whites of her eyes were all broken because of the knee strike just now. "The warm-up is over." Aoki Hiro looked at Catwoman and said indifferently, "It's time to send you on your way." "Hey?" After saying this, Catwoman opened her mouth wide, with an incredible look on her face. "What a joke! That was just a warm-up? What are you talking about?" Catwoman was so angry that she laughed and didn't believe this statement at all. The fight just now was definitely fought with all her strength. Catwoman had already judged the strength and speed of the human in front of her. Only a quarter of hers. However, his fighting skills, instinctive consciousness, and intuitive perception were all above hers. That's why he suppressed her. "If you still have strength left, you would have killed me 6 times when I fell into the trap just now," Catwoman said disdainfully. "But you failed to kill. This shows that you are only this level," Catwoman said, and suddenly she became thoughtful. She showed an excited and ferocious smile, and said hoarsely, "I understand. You have no physical strength. Are you deliberately deceiving me? Is this the bluff of humans? Ha 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 ha." Catwoman laughed. She felt that she had seen through Aoki Hiroshi's weakness. Come to think of it, humans are such a weak species, and their physical strength is not enough. After fighting with her for so long, he should be out of strength. It seems that I am the winner in the end. Catwoman jumped up happily, grinning and staring at Aoki Hiroshi excitedly. She still has more than half of her physical strength. In response to this, Aoki Hiroshi's expression was indifferent, and he didn't explain anything. "Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6 Advanced Techniques Hard. In the everyday world, where can there be such a strong opponent? So Aoki Hiro cherishes Catwoman very much. He carefully controlled the strength, fearing that he would be too cruel and kill Catwoman in one go. He also needed to use Catwoman to hone his skills in using chi. Entanglement and release are basic skills, also known as the 4 major actions. Except for release, which requires the injection of will and emotion to form a unique nin ability, the other 3 are instincts of raising hands and letting go. Any nin ability user can learn it. Aoki Hiro thought quietly in his heart. In the state of gene lock, the basic 4 major actions are not even considered skills. The advanced level of the 4 major actions is Jo, Yin, and Ning, and these 3 are also very simple. Aoki Hiro said to himself. Jo is to strengthen objects with chi, Yin is to converge and dilute the chi, and Ning is to concentrate the chi on a certain part. After the advancement, it is round, firm, hard, and flow. This is an advanced skill of chi. Normal nin ability users need to learn in years, but I don't need it at all. The gene lock system can naturally adapt to all extraordinary systems. No need to practice hard. Just keep unlocking. Unlock. Unlock. Until the 4th level is just a micro level, you can fully exert the power of all extraordinary systems. Aoki Hiroshi is currently only a first-level gene lock. But for the C-level ability, he learned all the advanced techniques with a little exploration. But in Kate's eyes, it was not like this. Is your physical strength gone? His expression became serious, and the death sickle in his hand turned into a crazy clown again. The crazy clown turned the roulette wheel and gave number 3. A unique magic wand appeared. That's right, although it's only 1 minute. Kate held the magic wand and thought to herself, but such a high-intensity battle should also exhaust your physical strength. Newcomer, you can stop here. Leave the rest to me. Kate held the magic wand and stepped into the field with a solemn face. But neither Neferpito nor Aoki Hiroshi paid attention to him. This made Kate a little embarrassed. In the distance. Newcomer, have you used up all your strength? Xiaoji scratched his head in confusion after listening to Kate's words. He didn't feel that way. On the contrary. Aoki Hiro's threat has been increasing. I feel that the big brother has not only not become weaker, but has become stronger. Xiaoji scratched his head and said. Ha! Go to hell! Catwoman thought she had guessed Aoki Hiro's state and rushed out again. But this time, Aoki Hiro did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand and punched. Entanglement and absolute and practice and release and condensation. Hard. All the energy in the body was instantly concentrated on the fist. No. Impossible. A look of fear appeared on Catwoman's face. But she was in midair and could no longer dodge or change direction. She could only watch the fist hit her heart. Boom! A large amount of energy burst out from Aoki Hiro's fist. Like a cannonball exploding, it instantly tore apart the chi wrapped around Catwoman's body, blew through her chest, and shattered the heart inside. Catwoman flew backwards instantly. Hot blood fell like rain in the air. Aoki Hiroshi looked indifferent, and used the skill of flow to rotate the chi. And stimulated it in the form of refinement to block all the blood that was spilled. Bang bang bang! In front, Catwoman broke several big trees as thick as buckets in a row and stopped. She fell to the ground, her upper body bloody and mushy, like a pool of mud. Hard! Kate's pupils shrank sharply, and she screamed. He looked at Aoki Hiroshi with eyes full of disbelief, and murmured, "It's actually an advanced skill of an ability. Are you kidding? Who taught him? Did you understand it yourself again?" Kate murmured, subconsciously looking at the flying Catwoman. In the perspective of condensation, Catwoman's chi quickly dissipated, and disappeared completely in a breath. Catwoman is dead. This scary Catwoman who claimed to be one of the 3 guards of the Ant King was beaten to death by the newcomer with 1 punch. The warm-up you just mentioned is actually true. Kate turned around and looked at Aoki Hiroshi in shock. Wait, she can't be your whetstone. Kate suddenly thought of something and showed an incredible expression. Are you using her to sharpen your chi skills? He couldn't believe this guess. But his intuition told him that it seemed to be true. For the newcomer, this terrifying Catwoman is not scary at all, but the nutrient for his growth. So that's called hard. Aoki Hiroshi did not refute, but disguised himself and said, "It doesn't feel very difficult. In essence, it's just gathering chi." Kate opened her mouth and was speechless for a while. He wanted to say that this is an advanced chi skill. Only the elite among the non-ability users can master it. But thinking about the newcomer in front of him, awakening chi from zero foundation, and figuring out the hard skills without a teacher, Kate was speechless. Is this the world of geniuses? Kate silently complained in her heart, I think everything is easy. In the distance, Xiaoji was also surprised, opened his mouth wide, and said to himself, is that hard? What a perfect hard, gathering 100% of the chi in an instant, and the moment the attack is over, the chi immediately circulates throughout the body, with almost no flaws. Teacher Biscuit can't do it so smoothly. At this point, Xiaoji couldn't help but recall his learning experience. On Greedy Island, he went through a long period of hard training before learning the advanced skills of Qi. But now he is not completely proficient. I didn't expect the new brother to figure it out by himself. Xiaoji sighed, I am called a genius. This brother must be a genius among geniuses. Teacher Biscuit would be so surprised that his eyes would bulge out if he saw it. Xiaoji couldn't help but laugh when he thought of that scene. My name is Kate, and I'm a 2-star creature hunter from the Hunter Association. Kate introduced herself, and then asked, what about you? My name is Aoki Hiroshi. Aoki Hiroshi sat down casually and replied, as for my origin, identity, and why I'm here, don't ask. I won't tell you even if you ask. Kate choked immediately. The words she was about to ask got stuck in her throat and she had to swallow them back. Please give me rating votes. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7, Luck. Sainthood. Fortunately, there are many weirdos among the non-users. Kate had long been accustomed to it, and did not ask further questions, but just asked, are you interested in joining the Hunter Association? The Hunter Association is open to all, and Netero can even accept those who oppose him. He will not care about a person of unknown origin. Does the association provide training resources? Aoki Hiro asked. As he spoke, the confusion in his eyes faded, and his eyes refocused. At the same time, the cold and indifferent aura on his body also dissipated. Aoki Hiro exited the first-level gene lock state. Then, a violent backlash appeared, and Aoki Hiro's body was churning, his organs seemed to spasm, and his muscles all over his body were burning with pain. This is a pain that ordinary people cannot bear. Absolutely most people will go into shock and faint from the pain. But Aoki Hiro's expression was calm, he had long been accustomed to it. And his heart moved, and all the energy around him was taken back into his body, without revealing a single drop. Absolute. Stop the loss of Qi and quickly restore physical and mental conditions. Sure enough. A gleam flashed in Aoki Hiro's eyes. After taking back all the Qi, he felt a stream of cool water flowing through his body. The pain of backlash was quickly relieved. At this rate, I can recover as before in 3 hours. Aoki Hiro thought with surprise. If it were in the ordinary world, he would have to lie in bed for at least a week to open a gene lock. This is the disadvantage of not matching the extraordinary system. But once you have extraordinary power, you can greatly alleviate the backlash of unlocking, so that people can unlock frequently and evolve faster. Opposite. Kate didn't know Aoki Hiro's situation, he just felt that this newcomer was suddenly safe. The threatening feeling like a thorn in the back disappeared. Have you restrained your killing intent and momentum? Kate guessed in his heart, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he couldn't stand Aoki Hiro's momentum. Instincts kept reminding him to run away. The association is a platform that only teaches knowledge of mind skills. Kate replied, if you want resources, you can complete the association's tasks and get money and internal points. Speaking of this, Kate paused, looked at the body of the cat woman in the distance, and said, you solved a special chimera ant, and she seems to be an important guard. This is a great contribution to the association. If you are willing to hand over the body to the association, you should be able to get a considerable reward. Aoki Hiro nodded when he heard this. The cat woman's body is useless to him, so he naturally chose to hand it over to the association. The current time is the early stage of the Ant King chapter, and the Hunter Association urgently needs samples of chimera ants for research. Zyja, come here. Kate waved to Zyja in the distance, turned to Aoki Hiro and said, that's my teacher's son, who is investigating chimera ants with me. Chimera ants, that is, the cat woman you just killed. This is a dangerous race from the Dark Continent. They have learned mind skills and become more terrifying. As Kate said, her face was full of fear. If it weren't for Hiro Aoki, he would definitely die here, killed by this cat woman. Hiro Aoki listened quietly and said nothing. In fact, the chimera ants are not to be feared. Top-level non-users and high-damage weapons are enough to annihilate this race. However, the middle and lower-class people don't know about this. In the original work, Kate was indeed killed by the cat woman, and she was barely resurrected by relying on her special non ability. Kate. Xiaoji was greeted and ran over excitedly. He first waved to Kate, then looked at Aoki Hiro. My name is J. Fulishi, you can call me Xiaoji, what's your name? Aoki Hiro. Aoki Hiro replied with a smile. He still likes Xiaoji very much. Wait. Aoki Hiro suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. Contact with Xiaoji seemed to have given him something. This kind of thing, he has it, but it seems to be destined by nature, will not increase or decrease. But now, as he killed Catwoman, this invisible thing suddenly increased by 1 point. Increase in luck. At this time, information appeared in Aoki Hiro's mind again. This is the same invitation that appeared when he crossed over. It was as if he was connected to a certain ethereal height and obtained some information, but his own level was too low, so he could only barely interpret part of the information. Luck. Aoki Hiro's expression did not change, but his heart was like an earthquake, setting off a storm. According to the infinite world view, opening the gene lock actually requires luck. People with strong luck can open the lock more easily, and at the same time can withstand the backlash after opening the lock. Aoki Hiro's mind flashed with thoughts. People with low luck will have a life or death experience when opening the lock. Either they don't meet the right opportunity, or they encounter a serious crisis, and they can't survive even if they open the lock. Aoki Hiro thought quickly, and his mind gradually became clear. It seems that traveling through different worlds and changing the plot of that world can borrow luck? Or should I say luck? That's it. Aoki Hiro suddenly understood the meaning of traveling through the worlds. At the same time, his mood became hot. Under normal circumstances, it is rare to open to the 4th level. The heart demon passes a natural chasm, and it is absolutely difficult to pass. But with the blessing of luck, I may not have no chance to awaken the light of the soul, or even, the 5th level saint? Aoki Hiro became more and more excited as he thought about it. The 5th order saint is an immortal existence. Engrave one's own Tao in the multiverse, sublimate into a high-dimensional existence, and walk on the earth is just a projection. Even if it is destroyed, it can be reproduced at any time. In terms of combat performance, it is even more exaggerated to be able to throw a planet as a baseball, and a casual hit is equivalent to a supernova explosion. The distance within the light cone is equal to 0. Its mass and energy are equivalent to a single universe. I'm really looking forward to that realm. Aoki Hiro let out a long breath in his heart, calmed down his emotions, and suppressed his thoughts. Thinking about these now is too far away. The most urgent task is to develop his own exclusive mind ability. The above ideas are just a few thoughts of Aoki Hiro, and less than a second has passed in real time. You are so strong, Aoki. Zyja said excitedly, that Catwoman is so strong. But she was defeated by you. And you just awakened. In the words of Teacher Biscuit, you are definitely a genius among 10,000. Please give me a review. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8v5's surprise, a guard died so soon? Genius? Aoki Hiro smiled and waved his hand, it's okay. No, Aoki, you are definitely a genius among geniuses. Zyja said firmly, smiling and stretching out his palm, if there is a chance, Can you spar with me? Of course. Aoki Hiro smiled and bumped fists with Zyja. At the same time, he felt that his own luck had increased a little. This made Aoki Hiro smile even brighter. Sorry to interrupt. Kate interrupted at this time, and said helplessly, this is not a good place to chat, we should go. Aoki Hiro naturally had no problem. He followed Kate to collect Catwoman's body. Under his heart attack, Catwoman's chest cavity exploded, breaking a huge bloody hole, revealing the white bones. The internal lungs, heart, stomach, etc. all turned into rotten pieces of meat, and the original shape could not be seen. And there was a deep fear on Catwoman's face. But the three people present didn't care. The murderer must be prepared to be killed. No one sympathizes with Catwoman. NGL Autonomous Country. In a hidden underground cave, the Chimera Ant Queen lay tiredly on the mattress, her belly bulging, and there was a living thing moving inside. Suddenly, a palm bulged out of the Chimera Ant Queen's belly. No! The queen looked horrified and shouted, "My child, it's not time for you to be born yet." Hiss! But the palm had already torn open the queen's belly and burst out. Ah! Accompanied by the queen's painful cry. An ant king with deep red eyes and green skin, as if wearing a crown, stood up. His face was cold and his tail was as thick as a needle. The amniotic fluid and mucus on his body quickly dried and fell off as he burst out of the cavity. King! The two guards, Mengtutu Yupi and Xiao Yapfu, knelt on the ground in surprise. They didn't expect that the Ant King was born early. Neferpito is dead. The Ant King looked in a certain direction and said indifferently. What? Mentutu Yupi and Alyapafa showed stunned expressions at the same time. Neferpito was the first of the three guards to be born. He was also the strongest one. How could he die like this? There shouldn't be a strong person among humans who can threaten Neferpito, right? Alyapafa hesitated. Yes, King. Mentutu Yupi also said, how long has Neferpito been out? No human can kill her in such a short time, right? The Ant King didn't speak, but narrowed his eyes. There is a secret special connection between him and the three guards. So, he was sure. Neferpito was killed. It seems that the human race is not useless. The Ant King was not sad for the death of the guards at all, but smiled excitedly. He raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Go there, about 7 kilometers. Neferpito was killed on a mountain. Bring back the person who killed her. I want to study him carefully. The Ant King gave the order with a murderous smile. The two guards hesitated. They looked at the queen who was dying with a ruptured abdomen and damaged internal organs. In the end, they decided to obey the Ant King's orders. Since the birth of the Ant King, they have been the Ant King's exclusive guards, and the queen is a thing of the past. Yes. Asterisk 2. The two guards bowed their heads and received the order. More than half an hour later, they came to the place the Ant King said. It smells like Neferpito. Mengtutu Yupi sniffed it, his expression was grim, and he said, she bleeds a lot. Al Yapfu's expression also sank. The two searched carefully. Finally, they stopped in a forest. In this forest, many big trees were broken, and the soil on the ground was flying, stained with black blood. The king is right, Neferpito was really killed. Mengtutu Yupi said in surprise. Impossible. Al Yapfu couldn't believe it, and said with a livid face, it's obviously a weak human, a weak creature that can be killed at will. How could Neferpito be killed? Even if it's the so-called mind, Neferpito has mastered it. Both of them were a little scared. If the other party can kill Neferpito, they can kill both of them. And look at the scene. There is only Neferpito's blood, not the other party's blood. Obviously, the opponent killed Neferpito without any injury, and his strength is extremely strong. Even if he can kill Neferpito, he is definitely not the opponent of the king. Meng Tutu Yupi suddenly said. That's right. Owl Yapfu's body shook, and he said as if waking up from a dream, the king is the strongest. The king has the best genes, the strongest body and brain. As long as the king grows up, there is no need to worry about humans. The existence of the Ant King is like a spiritual pillar. The two guards immediately stabilized their minds. V5 Joint Conference. This is the alliance of the 5 most powerful continents in the human world. Similar to the United Nations on Earth. But V5 has more real power and actual strength. The Hunter Association received the body of a chimera ant guard. A leader spoke first. As soon as this was said, the heads of state present were all surprised. So fast. Is the news confirmed? Netero? Or did the 5 great non-users take action? They all looked at the leader who said the news. The other party nodded slightly and said, it has been confirmed that the body was accepted by the association branch of the NGL autonomous country 15 minutes ago. The air was suddenly quiet. Hearing this, the expressions of all the leaders became ugly. The chimera ant is a race of the dark continent. The reason why they appeared in the human world is because of their secret manipulation. Many people hope that Netero will die. The strongest non-user in this world has been weighing on everyone's heads for too long. The chimera ant is their weapon against Netero. Moreover, the one who did it was neither Netero, nor the 5 great non-users, nor any famous strongman. The leader who spoke first continued. Everyone's expressions were surprised. Not Netero? Not the 5 great non-users? Not any famous strongman? It's a new non-user who has just awakened named Aoki Hiro. The man said the information. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Reading books every day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 9 Netero's Joy, This Child Will Surpass Me. Boom. In the conference room, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. Impossible. Just awakened Tunin, can't even beat ordinary chimera ants. According to calculations, after the 3 guards learn Nen, they will have the strength comparable to the 5 major Nen users. Yes, the 3 guards are definitely not something that newcomers can deal with. Who is this Aoki Hiroshi? The leaders looked at the person who spoke in disbelief. They were in different continents and the intelligence was not timely. Only the leaders near the NGL autonomous country could get the intelligence at the first time. A person with a completely unknown identity. The leader who spoke frowned and said, he seemed to appear out of thin air and suddenly appeared in the NGL autonomous country. Hunter Kate's report said that this person was stimulated by Neferpito's malicious intent. Completed awakening on the spot. Hearing this, the other leaders found it even more incredible. Are you serious? A newcomer who just awakened killed the chimera ant guard. He worked with Kate, right? How badly was he injured? Hearing these questions, the leader who spoke showed a subtle expression and replied, he killed alone and was not injured, even completely unscathed. My people in the NGL Association branch confirmed that they were not injured. And, according to Kate, Aoki Hiro had not awakened his exclusive Nen ability when he killed Neferpito. Hiss. In the conference room, there was a sound of sucking air. All the leaders were so shocked that they couldn't speak. This information was really too incredible. Another Netero. No, he is more terrifying than Netero. That's right, even Netero can't kill a guard without using an ability. We must be on high alert against this Aoki Hiro. The leaders looked at each other and nodded. After the meeting, they immediately listed Aoki Hiro as a key observation target. 1 Netero is enough for them. Another guy stronger than Netero? They can't accept it. Hunter Association Headquarters. 3 guards. An old man with white hair and beard, bald head, and only a tuft of ponytail, stood in the office with a solemn expression. By eating, they gain the advantages and strength of other races. What a troublesome race! So many people died in NGL, it should be enough to give birth to chimera ant guards, right? The old man is the president of the Hunter Association, Isaac Netero. At the same time, he is also the strongest non-ability user in the world today. The children who go to investigate are in danger. Netero sighed and said to himself, if they encounter the 3 guards' activity, I am afraid they will be wiped out, right? After all, the hunters who go to investigate are not specialized in combat. V5, you really use all means to force me to take action. Netero sighed deeply. The Hunter Association has the responsibility to monitor the Dark Continent. But as the president, he has only just received the complete information about the chimera ants. It is not normal to think with your toes. Obviously, the people below do not want to be patient anymore. They are testing Netero's strength to see if he has aged to the point where he can no longer maintain the strongest non-ability. Boom! Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Netero's thoughts. President. The secretary, Demianran, rushed in and shouted, the NGL branch has sent information about Kate Hunter. Really? Show it to me. Netero said with a hidden sadness in his eyes. Kate is a biological hunter, not specialized in combat. In Netero's opinion, Kate's investigation journey is likely to be dangerous. Here, President. Demianran handed over the document. Netero sighed secretly in his heart. He had prepared himself mentally to see the news of Kate's death. Hey! But after taking the report and looking at it, Netero was stunned. It was not Kate's death information. Killed a guard-level chimera ant named Neferpito. The body was sent to the branch. And meta-genius Noonan user. Netero couldn't help rubbing his eyes. He wondered if his eyes were blurry because he saw such outrageous content. But he rubbed his eyes several times and looked at the report again. It was still the outrageous content. Is it true? Netero flipped through the pages of the report in surprise, his mouth kept opening wide. In the end, his mouth was so wide that he could stuff an egg. Aoki Hiroshi awakened the ability of mind despite the malice of the guard chimera ants. Learned the 4 elements and advanced skills without a teacher. Netero's expression became blank. If this was not Kate's report, he would definitely doubt its authenticity. No. Even if it was Kate's report, he couldn't help but wonder whether Kate was dreaming or he was dreaming. This is too incredible. The bean-faced man next to him was also shocked. Netero took a deep breath and looked at the report in his hand again. He said with emotion, I can't believe there is a genius who is better than that guy Jin. This boy named Aoki Hiro will definitely surpass me in the future. No, maybe in a few years, he will surpass me. This made Demianran stunned. The president is the world's strongest non-user. No one has ever won this title before. Because no one can defeat all the strong men of the same generation and stand firm. Only Netero did it. Approve Kate's application. Netero looked at Demianran and said, such a child must be recruited into the association. Yes. Demianran nodded and turned to walk out of the office. Indoors. Netero walked to the wall and looked at the map of the human world on it. He showed a proud smile like a child. V5, those guys are going to have a headache, ha ha ha. After me, there is actually an even more monstrous non-user. I will definitely train him well and make him a new sword of Damocles to deter you from exploring the Dark Continent with caution. Netero laughed in the office. He thinks the Dark Continent is too dangerous for humans now. But V5 doesn't think so. The miracles of the Dark Continent are too attractive to them. They are willing to consume a lot of lives to obtain the miracles of the Dark Continent and satisfy their own desires. Please give me ratings. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10 Customized commissions require Biscuit's mind abilities. NGL Autonomous Country. The branch of the Hunter Association received a special approval from the headquarters and issued a hunter license to Hiroshi Aoki. "This is your hunter license, Aoki." Kate took out a blank hunter license. Hunter licenses have various privileges, and you can use all public facilities for free, but they will not be reissued if lost. All your information has been entered. Including the body of Catwoman, you have completed the association's mission. The reward is 3 billion Genie and 300,000 internal points. Aoki Hiroshi nodded and took the passport. He had heard of the name of the hunter license. Normally, you need to pass the hunter exam to get it. But Hiroshi Aoki's contribution is huge. The association is also very flexible and issued a blank hunter license. Genie is okay, but 300,000 points are really too much for me. Kate said with envy, many 3-star hunters can't save up 300,000 points. However, Kate didn't care much. Thinking that the headquarters valued the chimera ant, so the first corpse received was given a generous reward. Kate paused and said, "I plan to escort Catwoman's body to the association headquarters with Zyja. Will you come with us? I can teach you some knowledge on the way to help you develop your own exclusive nin ability." Hearing this, Aoki Hiroshi began to think. He could feel that his stay in the hunter world was limited. Kate's teachings were attractive. But what he needed to do more was to change the plot and gain luck. As for the knowledge of nin ability, the gene lock system has a strong ability to learn independently and does not need to be taught. Aoki thought to himself. On the contrary, an important plot is about to happen. The Ant King invades. Aoki Hiroshi does not want to miss this plot. If he kills the Ant King and changes the ending of Netero's death in battle, he will definitely gain a lot of luck. This is more attractive to him. Thinking of this, Aoki Hiroshi shook his head and refused, saying, "I'll stay here." "Okay." Kate nodded, not forcing him, but just explaining more precautions. Because of the merit of killing Catwoman, you are already a 2-star hunter. You can register at the headquarters at any time and mark yourself as a hunter in that field. For example, I am a biological hunter, and I can register at will. At the same time, 2-star hunters can see the internal list of the association and can purchase some special services. For example, you can designate a hunter to teach you knowledge. Of course, this also requires the other party's consent. Kate carefully instructed. Probably because of the life-saving grace, he spoke very carefully. Even which supermarket near the association has cheaper eggs, he carefully instructed Aoki Hiro, which made Aoki Hiro laugh and cry. After a brief explanation, Kate took Zyja to escort the body of Catwoman to the headquarters. The danger of the chimera ant exceeded expectations, and it was not suitable for Zyja to participate. Aoki Hiro found a hotel near the association to stay. The next day, after sleeping for 12 hours, Aoki Hiro woke up refreshed. He ordered a meal made by a gourmet hunter and ate while exchanging the internal list. Inside the association, there are exchange materials specifically for hunters. They include everything: weapons, props, pets, medicines, minerals, knowledge, special certificates, and so on. They cover most of the rare items in the human world. But they can only be purchased with internal points. Found it. Aoki Hiro's site stopped at one of the exchanges. Teaching knowledge of nin ability. Hunters willing to accept this commission: Isaac Netero, Biscuit Kolyuga, Yungu. Each name is accompanied by a basic introduction. Aoki Hiro chose Biscuit without hesitation. What he saw was Biscuit's nin ability, the magic beautician Miss Cookie. Miss Cookie is a unique nin beast that can provide a 30-minute massage, the effect of which is equivalent to 8 hours of high-quality sleep. At the same time, it can also optimize the physique and improve the physical and mental conditions. It is equivalent to the castrated version of the youthful Lord God, full body repair. Aoki Hiro needs this ability very much. First, he has just awakened Nen, and there will be a period of rapid growth next, which is just right for matching with Miss Cookie to quickly realize his potential. Second, he also needs to become stronger quickly, otherwise he can't beat the Ant King. As for Nen ability, I already have a clue. Aoki Hiro said to himself. He ordered Biscuit's Nen ability guidance from the association. Ding dong. Soon, the association sent an email saying that it was contacting Biscuit to ask if he would accept it. Aoki Hiro took a look and put down his phone. It's time to practice. He got up and went to the rooftop of the hotel. Entangling, refining, and finally condensing, and hiding. Hard, firm, round, and flowing. Aoki Hiro mobilized his chi and performed basic and advanced techniques over and over again. His physical strength was rapidly consumed. At the same time, the food that had just been eaten turned into a clear heat flow that flowed through the body and strengthened every part of the body. This was a special set meal made by the gourmet hunter using Nen ability. Generally, only wealthy businessmen and nobles could afford it. But he had just received 3 billion yen and 300,000 points, so he didn't need to worry about spending. And the time he stayed was limited. Before leaving the hunter world, he planned to use it all up in one go. Crack! Crack! Not long. A sound like popping beans rang out inside Aoki Hiroshi's body, and his whole body was shaking. A lot of dirt oozed out from the surface of the skin and fell with sweat. Ujinziswai. At the same time, Aoki Hiroshi was also modifying advanced skills and turning them into his own versions. For example, the perception skill, Circle. Without opening the gene lock, Aoki Hiroshi's perception range can reach 50 meters. The circle with a range of several meters is not enough. Therefore, it is necessary to modify the properties of circle, reduce the accuracy, and exchange for the amplitude. At the same time, beside a waterfall in a mountain range, Aoki Hiroshi, entrust me to guide the ability of mind. A petite girl, looking at the association's text message on her mobile phone, fell into deep thought. She has blonde hair and wears a red dress, and looks cute and delicate. But this is just a disguise. Her true appearance is a muscular Barbie. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11. Sure enough, I am a special type. The Aoki Hiroshi the president is talking about. Miss Biscuit touched her chin, thinking of the phone call she received last night, and couldn't help complaining. Not only did he awaken with malicious intent, but he also learned the 4 elements and advanced skills without a teacher right after awakening, and defeated a Catwoman of my strength without any injury. It's too outrageous no matter how you look at it. That monster Jin is not so perverted. Biscuit couldn't believe it. When she received the president's call last night, she suspected that the president was senile. Even if he was born with the ability of Nen, it's not so outrageous. Besides, what can such a perverted guy teach? You should have learned all the skills you should learn by yourself. But Netero said that Aoki Hiroshi has not developed his own exclusive Nen ability yet, and he hopes that she can guide him. Biscuit thought about it and agreed. Well, after all, Fa is not so easy to master. Even if you are a genius, if you don't know the method, you will have to explore for a long time. What's more, Fa is deeply related to will. People who don't understand their own hearts can't develop exclusive Nen abilities. Biscuit put his hands on his hips and nodded. Among the 4 major skills, Fa is a skill to develop exclusive Nen abilities. Nen ability users inject their own emotions, will, desires, cravings, etc. into the air, causing qualitative changes and forming exclusive Nen abilities. But people who don't understand their own thoughts or those who escape from themselves can't complete Fa. This requires a wise old senior to point out the way. Let me, Miss Biscuit, guide this young man." Biscuit laughed proudly. Although she looks petite, youthful, and cute. But her real age is 57 years old, and she can be Aoki Hiroshi's grandmother. "Let's go. Let's go." Biscuit replied to the association on her mobile phone, saying that she accepted the commission, and then packed her luggage to the NGL Autonomous Country. NGL Autonomous Country. In a hotel near the association, in a luxury suite. A cup was placed in front of Hiroshi Aoki. He filled the cup with water and placed a leaf picked from the roadside on the water. Mizumi Shiki. Identify your own mind ability and which system it is biased towards. Increase in water volume, change in taste, change in color, change in crystallization, movement of leaves, corresponding to the strengthening system, change system, materialization system, release system, and operation system respectively. Hiroshi Aoki put his hands around the cup and released his chi. The next moment, the water in the cup overflowed, exuding a sweet smell, the color turned golden, crystals appeared inside, and the leaves swam like fish. 5 changes in the mind system appeared at the same time. "Sure enough, I am a special system," Hiroshi Aoki said without surprise. When 5 changes that do not belong to a single system appear in the cup, it belongs to the special system. His chi caused 5 changes to appear in the cup at the same time. This does not belong to a single system, but to a unique special system. Also, peeping is not a good habit, Miss Biscuit. Aoki Hiro suddenly looked up and looked out the window. 300 meters away, on the top of a building, Biscuit was holding a telescope, peeping at Aoki Hiro in the room through the window. Then she didn't look for a few seconds. Aoki Hiro suddenly looked up, looked directly at her, and spoke with his lips moving. Relying on lip reading. Biscuit understood that Aoki Hiro told her not to peek. "Hey!" This shocked her, and she said in surprise, "It's almost 300 meters away from here. Is the range of his circle so large? Are you kidding?" Baizuji couldn't believe it. But Aoki Hiro's words were obviously directed at her. And he called her name accurately, which made Baizuji believe it. "Pervert." She sighed and put down the telescope. "I wanted to observe secretly and see what kind of person Aoki Hiro was. I didn't expect that he would be discovered at the beginning. Really, the circle of a first-class non-ability user is only 50 meters. Baizuji complained while walking towards Aoki Hiro's hotel. Even the old guy Zeno only has 300 meters. But Zeno has been practicing for most of his life. You are a newcomer who has just awakened. How can the range of your circle be comparable to Zeno?" Baizuji muttered in a low voice, and the more she thought about it, the more speechless she became. Her own circle is only more than 100 meters. Where did Aoki Hiro come from? Not long after, the door of the room was knocked. "Come in," Aoki Hiroshi said without turning his head. Creak. The door was pushed open, and a petite and cute blonde girl walked in. "Hey, I'm the teacher who came to teach you the ability of mind, and you didn't even open the door to welcome me." Miss Biscuit walked in dissatisfied. Aoki Hiroshi glanced at her and said, "I'll give you double the reward." "Really?" Biscuit's dissatisfaction disappeared immediately, and she looked surprised. But then, she felt that this was contrary to her image and was a little embarrassed. "Ahem, let's take a look at your ability of mind first." Biscuit coughed twice, walked to the water cup seriously, and said, "I didn't have time to see it in the telescope just now." "What is this?" She looked at the water cup and was stunned for a moment. 5 system changes appeared on it at the same time. Specialty system. Biscuit nodded suddenly and said, "So that's why you, a genius, need someone to teach you." The difficulty of developing the special system's mind ability is indeed higher than the other 5 systems. Biscuit felt that everything made sense. Developing exclusive mind ability is very idealistic. Even Aoki Hiro, who has mastered all the skills without a teacher, will get stuck at this step. No, I don't need your help to develop my mind ability. Aoki Hiro shook his head. Biscuit looked puzzled and asked in confusion, why? Because I have developed my mind ability. Aoki Hiro said calmly. When? Biscuit asked in surprise. Just when you walked over. Aoki Hiro replied. Biscuit. This guy is so pretentious. A vein jumped on Biscuit's forehead. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Boss. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12, Trait System, Perfect Person. She didn't believe Aoki Hiroshi's lies. He walked over from the opposite side in less than 5 minutes. Is this how he developed his own nin ability? Or the most difficult special nin ability? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Biscuit rolled his eyes. Aoki Hiroshi didn't say anything, but just mobilized his own chi and injected his will into it. ZZ. Strands of blue electric light appeared on his body, jumping and surging. Hey! Biscuit was stunned. Tsitsizi. The current kept jumping, more and more and more and more dense. After a few breaths, Aoki Hiroshi's whole body was flashing with electric current, dazzling and dazzling, as if shrouded in a piece of electric light. He raised his hand, and a large amount of electric current gathered in his hand, forming a ball of blazing white plasma. Chirping. This plasma ball made a huge noise, as if thousands of birds were chirping. Thunder release Chidori. Sorry, I went to the wrong set. It should be transformation electricity. You actually developed the ability of mind. Biscuit was shocked. The blazing white plasma in Aoki Hiro's hand made her feel fear and palpitations, and her hair stood up all over her body. Instinct told her that even if she turned back to full body muscles, she might not be able to take this move. And it's the lightning of the transformation system, the offensiveness and lethality are absolutely the top. Biscuit looked at Aoki Hiro in disbelief. She could imagine how terrifying Aoki Hiro's combat power would become with the blessing of electricity. This is definitely the top transformation system of mind ability for people who specialize in combat. It's very suitable for your mind ability, Aoki. Biscuit said sincerely, if it is well developed, it can make your strength soar. Aoki Hiro nodded in agreement after hearing this. Lightning is definitely one of the top elemental forces in nature. With this power, the strength will definitely be amazingly increased. Wait. Biscuit suddenly felt that something was wrong and looked down at the water cup on the ground. The changes of the 5 systems on the water cup have not completely disappeared. Biscuit's expression suddenly became interesting, and he shouted, Transformation system, you obviously have the ability of special system, where does the transformation system come from? Who said that special system can't use the ability of transformation system? Aoki Hiroshi asked calmly. Bullshit. Biscuit couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted, the special system is the most troublesome system. You can only specialize in your own system. The efficiency of practicing other systems is as low as nothing. She almost didn't react. This kid obviously has the ability of special system, and he came up with a transformation system electricity, what the hell? It's totally unreasonable. No, this is my special system ability. Aoki Hiroshi dispersed the plasma in his hand and said, I call it, Perfect Person. Perfect Person. Biscuit raised his eyebrows. Just by listening to this name, you can feel the ambition and courage in it. It seems to make up for all shortcomings and achieve perfection in the concept. But in the real world, there is no perfection. Anyone, any species, has their own flaws and strengths. This is the law of natural evolution. Yes, a perfect person. Aoki Hiroshi nodded and said slowly. I don't have a unique special system of mind ability, but I can learn the mind abilities of the other 5 systems. reinforcement system, transformation system, operation system, materialization system, release system. These 5 major systems, as long as I learn, contact, understand, and try them, I can develop or imitate them after I am familiar enough. As he spoke, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. In the infinite world view, the ability to read is the prototype of the light of the soul that is triggered in advance. And the light of the soul is the concrete image of a person's heart. It can also be called the landscape of the mind. Aoki Hiro has long been clear about his heart. He is not like other people with the ability to read, who are trying hard to develop powerful abilities to read. Quite the opposite. Aoki Hiro thinks that it doesn't matter what kind of ability to read, because his path is the gene lock system. As a supernatural system, the ability to read is just something used to assist in unlocking before the 4th stage. This is the general concept of the reincarnation. The gene lock is the core supernatural system. As long as it can be used, it's fine as long as it is used. At the beginning of the 4th stage, you can absorb the genes of all races and deeply optimize yourself. The light of the soul in the 4th stage directly chooses one of the 4 fields of matter, energy, time, and space, ignores the rules of physics, and forcibly expresses it. The 4th order high atomic level is so subtle that the 4 basic forces can be used at will. Aoki Hiroshi's mind flashed. As for the 5th order, it's even more needless to say. The saints can simulate 99% of the extraordinary systems. They play with the rules. What's more, deep down in my heart, I actually look down on the ability of mind. No, I look down on all extraordinary systems. Without the protection of the Lord of the Great Light Ball, any kind of extraordinary system may not be compatible with another world and will be directly broken. Aoki Hiroshi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He regarded the ability of mind as something that can be discarded at any time, without any respect. This is absolutely heresy in the eyes of other mind users. Perfect person? What a terrible ability of mind! Biscuit opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Abandon the existing effects in exchange for almost unlimited growth potential. With your monster-like talent, Aoki. In time, you may really become a perfect person who is proficient in all systems." She was only shocked. This kind of an ability, in a sense, is pure as can be. It's like a person who reveals himself honestly. It perfectly fits the essence of the heart source flow. The president is right. Biscuit looked at Aoki Hiro, his heart was in turmoil. This guy will definitely surpass the president and become the strongest non-ability user who is stronger than the president. Aoki Hiro saw Biscuit in a daze and got up to leave. He went into the bathroom and washed up. After putting on a clean coat, he shouted to Biscuit, "Let's go, Biscuit." "Wait, where are you going?" Biscuit came back to his senses and asked in confusion. "To practice." "Practice? Why do you think I asked you to come here for guidance?" Aoki Hiro said directly, "It's for your Miss Cookie." "Biscuit. It turns out that I'm not here to guide, but to sell my labor. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 13 Chidori Flow. Sorry, it's transformation system, electricity. Although Biscuit complained in his heart, he still followed. Aoki Hiroshi took her to the forest outside the town. The two stopped in the depths of the forest. Elemental transformation is actually quite rare. Biscuit put his hands behind his back and shook his head and said, "Most of the transformations are to change the hardness and toughness of the mind, and only a few are elemental. In the past 100 years, only you and Killua of Zaldik have changed the electric system." At this point, Biscuit showed a look of reminiscence. She thought for a while, nodded and affirmed, "Yes, only you two. The last one was 120 years ago, there is only a name, no detailed record. Unfortunately, the Zaldik family does not sell knowledge." Biscuit shook his head when he said this. If he had Killua's experience, Aoki Hiroshi might be able to master the power of electricity quickly. Unfortunately, this road is not feasible. I can only start from the beginning and slowly explore it myself. You have to be mentally prepared, Aoki. Biscuit shook his head and said, the normal development speed is calculated in years. Even if you are a genius, it will take several months. If you want to fully master it, it will take at least 3 to 5 years, and this is still an optimistic estimate. Biscuit talked a lot, but got no response. She couldn't help but look at Aoki Hiro. But Aoki Hiro was absent-minded and didn't listen at all. Hey! Biscuit glared at Aoki Hiro angrily. She was teaching seriously, but this guy was distracted. Don't be distracted. I'm teaching you to develop your mind ability. Hey! Aoki Hiro! Aoki Hiro looked into the distance, as if he didn't hear it. Biscuit was immediately choked with anger, and simply walked aside with his arms folded. She wanted to see how well Aoki Hiro could develop without the guidance of her old predecessor. As for thunder and lightning, I have a good person to imitate. Aoki Hiro's mind was completely immersed in himself. Figures appeared in his mind. Hitaki Kakashi. The 4th Reikage AI. The 5th Reikage Darui. These people have developed complete lightning moves, just imitate them. This is the thought. Aoki Hiroshi's eyes turned into confusion. He opened the first order gene lock. In an instant, the already skilled chi flowed more freely. Hey! Biscuit on the side exclaimed in surprise. In her feeling, Aoki Hiroshi suddenly became very dangerous. Cold, violent, cruel. A beast-like evil spirit appeared on Aoki Hiroshi. What's going on? Biscuit frowned, and she was so scared that her hair stood up. It seemed that if she didn't run away immediately, she would die in Aoki Hiroshi's hands. But how could it be possible? Biscuit couldn't help but refute herself in her heart. Her strength is first class among hunters, second only to the level of the 5 great non-users. Can Aoki Hiroshi pose a threat to her? Biscuit didn't believe it. ZZ. A sharp electric current suddenly sounded in the air. Strands of blue-white electric current flickered on Aoki Hiroshi's body, becoming more and more dense and brighter. In the end, a large amount of electric current flowed like a waterfall. Aoki Hiroshi was like a curtain of lightning, with electric current all over his body. That is. Biscuit suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a look of horror on his face. Chirp! The irritable bird calls sounded again. In Aoki Hiroshi's right hand, a large amount of electric current condensed to form a ball of blazing white plasma. Swish! Aoki Hiroshi's figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared 50 meters away with his palm extended. The blazing white plasma seemed to turn into a spear and fiercely pierced the boulder in front. Bang! The huge blue stone exploded directly. Countless small stones scattered on the ground, with a charred color and emitting wisps of green smoke. High temperature, high speed, piercing. Biscuit looked at it in disbelief and said, use lightning to stimulate the body to form super high speed. At the same time, plasma provides high temperature and piercing effects. Once it is used, it will be like a spear, fiercely piercing the enemy in front. Biscuit couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This move already contains the shadow of the operation system and the strengthening system. Although it is not obvious, it is already considered to be the entry of Lien Shan. Aoki, you. Biscuit opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Zzz. Aoki Hiroshi did not stop, but raised his hand holding the plasma and waved it gently. Swish! A sharp lightning shot straight out. It instantly pierced through several large trees in front, leaving a dark charred hole, and the wood at the edge of the hole turned into charcoal. Release! Release the system! Biscuit's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Then, Aoki Hiroshi imitated other moves. Chidori Blade. Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Thousand Books, Chidori Ground Walk, Chidori Flow. The electric current expands outward with itself as the center, forming an electric current field. Biscuit was stunned and dumbfounded. She never expected that Aoki Hiroshi would develop a series of moves without reference. Is this still a human? Biscuit couldn't help but say, I seem to understand Kate's mood at that time. Watching a person who didn't have the ability to read awaken on the spot with his own eyes. And he learned the 4 major elements and advanced skills without a teacher. No wonder Kate's words in the report were so intense. Now Biscuit is asked to write a report, and her words are also very intense. Biscuit, Miss Cookie. Aoki Hiro ran out of breath, exited the gene lock state, and walked tiredly towards Biscuit. Here it comes. Biscuit summoned the mind beast, Miss Cookie. Aoki Hiro immediately lay down and let Miss Cookie massage him. Feeling a pair of dexterous palms wandering around the body, massaging muscles everywhere. Aoki Hiro closed his eyes comfortably. Soon, he fell asleep. Half an hour later, Aoki Hiro woke up on time, felt his body, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. The backlash of the gene lock is gone. This was beyond his expectations. Originally thought it was just to reduce the backlash, but unexpectedly it was directly overcome. I can let go more. Aoki Hiro thought excitedly. Don't expect too much. Biscuit poured cold water on him and said, the body's ability to recover has a limit. Everyone can receive a maximum of 3 massages a day. If you do more than that, your body will collapse. Aoki Hiroshi was stunned when he heard this, but he didn't feel disappointed. After all, it wasn't a real restoration by the Lord God. And being able to do it 3 times a day already made him very satisfied. Please give me ratings. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14 Netero's Surprise. Is this the entry into Lianshan? All day long, Aoki Hiroshi was opening his gene lock and practicing various moves. Thunder Style, Thunder Boom. Thunder Style, Thunder Fall. Thunder Style, Thunder Dragon Tornado. Thunder Style, Thunder Beast Chasing Fang. Thunder Style, Pseudo Dark. Thunder Style, Heavy Flow. The Thunder Style ninjutsu from the Naruto world was reproduced by Aoki Hiroshi using transformation system, Thunder. The form changes in it would take more than 10 years of hard work for ordinary people to master them. But in the state of gene lock, Aoki Hiroshi completed it easily. On the side, Biscuit was dumbfounded. In her opinion, this was a combination of the transformation system, operation system, release system, and strengthening system. The strengthening system can strengthen oneself and items. It can even strengthen cell activity to gain healing ability. In the original work, Kurapika's operation. It is the secret of Lianshan. When I was practicing Lianshan, it took me several years to get started. Biscuit recalled the past and was even more speechless. This Aoki Hiroshi, he actually got started in 1 day. Is he going to let people live? Biscuit was numb. The so-called Lianshan refers to majoring in one system and minoring in 2 adjacent systems. For example, an user of the reinforcement system. It is to major in the reinforcement system and minor in the release system and the transformation system, forming a mountain-shaped move system. Therefore, it is called Lianshan. At the same time, Lianshan is the ticket to first-class non-users and the certificate of the strong. Just like mastering advanced skills is the symbol of elite non-users. Don't look at me like that, Biscuit. Aoki Hiroshi finished his practice, came back and sat down breathlessly, and entered the state of absolute. He had used up Miss Cookie's 3 massages. Next, he had to rely on himself to resist the backlash. My ability is to be good at learning the moves of the 5 major systems. Lianshan is not difficult for me. Aoki Hiroshi said. Biscuit just sneered, "Do you think I believe it? If it were that simple, Lian Shen would not be called a first-class Nen user. Many 3-star hunters have only just entered Lian Shan. Any of them has been practicing Nen for decades. On the other hand, Aoki Hiro has only practiced for 1 day. This incredible speed is enough to make many veteran hunters bang their heads against the wall. I'll assume you believe it." Aoki shrugged and said, "It's over now, let's eat first." Biscuit snorted coldly, but his body honestly picked up the lunchbox. This is a special dish made by the gourmet hunter using Nen. It has the magical effect of improving training efficiency, restoring status, and increasing the amount of chi. Of course, the effect is not strong. But Aoki Hiro, a rich man, has 5 special meals a day. Accumulated, the growth of chi is very objective. His manifest chi and potential chi are both growing at a high speed. "You are now one of the best 2-star hunters," Biscuit commented. Because she was one of the special dishes ordered. So even if Aoki Hiroshi was disrespectful, Biscuit would tolerate it. "Really?" Aoki Hiroshi listened with a calm expression, not caring much. He was originally an ordinary person with a weak physique. In contrast, in the hunter world, the physical fitness of humans in this world can reach the level of superhumans. Before Zyja learned the ability of mind reading, he used a fishing rod to lift the king of the swamp weighing more than a ton, and pushed open a 2-ton door when fighting the Zaldik family. It's outrageous. However, after mastering the mind, Aoki Hiro's physical fitness is also growing rapidly. Especially the unique dishes made by the gourmet hunter with special meat. Once eaten, it will turn into heat flow and nourish the whole body. Aoki Hiro's shortcomings are being made up quickly. At night, after a day of practice, Aoki Hiro went back to the hotel to sleep. Biscuit went to the inside of the association. She found a place where no one was and called the president Netero. Beep. The call was quickly connected. "Is the coach still training, Biscuit?" Netero's laughing voice came from the phone. "It went too smoothly," Biscuit said excitedly, "can you believe it? It only took him 1 day to get Lian Shan." On the other end of the phone, Netero was stunned and said in surprise, "Wait, didn't you teach him to develop his exclusive mind ability? How did it become Lian Shan?" "Oh, when I arrived, he had already developed the mind ability," Biscuit said calmly. She was already numb. Puff. But Netero over there almost spit out a mouthful of tea. "It's developed so soon. Too fast. It's only the 2nd day since he awakened his mind." Netero's voice was full of surprise. Upon hearing this, Biscuit sighed and said, "I can't believe it either, but he did start from scratch in front of me and learn Lian Shan." Netero was silent. His calm and casual face showed a rare look of surprise. On the 1st day, he awakened his mind ability, learned the 4 elements and high skills without a teacher, and killed Catwoman, one of the 3 guards. On the 2nd day, he developed his own mind ability and started Lian Shan. Is this still a human? Netero rubbed his eyebrows and felt a little confused. In his memory, humans should not be so perverted. Old man, I feel that within a year, he may surpass you and become the new world's strongest mind ability user. Biscuit said jokingly. Haha, that's a good thing. Netero laughed happily. It's a good thing indeed. Biscuit laughed. He was happy to see the younger generation grow up. Even if there are different opinions and different positions, as long as it does not harm the interests of mankind, he can tolerate it. Which system does his Nen ability belong to? Netero asked. Special system. Biscuit replied, the name is Perfect Person, the effect is to exempt the side effects of the special system that are difficult to learn other systems, allowing him to learn and develop the Nen abilities of the other 5 systems. Netero listened, his expression a little dazed. Perfect Person? This cleverly coincides with some of his ideas. President?" Biscuit shouted without hearing Netero's response. "No, I just lost my mind." Netero smiled and said, "Speaking of Aoki, his nin ability is very interesting. Give up the present in exchange for an almost infinite future. With his talent, he may become a super nin ability user who is proficient in all systems." Biscuit nodded in agreement and said, "I think so too." The two talked about the situation of the NGL autonomous country again, and then ended the call. "Thanks to Aoi for the monthly ticket. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15 Release System and Transformation System and Operation System, Thunder Beast Wolf. Hunter Association Headquarters. In the President's office. "It seems that I don't need to help." A man with a scruffy beard and a scarf, who looked like he was in a dry desert area, smiled and said. "Across the street." Netero put down the phone and glanced at the man. "I didn't want you to intervene, Jin." "Don't be so cold, President." Jin foolishly smiled, "I'm worried about you too." Tisk. Netero snorted and didn't bother to pay attention to him. If he really wanted to worry about himself, Jin foolishly should take on the responsibility of the 12 earthly branches and maintain the operation of the association. Instead of running around every day and not being able to find anyone. It's great that there are such excellent people among the younger generation. Jin foolishly sighed, with a different look in his eyes. "Don't mess with me." Netero glanced at him and warned, "You can get a pass to the Dark Continent by yourself, I don't care, but you can't make a big fuss. Before I die, you can only form a team privately." Jin foolishly shrugged helplessly. He did have the idea of pulling Aoki Hiroshi into the team. But the President is keeping a close eye on him, so let's wait and see. The next day, Aoki Hiroshi continued to practice, eat the food of the gourmet hunter, and enjoy the massage of Miss Cookie. Frequent opening of the gene lock also reduced the intensity of the backlash. From the original 3 hours, it was shortened to 2.5 hours. When only using Absolute, without relying on Miss Cookie, his life suddenly became peaceful. But secretly, some people are already very anxious. The border of the NGL Autonomous Region is a man in a suit, smoking a cigarette and talking on his mobile phone. "I'm here. Do you really want to do it?" "I think it's too hasty." "Okay, you're the boss." Parishton put down the phone and shook his head helplessly. The people from V5 heard that Hiro Aoki was very anxious after receiving Biscuit's guidance. They actually sent a team of 30 elite soldiers, carrying guns and grenades, to attack Hiro Aoki. He, Parishton, was asked to be the supervisor and be present at the scene. Even if he is a genius of nin ability, so what? Parishton looked nonchalant and thought, he needs time to grow. It took 6 months for Jin, that monster, to awaken his chi and develop his exclusive nin ability. Hiro Aoki is even more of a monster, and with Biscuit's guidance, let's count him as 1 month. Thinking of this, Parishton didn't care even more. A newcomer who hasn't mastered nin ability, is it necessary to send a team of 30 people to attack and kill? This is something that offends Netero very much. There will definitely be revenge afterwards. If it weren't for the generous chips given by V5, he wouldn't want to come to the scene to supervise. Watch them kill Aoki Hiroshi, and I'll go to the Kajin Empire, where the association's influence is weak. Parishton began to think about a way out. In his opinion, Aoki Hiroshi was already dead. Unprepared, facing the attack of 30 elite troops, a 3-star hunter would have to lose a layer of skin. What's more, a newcomer. Aoki Hiroshi has no chance of survival. Tisk, I have to contain Biscuit later, which is also a trouble. Parishton showed a headache. He put on the walkie-talkie, rode a motorcycle, and entered the NGL autonomous country. In another direction, a team of 30 elites, driving a pickup truck, entered the winding mountain road. The two sides slowly approached the place where Aoki Hiro was practicing. In the forest, Aoki Hiro sat on a stone and released his own energy. Zzz. An electric current appeared, jumping and flashing. In the blink of an eye, this ball of energy turned into lightning, and then condensed into the shape of a wolf beast. Squeaky. The wolf beast was vivid, as if it were a real creature, opening its mouth and howling. Roar. There was no sound, but it was full of murderous aura. With the jumping lightning on its body, it was even more fierce and intimidating. Go patrol. Aoki Hiro gave the order, and the wolf beast in front of him turned into lightning and jumped out suddenly. Its speed was extremely fast, like lightning. No. It was lightning. To outsiders, they only saw a flash of lightning flashing through the forest and disappearing in a flash. Operation system and transformation system and release system and reinforcement system, a mind beast is created, with independent consciousness and can be controlled remotely. What a perfect move! Just this mind beast proves that your strength has reached the level of top mind users. Biscuit watched from the side, with a look of surprise and admiration. She watched Aoki Hiro perfect this move day by day. From the beginning, it was an unformed body, but it had the shape of a wolf, and then it became more and more specific and more agile, and finally formed a complete mind beast. Biscuit watched the whole process. That's why she was amazed. Aoki Hiro used 5 days to complete the journey that others took 50 years to complete. I have nothing to teach you anymore. Biscuit sighed and said, my system is the transformation system. But I created a mind beast of the release system, and the one used for combat is the reinforcement system. I, the teacher, have not been able to integrate the various systems. You, the disciple, have done it first. The young are formidable. Aoki Hiro was unbelievable and looked at her with a squint. Have you taught me anything these days? Apart from providing Miss Cookie's massage, it seems that there is no other use. What are you looking at? It is clearly written on the commission of the association that you asked me to teach the practice of mind ability. Biscuit raised his chin and glared back. Aoki Hiro was defeated. He gave up arguing and returned his attention to his mind beast, continuing today's practice. Crackling, crackling. The obscure explosion sounded in the body of the wolf beast. A trace of deep black, like ink dye, slowly appeared on the wolf beast. I say, you are too diligent, right? Biscuit admired and was speechless, saying, you also want to add the strengthening system to the mind beast. Why don't you add the materialization system? When the time comes, the 5 systems will gather together and be directly invincible. Aoki Hiro ignored her. He continued to guide the wolf beast, and the internal current changed. The dark color continued to appear on the wolf beast, making the wolf beast's lightning more violent. But the infection speed is too slow. Aoki Hiroshi felt that something was missing and he couldn't do it in one go. How did the 5th Reikage Derui create black lightning? He lowered his head and pondered. Lightning release, black spot difference. This is a technique developed by the 3rd Reikage and inherited by the 5th Reikage Derui, which can create more violent black lightning. It's a pity that the original Naruto did not specify how it was done. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Ghost Ink Eye. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16, Palestine decides to take action himself. On the other side, the 30-man army was divided into 3 teams, each with 10 people. The 3 teams surrounded Aoki Hiroshi's position from different directions. Tsitsaizi. As one of the teams was marching, the captain suddenly froze and looked at the team members. Did you hear any sound? No. *9. The team members shook their heads. Tsitsaizi. Some obscure sound rang out again. The captain couldn't help but frown and asked in confusion, No, it seems that there is really. What is that? His face suddenly changed and pointed to the left front. The team members looked over and their expressions also changed. A blue lightning flashed and swam, like a beast running, rushing through the forest. Zzz. This time, the obscure sound became extremely clear. All 10 people in the team heard it. It was the sound of electric current jumping. Not good, find cover. The captain yelled and ran behind a big tree next to him. The 9 team members scattered at the same time and hid in different places. The next moment, a wolf beast made of lightning appeared in their sight. Roar! The wolf beast roared silently, and the electric current on its body flashed, spreading like branches. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Dozens of lightning flashed out, covering an area of 50 meters, including everyone in the attack range. The 10-man team turned pale. Outside the forest. When Pariston got off the car, a walkie-talkie suddenly made a strange sound. Zzz. Hey! He raised his eyebrows, picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, Team A, report the situation. There was no response from the other side. Only vague collisions, explosions, and air whistling came out. Then, there was a humming sound. The walkie-talkie was damaged by excessive noise. What happened? Pariston frowned, picked up the second walkie-talkie, and asked, Team B, report the situation. Click. The intercom vibrated, and the voice of the captain of Team B came out. This is Team B, an unexpected situation has occurred. What is that? Ah! It's electricity. It's electricity. The captain of Team B suddenly screamed in fear. Then, just like Team A's intercom, it exploded with a buzz sound, and was damaged and could not be connected. Pariston fell silent. A team of 30 people was divided into 3 teams, and 2 teams were lost in less than a minute. This is definitely not normal. What happened in the forest? Electricity. Pariston thought quickly and said to himself, there are no natural phenomena or special life such as electric current in this forest, and Biscuit's ability to read has nothing to do with electricity. So, is it Hiroshi Aoki? Is his ability to read the same as Killua of the Zaldique family, belonging to the transformation-type electricity? He was quick-witted and quickly analyzed the truth of the fragment. Aoki Hiroshi may have completed the awakening of his ability to read. And it is the offensive transformation-type lightning. It's unexpected trouble. Pariston's expression became serious, no longer casual. But he was only serious. He wasn't nervous yet. The power of the electric system can indeed kill 2 teams if they are caught off guard. But now the information has been leaked. Then there's nothing to fear. Pariston narrowed his eyes. Although he felt that V5 was making a big deal out of nothing, he also made the necessary backup plans. For example, Hiroshi Aoki developed the ability of Nen. So Pariston was not panicked. What he had to do now was just to use the backup plan. In the battle of Nen users, the most important thing is intelligence. Pariston smiled calmly. It's already very difficult for a newcomer to develop Nen in a few days. It's 100% too late to develop specific moves. So, he can only use it roughly, and my real opponent is still Biscuit. Pariston said, picking up the intercom of Team A. Team A, change the battle plan and use smokescreen tactics. Click. The voice of the captain of Team A came from the intercom. Team A received it. Zzz. At the same time, there was a slight sound of electricity coming from the other side. Pariston listened to the sound of electricity and chuckled, his expression seemed to be in control. Bang bang bang. Team A immediately threw smoke bombs and put on red-hot light devices. The enemy's position is locked. The captain of Team A suddenly panicked. What is that? Why can't I see it? Damn, it's alive. It's coming. Bang. With a huge explosion, the voice of Team A disappeared. This huge explosion. Even outside the forest, Pariston could hear the movement. His expression became stunned. Team A. Report the situation. Are there any survivors? No one answered. Pariston's heart sank, as if he had guessed the information wrong. Aoki Hiroshi's ability to read is not the transformation type electricity. Because the people of Team A used the word it to describe the enemy. What is it? Reading beast? Reading beast that can use lightning. So it's actually the release type. Pariston's thoughts flashed. It's not impossible to create a reading beast that uses lightning. Because Biscuit is like that. It's obviously a transformation type, but it created a release type of mind beast, Miss Cookie. It's not that non-users can't develop across systems, but the efficiency will be reduced, and most people won't do that. So, Aoki Hiro was influenced by Biscuit. It's also a transformation type, but it developed a release type of mind beast. So the mind beast is very special and can use the lightning of the transformation type. Pariston felt that this was probably the case. The truth should be similar. He has served as the vice president of the association for many years and has read a lot of information about non-users, thus accumulating rich experience. At this time, according to his past experience, Aoki Hiro should be a transformation type and release type, creating a special mind beast that can use lightning. Pariston believes in his experience. 2 people plus 1 mind beast, I only have 1 person, 1 against 3. He took a deep breath, his expression was extremely solemn. Under such circumstances, it's not easy to kill Aoki Hiroshi. Even if I have an intelligence advantage, I have to pay a heavy price. There's no other way. I have to kill Aoki Hiroshi. Pariston exudes a strong killing intent. He knows very well that it's impossible to settle the matter peacefully now. Both sides can only fight to the death. Please give me ratings. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17, The Dark Thunder Beast, Pariston falls to the ground. On the other side, in the forest, Aoki Hiro sat peacefully on a big rock, his expression thoughtful. So the malice is missing. He sensed it. After killing 3 teams of people, the black color on the wolf beast he released spread rapidly, covering half of its body. No. It wasn't after killing people. But when he had the intention to kill, the color of the lightning began to change. Is the nature of the thought changed by infusing malice? That's it. Aoki Hiro understood it completely. He thought. The wolf beast in the distance roared and roared to the sky. The lightning all over its body surged wildly, like a wave of thunder. A deep black color, from the inside out, infected its whole body. It was like a pencil drawing painted by a child. The whole body of the wolf beast turned into black, and its appearance became more solid, rougher, and more hideous. At the same time, its breath more than tripled. The dark lightning became more violent and more ferocious. Aoki. Biscuit dragged a corpse back to Aoki Hiroshi. It's the elite troops of V5. She said with a serious face, these guys seem to be coming for you. It's a pity that you acted too quickly and left no one alive. Otherwise, we can interrogate some information. Biscuit shook his head regretfully. Aoki Hiroshi smiled indifferently and said, it doesn't matter, there is still a leader. Are there any more? Biscuit was stunned. All 3 teams died, and the other side didn't leave? Well, I have a way to find him. Aoki Hiroshi looked up, his eyes turned into confusion. At the same time, a dark lightning flashed in his eyes. First Order Gene Lock Operation System Heart Network. Imitating the moves of Enelu in the world of pirates. Use your own electric current to sense the bioelectric current of the surrounding living things and capture their position, strength, and direction. The edge of the forest. A black giant wolf with a sloppy shape and a ferocious appearance. Its cold eyes suddenly flashed with a strange color, and it stood up. Operation System Descending God. Aoki Hiroshi's will was like a god, descending on the mind beast and performing forced operation. ZZ. After the will descended, the current around the wolf beast suddenly weakened. But it did not become weaker. Instead, it became more restrained and more condensed. Under Aoki Hiroshi's operation, the whole wolf beast condensed into a real form, with delicate hair and muscles as hard as fine iron. Where are you? Aoki Hiroshi used his claws to pick up the walkie-talkie on the ground and asked. ZZZZ. Invisible radio waves spread in the air and entered the circuit of another walkie-talkie. In the eyes of ordinary people, radio waves are invisible light. But for the wolf beast, whose essence is thunder and lightning, radio waves are clearly visible, spreading in the air like water waves. Aoki Hiroshi's wolf kiss, grinning. Outside the forest. Wearing a suit, Palestine, who was walking slowly into the mountain, suddenly saw the signal light of the intercom. He picked up the intercom and turned on the channel. Where are you? A rough and hoarse voice, like a roar of an animal, came out. Palestine's eyebrows jumped. That kind of evil spirit and ferocity penetrated through the intercom. What a terrible momentum! Palestine's expression changed. And his heart became heavier. He was obviously a newcomer, how could he create such a terrifying beast? He might have to pay a heavy price to kill this Aoki Hiroshi. Guess. Palestine's thoughts flashed, and he challenged without fear. I found you. Before he finished, he was interrupted. Palestine frowned slightly. ZZ. He began to hear a subtle sound of electricity, and the air seemed to suddenly become dry, making his hair stand up and his skin feel like static electricity. Palestine didn't have time to react. A rough and hoarse voice came from the front. I found you, so you are here. A giant wolf with a black body and tiny lightning scattered in its hair stood up and appeared 10 meters away from him. So fast. When? Palestine looked at the giant wolf in front of him in horror, and a storm was set off in his heart. I didn't even notice it. He stared at the giant wolf for a few glances, and suddenly he was shocked. A terrible guess came to his mind. A mind beast made entirely of lightning. Palestine's expression was horrified, and he trembled, transformation and release. No, pitch-black violent lightning, and strengthening. And the one who is speaking now is not a mind beast, but you, Aoki Hiroshi. You even have the operation system. A concept suddenly floated in Palestine's mind. Lianchandachan. The symbol of the world's top mind ability user. In an instant, Palestine's face became extremely ugly. In less than a week, awakened mind, learned all the skills, developed exclusive mind abilities, and even Lianchandachan. Aoki Hiroshi, you are really a monster. No one in this world will surpass you, you will definitely be the strongest mind ability user. After saying that, Palestine let out a long breath. Whoosh! He turned around and ran without any warning. He had to run. This monster was not something he could deal with. V5's urgency was right. But even V5 underestimated the growth rate of Aoki Hiroshi. Palestine even had an outrageous feeling. From the moment Aoki Hiroshi awakened his thoughts and was not killed by the Chimera and Catwoman, his rise was unstoppable. Lightning strike. Aoki Hiroshi watched Palestine flee indifferently and slowly raised a claw. He gently tapped Palestine's back. Squeak! A dark lightning pierced the air, making a sharp humming sound. 20 meters away. Palestine's hair stood up all over his body, and his hands and feet were cold. Will die. Will die. Will die. Definitely will die. He gritted his teeth, turned around and blocked his body with both hands, and all his energy gathered in one place. Lightning cannot be avoided. The speed of lightning is faster than human nerve reflex. When you see it, it is already half a second after being hit. So, you can only predict it. The next moment, the dark lightning struck, accurately hitting the part where Pariston had gathered his energy. Hiss! The heart that should have had amazing defensive power was torn apart like paper. The dark lightning went straight through his hands and chest. Puff! Pariston spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and his body twitched wildly. Please give me ratings. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 Biscuit's Surprise, Unanswered Expectations. Tear. Penetrate. Paralysis. High temperature. Various pains appeared on Paliston's body at the same time. His consciousness collapsed instantly, and his brain went blank. After twitching for a few seconds, Paliston lay on the ground, motionless. So weak. Aoki Hiro glanced at him and shook his head. Is this the strength of the vice president at the level of the 12 earthly branches? It's just a little stronger than the 3 guards. It seems that I can go find the Ant King. After Aoki Hiro said this, his will left the wolf beast's body. Swish! The moment it left, the solid wolf beast's body became uneven again, like a child's scribbling. But the dark lightning was extremely violent, and the body formed by it was also full of hideousness. Any creature that saw it would be terrified. During the battle, the whole forest was quiet. Even the insects kept their voices and breaths, not daring to make any noise. Bo! The wolf beast's body suddenly disintegrated, turning into a flash of lightning, and scattered and disappeared. This was taken back by Aoki Hiroshi. In the forest, Biscuit asked nervously, what happened? Did the other side leave? Who? In her opinion, such a short time was only enough for Aoki Hiroshi to force the other side to retreat. In the battle between non-users, intelligence is extremely important. So, there will be many attempts. Once there is no certainty, the weaker party will retreat decisively to avoid defeat. Solved. The confusion in Aoki Hiroshi's eyes faded, and the cold and fierce momentum disappeared and faded. Exit the first level gene lock state. However, there is no backlash. These days, under the massage of Miss Cookie, Aoki Hiroshi frequently unlocked and basically adapted to the first level gene lock. Unlocking time within 1 minute, there is no backlash. Unlocking to the limit is just detachment, and it can recover after resting for 20 minutes. Solved. Biscuit couldn't believe it. Yes, just outside the forest. Aoki Hiro glanced at her and said, "It's your acquaintance." Acquaintance? Bizaji's expression suddenly changed. Her acquaintance is the hunter in the association. That is to say, there is a traitor in the association who colluded with V5 to attack Aoki Hiro. Let's go, and see. Aoki Hiro, the victim, patted her shoulder in return to comfort her. Then he got up and walked out. Bizaji hurriedly followed. A few minutes later, the two of them left the forest and came to the foot of the mountain. Before approaching Paliston, Bizaji's expression changed. She sensed a familiar breath. When the two approached, Bizaji saw a young man with golden hair in a suit. It was Paliston, the vice president of the association. A hole. Bizaji was so angry that she was shaking and her fists were clenched. But soon, her expression became surprised. The traces of fighting around indicated something amazing. Aoki Hiro's mind beast killed Paliston in one blow. And Paliston did not resist at all, only signs of running away. Aoki, you have become stronger again. Bizaji looked at Aoki Hiro in shock. This guy is the vice president, he is quite powerful and very difficult to deal with. But looking at the traces of the battle, he was killed by your mind beast in 1 second. Your lightning should not be that strong, right? Although Aoki Hiro's wolf beast is strong. But Biscuit believes that if she changes back to her original form, she can still withstand a few blows. And Palestine is a mind power user at the same level as her. It won't be a knockdown, right? When I killed someone just now, I had some understanding and strengthened the power of lightning. Aoki Hiro explained, raising his palm. Crack! A dark arc of electricity jumped on his hand. Biscuit was awed by it. This dark lightning gave her an extremely terrifying feeling, as if it was a violent and ferocious beast, full of malice. Just looking at it made her feel uncomfortable. Even the strengthening system is added. Biscuit looked at him with admiration and exhaled, Aoki, you are really perverted. Strengthening system, transformation system, operation system, release system. The perfect combination of the four systems creates a mind beast that is strong enough to kill a mind user of my level in seconds. I think the throne of the strongest mind user can be replaced now. Listening to Biscuit's words, Aoki Hiro smiled and shook his head. He didn't care about these false names. He turned and said, Biscuit, use your Miss Cookie to treat him. Hey, you held back. Biscuit was stunned for a moment, and then he found that Paristan still had a weak heartbeat. The piercing wound avoided the heart. I didn't see Paristan's anger, but because of the serious injury, he spontaneously entered the state of absolute. Why hold back? Biscuit asked puzzledly. She supported Aoki Hiro to kill Paristan. When dealing with enemies, you should be cold and decisive. He is still useful. Aoki Hiro's eyes flickered and he said softly. After defeating Paristan, Aoki Hiro felt that he had gained another fortune. Correspondingly, the time to leave was also shortened. This is a bit like a reincarnation performing a task, changing the plot, and gaining points, causal points. But the more the plot is changed, the greater the rejection of the world consciousness. Without the protection of the Lord God, Aoki Hiro also triggered the task, and the longer the stay would be shortened. Before leaving, I have to repay Netero and Biscuit for their care. He thought secretly. First, the generous 3 billion rings and 300,000 internal points. Then, once you apply, Biscuit will come to teach the next day. Also, Biscuit has been working hard to practice with him these days and summoned Miss Cookie to give him a massage. All this is the good intentions of the association. Netero may have some expectations for him. But Aoki Hiro, who is destined to leave, cannot respond to that expectation. So, he plans to repay this kindness in other ways. Are you going to interrogate him? Biscuit nodded, thinking that Aoki Hiro wanted to know the mastermind behind the scenes, so he summoned Miss Cookie. At night. In a cave. Am I not dead? Paristan opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. He looked around and his eyes fell on the two people next to him. Biscuit. Aoki Hiro. When he saw Aoki Hiro, his eyes suddenly shrank and he showed a sense of fear. Paristan still remembered the ferocious wolf beast. After a while, he calmed down and slowly sat up. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Jianlui FXF. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19 3 Conditions for Survival, V5 Retreats. If you want to interrogate me, you can ask me directly. I am happy to betray the person behind me. Palestine said with a smile. Biscuit glanced at him with disgust and said nothing. Palestine didn't care, but laughed even more happily. I have no interest in V5. Aoki Hiroshi spoke, looking at him with a faint gaze. This is a twisted person. He feels happy only when he is hated. Therefore, he has been plotting and making countless people hostile to him. Do you want to live? Aoki Hiroshi asked faintly. If you can, of course you want to. Palestine shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, but I'm afraid I can't meet your requirements. Then listen to it. Aoki Hiroshi said. Hearing this, Palestine became serious. Please speak. If you can live, who would want to die? Facing a person who can kill him at any time, Palestine maintained respect from the heart, without being frivolous and casual to others. Because Aoki Hiro is not Netero, if he is not satisfied, he will really kill him. First, you cannot be my enemy from now on, and the time limit is 10 years. Second, tell me the route of the chimera ants to sneak into the human world. Third, unconditionally complete one of Netero's requests. If Netero dies without using it, this request will automatically be transferred to Biscuit. Similarly, if Biscuit does not use it, this request will automatically be transferred to Jin Fulishi. Aoki Hiro said in a calm voice. After hearing this, Palestine's expression changed drastically. These three conditions are almost stuck at his psychological limit. Especially the third one. An unconditional request means that he must do it even if he dies. This is no different from a collar on a slave's neck. But the users of the request are Netero, Biscuit, and Jin Fulishi, which gives him room to turn around. Because these three people have a high moral bottom line. Especially Netero, he may ask him to do something casually, and it will be considered completed. Okay, I agree. Palestine sighed and smiled bitterly. Next to him, Biscuit was extremely surprised and his eyes widened. What's going on? Why do you want to put forward such a condition? Why does it feel like a will? Then swear with your mind ability. Aoki Hiro nodded. Okay, I swear. Palestine took a deep breath, raised one hand, and swore with his own mind ability. This is a kind of restriction. If any of the three conditions is violated, he will lose his mind ability and fall into the state of absolute forever. If two are violated, he will lose a lot of energy and his lifespan will be reduced. If all are violated, he will die immediately. Wait. Biscuit said dissatisfiedly, no one can explain it to me. Palestine glanced at her and smiled. Any powerful mind user will be interested in the Dark Continent, and Mr. Aoki is no exception. Biscuit was stunned. Then, he looked at Aoki Hiro in surprise. She thought of the second condition just now, tell me the route that the chimera ants sneaked into the human world. Aoki Hiro wants to sneak to the Dark Continent? Biscuit was stunned. Under normal circumstances, this is almost impossible. But Aoki Hiro, who can master 5 systems and develop comprehensive NAN ability, is really likely to sneak out alone. Aoki, you. Biscuit was speechless. She wanted to stop it, but she couldn't object. Palestine was right. Any powerful NAN user would be eager to explore the Dark Continent. No one can stop the pursuit of the unknown by NAN users. Let's go, Biscuit. Aoki Hiro got up and walked out of the cave without explaining anything. This is his plan. When he left, he pretended to go to the Dark Continent. A powerful NAN user whose whereabouts are uncertain and whose life and death are unknown can intimidate the villains in the dark. But if he does not show up for many years, his influence will still fade. Disappearing for 10 years is enough to make his deterrent power disappear. So, there is the first condition, to be enemies for 10 years. Ah! Biscuit sighed and left. In the cave, only Palestine was left, his face as gloomy as ink. If he agreed to the 3 conditions, he would not be able to do things openly for at least 10 years. But if he did not agree, he would die. Now, if he endured for 10 years, he could come out and make waves again. I underestimated you, Aoki Hiro. In less than a week, from awakening NAN to Lien Shandachan, Netero is not as terrifying as you. Fortunately, you are not interested in the human world, otherwise, I would go to explore the Dark Continent now. Palestine exhaled a breath of breath. Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly, the mobile phone in his pocket vibrated. Palestine took out his cell phone, put it directly to his ear, and said first, the mission failed. The other end of the phone fell into silence. I am seriously injured and cannot move within the scope of the association. Paristan said, I will go to the Kajin Empire. Contact me there if you have anything. But in the future, don't look for me for things related to the association and Aoki Hiroshi. I don't want to die yet. After saying that, Paristan hung up the phone directly. The other end of the phone. In a huge video conference room. Beep, beep, beep. The head of V5 looked at the busy phone in silence, with different expressions. Failed. All our people died. It's really exaggerated. That's a fully equipped 30-man army. The key is that Paristan actually retreated. Everyone couldn't help but be silent. This result was beyond their expectations. They thought that even if they couldn't kill Aoki Hiroshi, they should be able to seriously injure him. It's also a good thing to curb Aoki Hiroshi's growth rate. Unexpectedly. Instead, their people were all killed, and Palestine also retreated. The rise of Aoki Hiroshi can no longer be contained. A leader said in a low voice, change your attitude, win over this person, and make him our friend. The other leaders nodded in agreement. That's the truth. Women, money, status, treasures, rare animals, whatever he wants, we will satisfy him. That's right, let him feel our kindness. We also need to send people to hunt down Palestine. All this is Palestine's conspiracy, and we are not aware of it. Well, if Palestine can run to the Kajin Empire alive, then consider cooperating with him. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20, Above Lian Shan, Perfect Realm. The leaders quickly reached an agreement. The original plan of suppression, containment, and assassination was changed to winning over and making friends. All those who participated in the assassination plan will be investigated and convicted. Those who did not participate but expressed their approval will also be dismissed. This is V5's sincerity to Aoki Hiroshi. Hunter Association. High-level meeting. Where is Palestine? Netero glanced and did not see his vice president. He could not help but look at the secretary Dumianren. Where is he? The 12 earthly branches present were also surprised. Usually, only Jinfulis was often absent, but Palestine was always there. I didn't notify him, and his phone was turned off when I called him. Dumianren shook his head. Netero couldn't help but frown. He was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly said, Dumianren, send a query to V5, I want to know the whereabouts of Palestine now. As soon as these words came out, the 12 earthly branches looked strange. They are the 12 senior executives of the association from Netero down, with the code names of the 12 zodiac signs. Each person is responsible for a different field. But without exception, all of them, on the surface, are at odds with V5. President, do you suspect that Palestine is colluding with V5? Someone asked. Not suspicion, but certainty. Netero said lightly, what I am worried about now is that Palestine and V5 will attack Aoki Hiro. It's like a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves. When these words were spoken, the faces of the senior executives present changed immediately. Attacking the newcomer. Is he crazy? Aren't you afraid of our revenge for such a bad behavior? The 12 earthly branches didn't understand. Especially the monkey among them, he was shocked and sweated coldly on his back. He and Palestine are in the same group. He is a spy in the association. However, Palestine's attack was not notified to him. Am I abandoned? The monkey's heart sank all of a sudden. On the other side, the bean-faced man left to contact V5, but soon ran back in a panic. It's bad, President. The representative of V5 said that Palestine colluded with their internal officials and illegally mobilized 30 elite troops to attack Aoki Hiro. They have issued a wanted notice for Palestine. The 12 earthly branches looked unhappy after hearing this. This was obviously an excuse. Something will happen to the newcomer. A 30-man elite force, caught off guard, could kill any of us. Yes, this Aoki hero is probably dead. The 12 earthly branches did not have detailed information about Aoki hero. They only knew that he was a genius with the ability to read, and was first discovered by Kate. The specific situation was sealed up by Netero. Only 30 people in Palestine. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Netero actually breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That makes me feel relieved. The 12 earthly branches were stunned. President. No matter how you think about it, something is going to happen, right? Did the president prepare for this? Faced with everyone's speculation, Netero smiled and shook his head. None of these are correct. He looked at the bean-faced man and gestured. Did V5 tell you the result of the attack? Yes. The bean-faced man immediately replied. The 30-man team was completely wiped out, and Paristan escaped with serious injuries. Hiss. The 12 earthly branches took a breath. Total destruction? And let Paristan escape? How is this possible? Was it done by the newcomer? Someone couldn't help asking. According to the information from V5, the only person who did it was Hiro Aoki. The bean-faced man answered. Everyone found it even more incredible. A newcomer who just awakened has such strong combat power? Paristan is second only to the level of the 5 great non-users. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been jumping around like this and dared to go against the president. If he didn't have some strength, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Just in time, Biscuit's calling. Netero smiled and took out his vibrating phone. Biscuit? Hearing this name, everyone was uncertain. Did Biscuit help? No. Just now, it was the newcomer who did it alone, and Biscuit could only help to hold the line. Hello, President. Biscuit's irritable voice came from the phone. You should have realized by now that Palestine is attacking Aoki. But you also know that Aoki completed Lien Shandochan yesterday. Today he went a step further and integrated the strengthening system into it, and he is only one step away from you. Palestine was killed by him in one move. But he didn't kill him, but made him set constraints and complete 3 conditions. I'll tell you the details when I get back. The people from V5 are harassing again, so let's leave it at that. Biscuit hung up the phone. In the field, the 12 earthly branches were stunned, and everyone was dumbfounded. Lien Shandochan? Only one step away from the president? Killed Palestine in one move and forced him to set constraints? They couldn't believe their ears. Is this something a newcomer can do? I'm not dreaming, am I? Kate reported that she awakened 6 days ago. In less than a week, Lien Shan has been fully developed. Am I reading a brainless novel? No, no, no. What's even more outrageous is that he is only one step away from becoming the president. Everyone looked at Netero in shock, with the same meaning in their eyes. Where did Kate find this pervert? Ha ha ha. Netero stroked his beard and laughed happily. It seems I have to go to the NGL autonomous country. Only one step away from me. It's really exciting. I can't wait to compete with him. The expressions of the 12 earthly branches were different. The 5 great non-users are all people who have fully developed Lien Shan. Among the 12 earthly branches, only Jin Fulishi has done it. And above Lien Shan, above the 5 great non-users, is Netero. He has touched a higher realm. That realm is called Perfect Realm by him. According to Netero's guess, there are 2 ways to the Perfect Realm. One is for a person with one of the 5 systems to gradually develop the other 4 systems' abilities, and finally combine them into one, sublimating into a special characteristic system ability. The second is for a person with the characteristic system ability to bear the fruits of the 5 systems with the characteristic system as the main trunk. Netero himself has completed the first path. After the 5-in-1, his ability to read was sublimated into a perfect characteristic system ability, and at the same time possessed the characteristics and advantages of the 5 systems. So, when Netero first heard the name of Aoki Hiroshi's ability to read, he was in a trance. P.S. Perfect Realm is the author's second setting. Thanks to the monthly ticket of SHAFV. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Netero, don't worry, I will hold back. It's decided. I'll take the airship to NGL now. Netero clapped his hands and walked straight out of the meeting room. President. The 12 earthly branches looked at each other. The meeting has not even started yet, and it's over? NGL Autonomous Country. Aoki Hiroshi and Biscuit left the forest and returned to the town. The 7th day. Hey, do you still want to practice? Biscuit looked at Aoki Hiroshi with empty eyes. At this time, Aoki Hiroshi sat in the hotel room, legs crossed, eyes downcast. A touch of confusion flashed in his eyes. The momentum was cold and indifferent, full of murderous intent. ZZ. A series of pitch-black arcs flashed on his body, making sharp and piercing noises. These pitch-black lightnings became more and more dense, as if they were about to merge into one, and build something on the surface of Aoki Hiroshi's body. You are such a pervert. Biscuit said speechlessly, 6 days of practice have increased your manifestation to my level. Now do you have to add the materialization system to achieve the 5-in-1 and reach the complete realm? Compared to you, I have really lived a dog's life. Aoki Hiro ignored her complaints and concentrated on practicing. Tisk. Biscuit smacked his lips in dissatisfaction, shook his head and left the room. In the room, Aoki Hiro's face was calm and he continued to practice. He was not developing the materialization system, trying the 5-in-1 and sublimating to the complete realm. His materialization system had been developed a long time ago. It's just that the effect is a bit special and it is not convenient to integrate it into the other 4 systems. So, at this time, Aoki Hiro was practicing something else. Lightning Chakra mode. And it's the lightning chakra mode in the form of black lightning. Tsitsaizi. The dark lightning flashing on his body surface intertwined with each other, forming a city. Gradually, a layer of pitch-black armor condensed. The armor had clear edges and sharp lines. When it was put on Aoki Hiroshi, he looked like a soldier in armor, exuding a strong murderous aura all over his body. Snap! The place where he sat could not withstand the power of the black thunder, and a big hole suddenly exploded. In the hole, there were dense cracks, like a spider web. These cracks were still growing. In an instant, it spread to all corners of the room. Snap! 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 A series of rapid explosions sounded. The whole room became fragmented and covered with cracks. Aoki Hiroshi did not do anything, but just maintained the Black Thunder mode, which made the hotel room unable to bear it and became broken. It's done. He exhaled lightly and refocused his eyes. The Black Thunder dissipated, and the murderous aura disappeared. Imitating the Thunder Shadow's Lightning Chakra mode, he completely integrated the 4 systems and developed the Black Thunder mode. In the Black Thunder mode, his speed and strength increased again. Ordinary punches and kicks would become extremely terrifying, enough to cut through gold and jade. Double lever. Aoki Hiro murmured, revealing a hint of a smile. Gene Lock and Black Thunder mode, double leverage, pull his combat power to the extreme. Zheng Zha's second horror movie, first level Gene Lock and C-level Blood Clan enhancement, can kill any alien alone, and join forces with others to kill the alien queen. My first level Gene Lock, plus C-level mind ability, can also kill any chimera ant. Now with the addition of Black Thunder mode, can I kill the Ant King alone? Aoki Hiro touched his chin and thought. Judging from the combat performance, the Ant King is stronger than the alien queen. But he is also stronger than Zheng Jia. Because of the conflict between Zheng Jia's internal force and Blood Clan energy, his strength cannot be exerted. Before the 4th level, he was the shame of the same level. So, it seems that he can single-handedly kill the Ant King. Okay, this is stable. Aoki Hiro nodded affirmatively. Outside the hotel, Bizuji received a call and went to the border of the NGL autonomous country. President. She waited for a while, and then an airship landed, and Netero jumped off it. Long time no see, Biscuit. Netero said with a smile, why don't you see Aoki? Are you too anxious? Biscuit was speechless. She was shocked when she received Netero's call. The president actually took an airship overnight to NGL, wanting to fight with Aoki Hiro. Netero said that he couldn't bear to see someone who had just embarked on the road to perfection after a long time. Ha ha ha, after all, even Jin is a little bit short of the 4-in-1, and now only Zeno and Liney have done it. Netero laughed, his face full of excitement. But Liney is a gourmet hunter and hasn't shown up for several years. Zeno is also a killer, only doing orders to kill people, and is not willing to compete with me unconditionally. I haven't fought with anyone for a long time. Biscuit was even more helpless after hearing this. After all, when the president was young, he was indeed a fighting maniac. The title of the world's strongest psychic user was also earned by force. Now he is so excited that no one can stop him. Take it easy, President. Biscuit sighed and said, Aoki has not really reached the perfect state. You are a 5-in-1, perfectly sublimated person. Although there is only one step away, the actual gap is greater than the gap between ordinary people and 3-star hunters. Netero listened absent-mindedly. He took out his mobile phone and excitedly dialed Aoki Hiroshi's number. President. Biscuit said angrily. Netero waved his hand casually and said, don't worry, I will hold back. I am completely worried, okay? Biscuit complained. No matter what, I won't kill the juniors of my association. Netero said helplessly, and Aoki is so young, he can definitely complete the 5-in-1. How can I kill him in advance? I wish he could step into the perfect realm now and have a hearty battle with me. Bizuji was even more speechless. But from this perspective, it seems that there is really no need to worry. The president is looking forward to someone stepping into the perfect realm. Therefore, before Aoki Hiroshi steps into it, the president will only carefully protect and help, and will not violently destroy. Okay, but I will watch you from the side. Bizuji said seriously. Okay. Netero didn't care. He pressed the dial button. Beep. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 V5, I hope Aoki Hiroshi can hold on a little longer. Outside the hotel, Hiro Aoki paid the compensation for the room damage and was walking to the street. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It was the number of President Netero. The number was given to him by Biscuit. President. Hiro Aoki picked up the phone curiously, put it to his ear and said, Good morning, President, what's the matter? Ha ha ha, good morning Aoki, I'm at the eastern border of NGL now. Netero's hearty laughter came out and asked, Are you interested in sparring with me? Hiro Aoki was stunned for a moment. Then, he decisively agreed, okay. Netero was the one who fought the Ant King in the original work. A battle with Netero can effectively compare the strengths of him and the Ant King. Then come to the Tickle Redwood Forest, I'll wait for you. Netero reported the location readily. 10 minutes. Hiro Aoki said and hung up the phone. He returned to the hotel, rented a car, and drove to the border. At the same time, the V5 members in the NGL Autonomous Region reported their movements to the leaders behind them. Aoki Hiro has left the city. He is heading to the border. He is going to see Isaac Netero. Biscuit Kolyuga is also here. The leaders of the V5 all became nervous when they heard the news. What are these three people going to do when they meet? It won't be revenge on them. After all, they asked Paristan to lead people to attack Aoki Hiro yesterday. Although they made amends afterwards, Aoki Hiro may not be able to swallow this breath. Be prepared, everyone. Yes, just in case. If these three people retaliate against us, everyone must hold back. Yes, absolutely no resistance. Just let them vent their anger. The V5s warned each other. If Netero is really angry, they will be decapitated. Half of the leaders present will definitely die. Now the three generations of old, middle-aged, and young people have gathered together. If these three people retaliate at the same time, they are afraid that more than 90% of them will die. This is the result of not resisting. If they resist, V5 will lose multiple countries. Of course, V5's counterattack will not make the three people feel good. But no one wants to be the price of loss. Let someone track them all the way. Yes, their movements must be reported in real time. That's not enough, set up a line for live broadcast. The leaders of V5 finalized the plan. Soon, teams entered the NGL autonomous country from nearby countries. In order to avoid misunderstandings, these teams all carried no weapons, only communication equipment and line tools. Eastern border. Hey! Aoki Hiro rushed to the car, opened the car door, and saw a bald old man with white hair and beard standing on the side of the road. It was Isaac Netero. Hey! Asterisk 2. Aoki Hiro and Netero looked at each other, and both of them made surprised sounds at the same time. They were both shocked by each other's chi. Such a huge amount of energy, almost 5 times as much as mine. Aoki Hiro looked at Netero in shock, thinking to himself, this is still in his old and weak state. How terrifying was Netero at his peak? B class? Double B class? Or A class? Opposite. A flash of horror flashed across Netero's eyes. Aoki Hiro's magnanimity was a few points stronger than Biscuit's, 1/5 of his. But he was already 120 years old. More than 100 years of accumulation, but a young man who had just awakened to and caught up with 1/5. This surprised Netero and made him extremely happy. Let's go. Netero's face was calm, but his voice could not hide his excitement. Let's go. Aoki Hiro nodded slightly. Not far away, Biscuit's mouth twitched. When these two met, they didn't even say hello, but just wanted to fight. She was also convinced. Two fighting maniacs. Biscuit complained in a low voice, and at the same time glanced at the V5 personnel around him. Seeing that these people had no weapons and no non-users. So he didn't take it seriously. Swish! Swish! Hiro Aoki and Netero ran towards a hill a few hundred meters away. They didn't care about V5 watching the battle at all. Rather, letting V5 realize their strength can reduce all kinds of unnecessary troubles. In the video conference room, the leaders opened their eyes wide and followed the live broadcast closely. They were shocked to see Hiro Aoki and Netero running towards the bald hill in the distance. What do these two want to do? To fight. It's good if they don't want to retaliate against us. When they were in doubt, the frontline personnel sent intelligence. Netero and Hiro Aoki were planning to fight. Is it really a fight? It's been a long time since I saw Netero take action. I hope Hiro Aoki can hold on a little longer. Yes, let's see how much strength Netero still has now. The leaders stared at the screen. Although Hiro Aoki killed a team of 30 people, he also seriously injured Paristan. But the 5 great non-users can do this. and Isaac Netero can even fight against the army and missiles head-on. Although Aoki Hiro has great potential. But in V5's opinion, it will take time for him to realize his talent, and he is far from being a match for Netero now. At the bottom of the bald hill, Biscuit looked at the two people running to the top of the hill, and a worried look appeared on her face. "President, don't get too excited," she murmured. "Although Aoki's temperament is not as good as yours, his combat power is extremely strong, and his nin ability is also very offensive. Although I can't beat you, I won't let you feel good. So, President, don't get too excited and take it too seriously." Biscuit is worried that the two will fight real fire. Although the president is stronger, if the fight is too intense and he can't control his strength, Aoki may be seriously injured. Although Aoki may not be able to force the president to that point. Just in case, let's contact the hospital. Biscuit thought for a moment, took out her phone, and dialed a few numbers. She asked a nearby NAN user who was good at healing to come to the hospital. At the same time, she asked the hospital in the nearest town to prepare. She also asked the food hunters she had been hiring for the past few days to make some special dishes that would help with recovery. Now, it depends on how far Aoki can push the president. Biscuit put down her phone and looked at the top of the mountain expectantly. She was also curious about the fight between the two. Thanks to Theta for the monthly ticket. Thank you to for the monthly ticket. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23: A Give and Take with Netero. On the top of the mountain, Aoki Hiroshi and Netero rushed towards each other without any hesitation. Refine. The chi of both sides surged out at the same time. In the vision of the nin ability user, it was like a storm wrapped around the two people. But it only appeared for a moment. The next moment, the agitated chi condensed and moved like flowing water flow. Then, as Aoki Hiroshi and Netero stepped and punched, the chi of their whole bodies condensed on their fists. Hard. The fists of the two people collided in mid-air, and the chi on both sides exploded like a cannonball. Bang! The air exploded with a circle of air waves. Aoki Hiroshi flew backwards directly, but his body floated like a leaf, turned lightly, and released all his strength. After landing, he looked up at Netero. There was a blank look in his eyes. Oh! Netero showed a look of surprise. His chi was 5 times that of Aoki Hiroshi. If they use hard, he will definitely lose. Originally, Netero had planned to let it go and hold back at the critical moment. But Aoki Hiro's reaction was very fast. So fast that Netero was caught off guard. The moment their fists touched, Aoki Hiro retreated with the force, like a slippery loach, and only endured about 30% of the force. Interesting. Netero raised his eyebrows and said, "You seem to have entered some strange state. Although I don't know what it is, you actually put me in a fatal danger. It's really interesting. I'm going to get serious." Opposite. Aoki Hiro's expressionless face slightly raised the corner of his mouth. "I'm going to get serious too." Swish. The next moment, the two launched another charge. Papa papa. The ground collapsed and shattered under their feet, and pits appeared one after another. A distance of dozens of meters. It seemed non-existent to the two of them, and they pounced in front of each other in the blink of an eye. Chirp chirp. Electric currents flashed around Aoki Hiroshi, and a ball of plasma condensed in his hand, dazzlingly white. Bang! Netero punched out, and the air was extremely compressed, and then it exploded like a cannonball. Transformation system. Strengthening system. The two used their most familiar moves to attack. Boom! The fists collided, the power surged, and a deafening roar was heard. The one who flew backwards was naturally Aoki Hiroshi. He took the initiative to retreat, using this method to release his strength. Netero strode after him, punched out in the air, and the air condensed into a fist with billowing white smoke. Release system and strengthening system. Flying fist. Aoki Hiroshi swung the blazing white plasma with his backhand, shooting out a blue lightning blade. Chidori blade. The flying fist collided with the lightning blade, and both sides made a strong explosion. But the flying fist was still better. Only half of its volume was cut off by the Chidori blade, and the remaining part still hit Aoki Hiro intact. Netero added an inconspicuous operation system. However, Aoki Hiro had already moved to another position. The remaining flying fist only hit the open ground, shaking up a cloud of dust. The two did not even look at it. ZZ. Bang bang. Aoki Hiro was wrapped in lightning, flashing and moving, attacking from all angles. Netero was as still as a mountain, and his punches were like a stone breaking the sky, with unparalleled strength. The two figures collided violently. Within a few minutes, the ground cracked, the air exploded, and large areas of trees collapsed. But the two were not injured. The movements and strength did not weaken at all. It seemed that they could fight all day and all night. Actually, they are evenly matched. The leaders of V5 were all dumbfounded. Is Hiro Aoki really a newcomer? What a joke! It's only been a week since he awakened. How come he has reached Netero's level? They had already gathered information about Hiro Aoki. According to the report of Kate Hunter, Hiro Aoki awakened his nin ability a week ago when he killed Catwoman. Then, he received 6 days of instruction from Biscuit. And on the 6th day, he killed a 30-man army alone and seriously injured Paristan. So far, V5 judged that Hiro Aoki was at the level of a first-class nin user, at the level of the 12 earthly branches. He was very close to the top 5 nin users. But he was only close. To reach the top 5 nin users, with Hiro Aoki's talent, it would take several years. And to reach Netero's level, it would take at least 10 years, right? But I didn't expect it. It was only the 7th day, and Hiro Aoki could fight Netero back and forth. No, it's not completely certain yet. The heads of one of the countries wiped the sweat off his face and said, Netero hasn't used his full strength yet, has he? Everyone was silent for a while. Then, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, they couldn't wait to agree. That's right. The 100-style cannon hasn't been used yet. Maybe Netero is holding back. It may also be that Aoki Hiroshi's ability to read is special. Although it is powerful, it lasts for a short time. That's right. Anyway, Aoki Hiroshi is definitely not that strong. The leaders of V5 comforted each other. No matter what they thought in their hearts, on the surface, they all said so. After all, it's impossible to say that Aoki Hiroshi has reached Netero's level, right? The strongest in the world in his teens? V5 can just run into a wall and die right now. Down the mountain. Biscuit was stunned and looked at the two people on the top of the mountain in disbelief. Am I dreaming? The president can't beat Aoki. No, not only that, he actually said Aoki has the upper hand. Biscuit couldn't believe her eyes. She was Netero's student and knew Netero's level very well. Although she was old and weak and her strength declined, her fighting consciousness was still sharp. Even without using nin, ordinary moves were enough to defeat most nin users. Only the level of the 5 greats could make the president spend some effort. But now, the president is already spending some effort. With the strengthening system as the core, it combines other systems to perform various moves. Flying fist. 100 arms and thousands of hands. 10,000 tons of explosive punch. My style doppel. And all these moves were cracked by Aoki Hiro. With the transformation system as the core, Aoki Hiro also performed various moves by combining other systems. Chidori style. Chidori blade. Chidori sharp spear. Chidori senbon. The moves of both sides cancel each other out. But this is unreasonable. The president has more energy and his moves are more powerful, so why is the result a tie? Biscuit widened his eyes and looked at the top of the mountain in shock. Aoki, are you using various techniques to weaken the president? What a joke, his attack timing and intention are just perfect. Biscuit was numb. How come this kid Aoki looks like he crawled out of a pile of dead bodies? Did he start fighting in the womb? Otherwise, how can you explain this outrageous fighting consciousness and killing skills? Thanks to the monthly ticket of 684268. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, 100 Styles of Guanyin. Black Thunder Mode. But, the president should use all his strength. Biscuit thought of something and shook his head. 5-in-1, complete realm of 100 style Guanyin, Aoki can't take it. It should be said that no one in the world can take it. If the president was at his peak, even a well-guarded army of 10,000 people would be defeated. Although Netero is old and his combat power has declined, 100 style Guanyin is still terrifying. This is not something Aoki can take now. Aoki will lose once 100 style Guanyin comes out. Biscuit said this, but a smile appeared on his face, saying, but it's good to see it. It's possible to feel the power of 100 style Guanyin directly, but few people have this opportunity. This failure should allow Aoki to gain a lot. Thinking like this, Biscuit turned and went down the mountain, pulling away from him. Originally, she thought that the president didn't need to use 100 style Guanyin, and ordinary moves could defeat Aoki. But she underestimated Aoki. The president will eventually use 100 style Guanyin. We can't stay at the foot of the mountain. The power of 100 style Guanyin is enough to destroy the entire mountain. Biscuit just turned around and left. On the mountain, Aoki Hiroshi and Netero were close to each other. Hey! 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 The two were panting and sweating. This was a sign of seriousness. The original forest around them had disappeared and was completely flattened. There were hundreds of large holes on the ground, some with cracks spreading, and some with scorched soil. They were left by Netero and Aoki Hiroshi. Good boy. Netero looked extremely surprised and smiled. In terms of combat awareness and killing skills, you are better than me. To the point that we have even the 5-fold difference in our energy. The only thing I have that is better than you is the 5-in-1 mind ability. 100 style Guanyin? A thought flashed through Aoki Hiroshi's mind, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a terrible old man. He developed his mind ability to the extreme, plus the first level gene lock, but he is just on par with them? Netero at his peak was definitely B-level. No, B-level is a state, not strength. Netero at his peak was definitely close to A-level. Aoki Hiro thought to himself. In the main god space, a powerful third-level gene lock opener can easily attack from hundreds of meters to kilometers. Cut off buildings, disconnect rivers, and step on a 100-meter crater. Or face a division-level army alone. Even take a micronuclear bomb and survive. A third-level gene lock opener, with the same level of extraordinary power, is already a broken army-level strongman. Of course, this is the performance of the top third level. But Netero is also the top of the hunter world, and the top of the top, and the well-deserved world number 1. Even though he is old now, he can use the 100 style Guanyin to collapse the mountain and change the terrain. At his peak, he was definitely close to A level. But I'm not bad either. Aoki Hiro chuckled. Crack. The electric current around him began to turn black. Deep malice emanated. Hey! Netero was not surprised but delighted when he saw this, and said excitedly, you actually held back. Ha ha ha, that's great. I can use it with confidence. He put his hands together. The air in his body surged out like a wave and then rose up. These air condensed into a golden and bright thousand-armed Guanyin statue above his head. Mind 100-style Guanyin. Guanyin is 100 meters tall, majestic, and sacred, emitting pure golden light. Its appearance is like the arrival of the legendary Bodhisattva, and the light shines on a radius of 1,000 meters, and the whole mountain becomes its lotus platform. Guanyin. The V5 personnel who were broadcasting live around looked at the huge Guanyin statue in shock. Is the god's power working? Don't be silly, this is President Netero's 100-style Guanyin. No, this is the god. Avalokitesvara, please forgive my karma. Many people knelt down, crying and telling their evil deeds. Even though they knew that this was Netero's ability of mind, they could not resist the psychological shock and worshipped the 100-style Guanyin statue as a god. Ah, it's about to start, 100-style Guanyin. Biscuit looked at it with emotion and said, "It's been a long time since I saw this move. Before, I was also beaten by 100-style Guanyin, and I couldn't even take the first move. I wonder how many moves Aoki can take." Recalling the experience of being beaten, Biscuit showed pity. That was really the most serious injury she had ever suffered. Aoki will have to lie down for at least a month, right? Biscuit said to himself. V5 video conference room. The leaders looked at the huge Guanyin statue and fell into silence. The air was extremely quiet. Even across the screen, they could feel the shock. As expected of the world's strongest psychic user, Isaac Netero. He is simply a god walking on the earth. He is already 120 years old, and still so strong. When will he die? The leaders shook their heads and sighed. Generally speaking, ordinary people cannot see chi. They cannot see psychic ability either. But this is Netero's 5-in-1, perfectly sublimated move, with the characteristics of the materialization system. The materialization system means that psychic ability is materialized and can be seen by all creatures. Aoki Hiroshi can force out the 100-style Guanyin, which is very powerful. Yes, the only thing he lacks compared to Netero is time. The future world belongs to Aoki Hiroshi. This may be his first and last defeat. It is possible. The leaders sat up straight and watched the screen carefully. Intend to witness the last dance of the current strongest psychic user, Isaac Netero. Also witness the first dance of the strongest in the future. On the top of the mountain, Aoki Hiro looked at the huge Guanyin statue with an equally shocked expression. As a person facing it at close range, he could feel the power of the 100-style Guanyin even more. The momentum alone made it difficult for him to breathe. Very strong. Incomparably strong. But realm is not completely equal to combat power. Black Thunder Mode. Aoki Hiro exhaled lightly, and the dark lightning around him became more intense. Violent. Fierce. Cold. The electric currents intertwined and merged, forming a dark armor that seemed to be formed in the abyss of hell. Oh! Netero watched with interest, waiting for Aoki Hiro to complete the move. What is that? The V5 personnel who were broadcasting live around were all stunned. Dark, lightning. It's so uncomfortable. Me too. It feels like there's a stone pressing on my heart. Just looking at this lightning makes me feel very uncomfortable. All these personnel felt uncomfortable and felt cold in their hearts. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 25, Hell Thrust, 4 Penetrations. Hey! In the distance, Bizuji suddenly froze. She saw a flash of black lightning, which spread like malice under the golden light of Guanyin. Black lightning. The leaders of V5 looked at the live broadcast screen in surprise. Is it Aoki Hiroshi? Does he have any spare energy? On the top of the mountain, under the gaze of countless people. Crack! The armor made of black lightning was put on Aoki Hiroshi. The lines of the armor were sharp and the edges were ferocious. When Aoki Hiroshi wore it, he looked like he was haunted by an evil beast, or like he was possessed by a ghost, emitting a strong evil spirit that was almost materialized. The golden light of Bei-ishi Guanyin was suppressed. The black lightning and the majestic golden light offset each other in mid-air, with the two people as the center. On the top of the mountain, there was a situation of two colors of light, one black and one gold, facing each other. 5 in 1. Netero was stunned for a moment, but immediately shook his head. No, it lacks the materialization system, it's just 4 in 1. It can be seen by the naked eye, it's the effect of the transformation system. But it's perfect enough. The 4 in 1 Aoki Hiroshi's power surged. This made Netero's sense of crisis increase by more than 10 times. He even had a feeling that if a fight really started, he might really be killed. The young are formidable. Netero smiled with relief and sighed. The live broadcast staff around him had changed their faces. You are kidding. This momentum is already on par with Netero. Does Aoki Hiroshi really want to fight Netero to the end? Let's retreat. That's right, once Netero gets serious, this mountain won't be able to stand. Far away. Is this your true strength, Aoki? Biscuit looked at him in surprise, his face full of entanglement. Although the momentum is enough to compete with Bei-ishi Guanyin, the realm is still a little bit worse. After all, the president is in the 5 in 1 complete realm. Keep fighting, Aoki, you won't be beaten to death, right? Biscuit shuddered when she thought of the horror of Bei-ishi Guanyin. She had seen Netero's full-strength attack many years ago. That scene was similar to a missile attack. At that time, a forest collapsed and fell to the ground cracked and collapsed, and the plain turned into a basin. President, you better be careful, don't beat Aoki to death. Biscuit murmured. V5 video conference room. The heads of state of all countries looked at the screen in disbelief. What does Hiroshi Aoki want to do? Does he want to defeat Netero? How is that possible? Even if he has excellent talent, isn't he too impatient? Yes, Netero is not yet decayed, and it is not time for Hiroshi Aoki to replace him. They were separated by the screen and could not feel the momentum of the two people on the spot. All they could see was the dark lightning and the golden light dividing the space on the top of the mountain. One on the left and the other on the right, black and gold opposed each other. From the picture, the golden light of the 100-style Guanyin had the upper hand. The dark lightning was like a poisonous snake, spreading and crawling. Although dangerous, it was not as magnificent as the 100-style Guanyin. Hiroshi Aoki is going to be seriously injured. That's right. If Netero doesn't hold back, he might be killed. I really hope for the worst. This may be a good opportunity for us to alienate the Hunter Association. The leaders of V5 looked at the screen excitedly. On the top of the mountain. Hell's Hand. Aoki Hiro let out a breath, with lightning flashing in his breath, and the blackness jumped. He raised one hand and put his fingers together. Forebook thrust. Whoosh. Aoki Hiro's figure disappeared. Black Thunder Mode and 4 in 1 and First Order Gene Lock and Hell's Thrust. Quadruple Lever. The power of this attack was superimposed to an extremely terrifying degree. Sizzle. The air was filled with the sound of tearing cloth. Bang bang. The ground exploded, and a 10-meter deep pit was trampled out. Aoki Hiro's figure was like a shuttle, like a sharp and cold black spear, tearing through the air and piercing Netero. 100-style Guanyin 90th style. Netero folded his hands and took a stance. Swish. The 100-style Guanyin above him shone with golden light. 1,000 slender arms suddenly merged into one, turning into a pair of pure and bright new palms. This pair of brand new palms, like colored glass, crystal clear and flawless. Swish. These palms fell suddenly, like a huge rock falling from the sky. The speed was so fast that the surrounding air was squeezed and turned into smoke and scattered everywhere. The next moment, the black spear and the colored glass palm collided with each other. Boom! A huge explosion occurred between the two. The space within a radius of 100 meters seemed to shake. Not good. The live broadcast staff nearby had already fled quickly. The next moment, a large amount of light gushed out, carrying high-temperature airflow and shock waves, like a real hurricane, sweeping in all directions. Boom! This huge shock lasted for 7 seconds before it gradually subsided. With the hill as the center, the vegetation within a radius of 500 meters was all shattered and destroyed, revealing bare soil. And this hill, which was used as a battlefield. There was actually a huge crack, starting from the top of the mountain and spreading to the bottom of the mountain. From a distance, it looked like a flash of lightning that split the hill in half. Since then, the mountain has been split in two. Silence. The live broadcast staff who left the scene early, noticing something was wrong, looked at the broken mountain in shock. These two monsters. Are they really human? What a joke, the psychic user is too strong. I actually live in the same world with such a dangerous guy. Everyone's face changed, and their hearts were trembling. Many of them had only heard of Netero's name, but had never seen Netero's power with their own eyes. They didn't understand the weight of the title of the world's strongest psychic user. But now, they completely understood. The so-called strongest is a single person who is above all countries. So scary. Our V5's enemies are actually such monsters. I don't want to do this job anymore. With these two monsters, V5 is no match at all. Yet, with their super mobility, even missiles are useless and can't hit them at all. At this moment, the faces of V5 employees were full of fear. Thanks to Dajawai.Quizhuyafandu for the monthly ticket. Thank you to Yuanchi Tianwang Pangu for the monthly ticket. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 The Realm Above the Perfect Realm. In the distance. It's a tie. Biscuit looked at the hill, his face full of disbelief. That's the 5-in-1 Hyakushiki cannon. You actually defeated Hyakushiki cannon in a head-on collision. Aoki, have you reached the strongest level in the world? Using the skill of condensation, she gathered the energy in her eyes. Biscuit's eyesight increased several times. Even with strong light, explosions, and hurricanes, she still watched the whole process. The pitch-black spear transformed by Aoki Hiro pierced through Hyakushiki cannon's hands, including his forearms, elbows, and upper arms. The terrible piercing even came to Netero. Although, he eventually ran out of power and was bounced away by the golden light force field around Hyakushiki cannon. But Biscuit could see clearly. The pitch-black armor on Aoki Hiro was not damaged and was still intact. In other words, he could continue to attack. I had already overestimated you, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated you, Aoki. Biscuit took a deep breath, his mood was so agitated that it was difficult to calm down. You can already be called the new strongest nin user in the world. Although it's only 4-in-1, not 5-in-1. But in terms of combat power, no one can match you. In the meeting room of V5. All the leaders widened their eyes and stared at the live screen nervously. After the strong wind and smoke dissipated, two figures stood on each side of the broken mountain. They seemed unaffected. Aoki Hiroshi was still wearing thunder armor, with a fierce aura and flashing electric light. Netero still folded his hands, calm and composed, and the 100-style guanyin above him slowly restored thousands of arms. Obviously, both of them had spare strength. Impossible. One leader couldn't help but exclaimed, fighting head-on with Netero, he was actually unscathed. Other leaders also showed a look of shock. It's actually a tie. It's unbelievable that he can tie with Netero. Aoki Hiroshi's strength has reached the world's strongest level. Damn it, the Hunter Association will continue to put pressure on us. Let's worry about his revenge for our attack first. Yet, you can't fool a person like that by pushing the blame on Paristan. The leaders looked ugly. Especially, those who formulated and participated in the attack plan had a livid face and no blood. Think about it for a while. The world's strongest non-ability user took revenge. That kind of situation made them shudder. There is no way to resist. Even if Aoki Hiroshi showed such an attitude, the people around them, their subordinates, would immediately rebel and tie them up to please Aoki Hiroshi. Damn it, why would there be such a monster? Stop talking, just admit defeat. Don't resist in vain, don't even save your dignity. Formulating a plan to kill is definitely the biggest failure in my career. Haha, who would have thought that Aoki Hiroshi is so perverted? The atmosphere in the video conference room was gloomy. Many leaders' faces were covered with cold sweat and their eyes were in panic. They had already foreseen their own end. On the top of the mountain, Aoki Hiroshi and Netero smiled at each other and each released their non-ability. Swish! The black thunder dissipated, and the 100-style Guanyin disappeared. The terrifying and oppressive momentum no longer enveloped this mountain. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, filling the airflow gap caused by the explosion just now. Countless dust flew. But none of them touched Aoki Hiroshi and Netero. Around the two of them, a circle of barriers formed by chi isolated the outside world. This is already instinct for the strong. I didn't expect that I lost. Netero jumped lightly, jumped over the big crack in the middle, and landed on the half of the mountain on Aoki Hiroshi's side. He looked down at his hands and sighed. Then, he spread them out for Aoki Hiroshi to see. Your black lightning is so powerful that it penetrated the glass arm of the 100-style Guanyin, penetrated the golden force field, and still had enough power to hurt me. Netero said in admiration. A burnt mark appeared in the palms of his hands. The mark was tortuous, like a sharp line. It was the mark caused by the black lightning. My moves are just concentrated power, not as comprehensive as the president's. Aoki Hiro smiled and shook his head, saying seriously, if the president counterattacked at that time, I'm afraid I would be directly beaten into the black lightning mode. When Netero used the 100-style Guanyin, he could also move. So, when Aoki Hiro penetrated everything and came in front of Netero, that was the real confrontation with the big boss. Different paths, nothing to compare. Netero didn't care, waved his hand and said, what's more, if I'm not mistaken, your hell stab can burst out stronger power. You are stronger than me in single-round lethality. After all, mine is 5-in-1, while yours is only 4-in-1. Aoki Hiro smiled but said nothing. Neither side tried their best. After all, it was just a competition. The strongest power of hell stab is only one finger, one hand. The strongest power of 100 styles of Guanyin is 0 style, where the 1,000 hands are like a seal around the enemy, and then a strong breath is emitted from the mouth. This is the strongest power of the two. Of course, they will not feel good after using it. Speaking of which, President, have you ever thought about the path above complete realm? Aoki Hiro suddenly said. Oh. Netero looked surprised, then nodded solemnly, and said, I would like to hear more. As the world's strongest mind ability user, it is impossible that he has not thought about a higher realm. However, there is no more energy to pursue. But the desire in my heart will not stop. I heard from Biscuit that you, the president, have found 2 paths to the perfect realm. Aoki Hiro slowly spoke, and various information emerged in his mind. President Netero's qualifications are undoubtedly terrible. From nothing to something, he found the perfect realm. However, limited by the world background and the background of the times, his vision could not see further. But Aoki Hiro knows what the scenery is like at a higher place. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27, The Incarnation Outside the Body and the Spirit Inside the Body. C level, Initial Energy Circuit. B level, Complete Energy Circuit. A level, Energy Circuit Qualitative Change, triggering the sublimation of individual life, life level upgrade. S level, is Transcendence. Aoki Hiroshi's mind was filled with thoughts. According to this logic, an ability only needs to build a complete energy circuit to be promoted from C level to B level. Netero has already done this. Complete Realm is the method of building a complete energy circuit that he figured out after birth. At this point, the energy circuit has come to an end. People who lack guidance may get stuck at this step for decades or even hundreds of years. Netero got stuck here. Although an ability has the effect of longevity, it is just that, and it cannot make people live longer. As a result, Netero's energy declined and it was difficult to understand that blank paper. If you want to be promoted from B level to A level, you must qualitatively change the energy circuit and improve your life level. I think there are also two paths to the perfect realm. Aoki Hiro stretched out two fingers and gestured to Netero, outside the body, and the spirit hidden in the body. Boom. These words sounded like a loud bell to Netero, giving him a head-on blow. He opened his eyes wide in shock, and his expression changed violently. The invisible barrier that blocked him seemed to suddenly pierce a gap under Aoki Hiro's words, allowing him to glimpse the scenery behind. Outside the body, the spirit hidden in the body. Netero murmured, his eyes flashing and getting brighter and brighter. So that's it. So it can be like this. I understand. I completely understand. He laughed suddenly and roared to the sky. The aura in his body was surging, like wind and thunder, violently surging and surging. Ha ha ha. Netero laughed happily, and his momentum rose rapidly. 70%. 80%. 90%. 100%. I saw that higher realm. Netero laughed loudly. His lost strength was restored and he returned to the peak at this moment. Boom. The huge laughter echoed on the broken mountain. It seemed that everything in the radius of 1,000 meters was responding to Netero's joy and excitement. In the distance, the live broadcast staff of V5 heard the laughter and ran faster. They were afraid that Netero would stop them for a moment. Go, go. Step on the accelerator. Don't look back. They looked panicked and fled frantically. Even if Netero had a good reputation and had no ill will towards those who followed orders, they could not feel at ease. Because the disparity in power was the biggest danger. Just like an elephant sneezing, it might make the ants on the roadside fly to who knows where. Damn it! The leaders of V5 saw the last scene of the live broadcast, and Netero laughed up to the sky. Their expressions became even uglier. These two have a good relationship. Don't drive a wedge between them. Another Jinfulis. Why isn't this guy one of ours? The leader of V5 beat his chest and stamped his feet, envious. In the distance. Ah, the president's aura. Biscuit was approaching the mountain, and suddenly looked up, surprised and said, "Is it true? It's actually recovering to its peak." Could it be that this battle made the president realize something? Only those who were at the scene and were non-users would find that Netero's aura had grown rapidly and recovered to his prime. Moreover, it was more condensed, deep, and heavy. It seemed that some special changes were about to happen. Shouldn't it be Aoki who should have realized it? Biscuit scratched her head and quickened her pace. She was very curious about what happened to the two people on the mountain. On the top of the mountain, Aoki Hiro smiled and Netero roared happily. After a while, Netero calmed down his excitement, looked at Aoki Hiro with surprise, and said, "Thank you Aoki, I saw the world above the perfect realm." After realizing the secret of B-level promotion to A-level, Netero's broken path was reconnected. From now on, even aging can't hinder Netero's progress. I just said it casually. It's you, the president, who is so good that I can understand the way forward. Aoki Hiroshi said without taking credit. He shook his head. After all, he just mentioned it. It was Netero himself who really took that step. I won't say any more nonsense, Aoki, I will remember this favor. Netero shook his head and said solemnly. Without Aoki Hiroshi's casual talk, I'm afraid he won't figure out what to do next until he dies. I'm glad I can help you. Aoki Hiroshi smiled and said, it just so happens that I have something to do and I want your help. You say? I want to fight the Ant King. Really? Netero was not surprised and nodded calmly. Then, Aoki Hiroshi told Netero his idea. Netero was a little surprised after hearing this, but he still nodded. Well, I will ask Zeno to help. His ability to read is very suitable for high altitudes. Thank you, President. Aoki Hiroshi said with a smile. At this time, Biscuit also came to check on the two people. After confirming that both of them were fine, he was completely relieved and called to cancel those reservations. The three of them went down the mountain together. Biscuit heard about the content above Perfect Realm and also understood it. He looked at Aoki Hiroshi in shock. You guy, are you the reincarnation of the god of reading ability? Aoki Hiroshi and Netero were amused and laughed. The three of them went down the mountain in a relaxed atmosphere. At the same time, the news that Netero and Aoki Hiroshi fought with all their strength on Mount Tickle quickly spread to the ears of other non-users. Hunter Association. The president and Aoki Hiroshi fought with all their strength and ended in a tie. The 12 earthly branches frowned when they heard the news. Impossible. It's definitely fake. How could the president tie with a newcomer? The president must have let me win. Domian Ren, which newspaper is talking nonsense? The 12 earthly branches stared at Domian Ren who said this. They didn't believe this news at all. Please give me ratings. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28, Sharing Higher Level Secrets and Gaining Luck. It's all true. Domian sighed and said helplessly, the people from V5 are at the scene and have released the video and photos. The president did not let us off, and used all the 100 styles of Guanyin. The mountain where they fought was directly cracked and split into two halves. Hearing this, the 12 earthly branches couldn't believe it and looked at Domian in amazement. You can use your own channels to verify it. Domian said. Hearing this, the 12 earthly branches all took out their mobile phones. Send text messages. Log into a chat room. Enter the dark web. Call. They confirmed the authenticity of the news through various means. Suddenly, the 12 earthly branches were all dumbfounded, sitting there in a daze, unable to digest this heavy news for a while. How long has Aoki Hiroshi awakened his nin ability? Is he still human? I'm still practicing. No wonder Palestine was beaten and seriously injured and ran away. No, Palestine was able to escape. Terrible, the newcomers nowadays are really terrible. Zaldik family. Ding-ling-ling. Isaac Netero. The strongest killer in active service, Gino frowned as he looked at the number on his phone. This is a guy he hates. Because the personalities and styles of both parties are completely incompatible, but he can't do anything about Netero. Humph. Zeno snorted unhappily, but still answered the phone. Because he knew that Netero would not call him if it was not a serious matter. Click. The phone was connected, and Netero's cheerful and happy voice came out. Good afternoon, Gino. I'll tell you a piece of news in advance. I had a fight with Aoki Hiroshi and used the 100 styles of Guanyin, but I didn't win. Although this kid is a newcomer, he has completed the 4-in-1 and his strength has reached my level. Zeno was puzzled. He took the phone away and looked at the number on it in surprise. I wonder if someone is pretending to be Netero. How can such an outrageous thing be said? Newcomer, 4-in-1, your level. Gino sneered, are you talking in your sleep, Netero? No, 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 the news will spread soon. You can find it out if you spend some time now. Netero retorted with a smile. Zeno frowned even deeper. He turned and walked out of the house and went to the family hall. In the hall, his son Silva was looking closely at a piece of information in his hand. The face that was usually as stiff as wood, at this moment, actually opened his eyes wide, showing an extremely surprised expression. Father! Shiba looked up and handed the information in his hand to Zeno in horror. Zeno took it, glanced at it, and accurately found the name of Aoki Hiro on it. His eyes suddenly shrank. Realized that what Netero said was true. So, Zeno returned the information to his son, turned around and walked to the garden outside, and said to the phone, are you reminding me, Netero? Don't worry, the Zaldik family can kill anyone. But we won't accept any orders randomly. The other end of the phone. Netero laughed and said, you misunderstood, I just shared a good news. Then you have completed it, is there anything else? Zeno's face darkened. Of course. Netero's voice was brisk, revealing an indescribable ease, and he smiled, I have comprehended the realm above the perfect realm. Please tell your father and grandfather for me, okay? What? Zeno was stunned. He couldn't maintain his expression. The reason why Netero is the strongest in the world is because he has found the perfect realm and entered that realm. Except Netero, others can only achieve 4-in-1. Including him, Zeno. And his father and grandfather, although they took the path opened up by Netero, also entered the perfect realm. But it is much worse than Netero, the founder. This realm, even a genius, needs to spend a lifetime of hard work to enter. You, at your age, you can actually go further. Zeno said in shock. Netero is already 120 years old. All of them think that Perfect Realm is Netero's peak. After Perfect Realm, we have to wait for the next genius of mind ability to help the world open a new door. But unexpectedly, this old guy actually had a last burst of light. Prepare to live another life? Hehe, go and tell them for me. Netero paused, his voice became serious, and said, outside the body hides the spirit. Outside the body hides the spirit. Zeno chewed on this, his eyes lit up. He also understood something. Tell them, I hope they can go further, so that I may be able to explore the dark continent with my old friends again. Netero said, and hung up the phone. Zeno's expression became completely serious. He turned around and ran into Kukolo Mountain to tell his retired father and grandfather the news. NGL Autonomous Country. Aoki Hiro enjoyed Miss Cookie's massage to relieve his fatigue. He not only did not object to Netero telling some old friends the secrets of a higher realm, but also fully supported it. Just think about it, a group of people stuck in B level suddenly realized and promoted to A level. How much will this change the plot? How much luck will it bring? A level is aligned with the fourth level, which is the first level of qualitative change in life. Even if there is no extraordinary, but only a fourth level gene lock, you can get a long life by adjusting the genes. Not to mention, it has extraordinary power itself. Aoki Hiro thought secretly. In some small worlds, the A-level realm can already be called a god. Of course, the real god realm is to align with the fourth level and ignite the divine fire. Incarnation outside the body. Build a new body through the 5-in-1, then take off the old body, escape into the new body, and become HE life. Hide the spirit in the body. Contain the fruits of the 5 major systems in one body and transform them into energy creatures. These two paths actually lead to the same destination. I just don't know how many old monsters will enter the A level because of this. Aoki Hiroshi smiled curiously and entered a 30-minute high-quality sleep. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Boss. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29 Creating a Thunderstorm. That night, Netero received a call from Zeno. The Zaldik family owes you 3 times. Zeno said. You are so polite. Netero laughed and changed the subject, saying, it just so happens that I have something to trouble you with, Zeno. Netero told Zeno about the request on the phone. Zeno agreed directly after hearing it, it's not a big deal, I'll take it. After a pause, Zeno said again, this is a normal commission, not one of the 3 times you owe. After that, he hung up the phone. Netero laughed and looked at the time. After waiting for 30 minutes, he found Aoki Hiro and told him that the request was done. Thank you, President. Aoki Hiro's eyes flashed with joy, and his expression became excited. In his plan, Zeno is a backup plan. In case he can't deal with the Ant King, he can use extra strength. When are you going to start? Netero asked. Let's do it tomorrow. Aoki Hiro thought for a while and said. Okay. Netero nodded, and then said, I am very confident in your strength, but there is one thing to note. The chimera ant race can devour the advantages of other species and strengthen its own genes. Among them, the Ant King has the best genome. Its vitality, resistance to blows, and physical strength are definitely better than ours. You have to be careful about this. Aoki Hiro nodded seriously, indicating that he remembered it. This is indeed the reason why Netero was defeated in the original work. The Ant King's recovery ability is too strong. It's like an indestructible cockroach, while taking on the 100-style Guanyin, it adapts and becomes stronger. Chimera ants have some characteristics of the 4th level. And such a terrible race is on the verge of extinction in the Dark Continent and needs to flee to the human world. I really don't know what the situation is in the Dark Continent of this world. Aoki Hiro was a little curious. But he didn't stay for long, probably only 1 month left. And it will continue to shorten. Because Netero shared the phrase incarnation outside the body, spirit inside the body, countless old monsters have understood it and broken through the shackles. This brought luck to Aoki Hiro, but also made him more rejected by the world consciousness. The next day. NGL Autonomous Country. In the King's Palace. This country has been owned by me. The Ant King sat on the throne, looking at the blood all over the ground with satisfaction. The original royal family, guards, maids, ministers, etc. were all killed. The palace changed hands. King, it only takes 3 days to kill all the humans in this country. Owl Yapfu knelt on one knee on the ground and said respectfully. Very good. The Ant King nodded happily. King, when will we attack outside? Mengtutu Yupi asked. Ha ha ha, don't worry. The Ant King laughed and said, you have already developed the ability of mind, and your strength is far beyond when you were just born. After killing all the humans in this country, we will go out and rule the entire human world. This weak race does not deserve to own such a vast and high-quality land. Hearing the words of the Ant King, the 2 guards bent down in admiration. They are different from before. During this period, they not only mastered their own chi, but also developed their own nin ability. Their strength is more than 3 times stronger than before. Even the cat girl Neferpito is no match for them now. It's a pity for Neferpito. The Ant King also thought of the cat girl and shook his head regretfully. She is the strongest among you, but unfortunately, she was killed before she developed her nin ability. Owl Yapufu and Mengtutu Yupi also looked gloomy. Neferpito is the most outstanding guard among them. If they were still alive, I'm afraid they would have killed all the people in the NGL autonomous country and attacked the outside world. You go kill people, I'll read some human books here. The Ant King stood up, walked down the throne, and said, "Although they are weak, the books they have accumulated on chess, music, painting, novels, etc. are quite interesting." "Yes." the 2 guards responded. Suddenly, the Ant King stopped, looked up at the sky, and smiled coldly. "How dare the humans outside come in? Looking for death? Xiao Yapufu, Meng Tutu Yupi, kill all the non-users who come in." The 2 guards were shocked, and then their expressions became gloomy. "Damn humans! NGL is already their territory, and they dare to come in." "Yes, King." *2. The 2 guards walked out of the palace with gloomy faces. Their circle instantly expanded to more than several kilometers, covering the entire royal city. At the same time, they also noticed a giant dragon flying in the sky. And Long Baishan, a middle-aged human. Hoo! 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 The wind was howling in the sky, and the airflow was rapid. "Have you been discovered?" Zeno stood on the dragon's back and noticed that he was covered by a strange circle, and his eyebrows raised immediately. What an exaggerated race, with a natural huge energy, and the range of circle is so large. Under his feet, there is a purple oriental dragon. This is his telepathy, releasing the dragon head play painting. But at this height, they can't touch me. Genyo glanced at the ground, and then looked away without caring. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He swung his hands and threw out special rain and fog explosives one by one. After these explosives were thrown out, they exploded one after another, releasing special substances that condensed water mist. In an instant, a thick dark cloud condensed over the royal city. The high and low air pressure caused the air to flow rapidly, and the electric charges jumped during the friction, forming lightning. Boom! The faint lightning appeared in the dark cloud. And once it appeared, it quickly grew larger, and thick lightning like a giant python emerged. Rumble! Soon, bursts of huge thunder sounded continuously. "You asked me to create a thunderstorm specifically to borrow this power." Genyo threw all his bombs, and a look of curiosity flashed across his face. However, he did not stay for long. The increasingly dense thunder could easily strike him. Genyo controlled the giant dragon under his feet, flew away from the sky above the royal city, and landed on a mountain outside the city. Thanks to the Big Brother Mist Riker for the reward. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, Clouds Moving in All Directions. On the top of the mountain, Netero stood with his hands behind his back, his aura as majestic as a deep abyss. "Aren't you leaving, Gino?" Netero asked. "This is a rare opportunity. I also want to see what kind of style the young man who revealed the secret of the road ahead has," Gino said. He removed the dragon head and the aura was wrapped around him again. He walked to Netero's side. Gino looked in the direction of the royal city and frowned. "Just now when I was in the sky, 2 circles enveloped me. It should be the 2 guarding chimera ants. What a terrible race! Not only is their aura huge, but the range of circles is also amazingly wide." Gino's words did not change Netero's expression. "After all, they are a race from the Dark Continent," Netero said lightly. "That young man, do you have any battle plan?" Gino glanced at him and asked. Netero shook his head. "No plan, just kill in like this." Gino frowned even deeper. This frontal style of hard steel is completely incompatible with his killer style. If it were anyone else, Zeno would have started to ridicule. But it was Aoki Hiro who said the incarnation outside the body, the spirit inside the body, pointing out the way forward. Zeno was silent for a moment, and said tactfully, "That's a bit troublesome. If you go in head-on, you will be discovered by the 2 circles in the first place. Then, you have to face a large number of ordinary chimera ants. Before you see the guards, I'm afraid you will have to consume a lot of physical strength, not to mention defeating the guards to see the Ant King. Netero listened calmly, his expression unmoved. He didn't seem to think that such a battle plan was very unreasonable. It doesn't matter, Netero said calmly. Zeno looked at Netero in confusion, and could only guess that there might be other preparations in secret. Around the royal city, at various locations, people from V5 were in place with equipment, filming the situation in the city. Through the live broadcast screen, the leaders of V5 were shocked to see teams of chimera ants patrolling and investigating the streets of the royal city. Each of these ordinary chimera ants is strong and sturdy. If they face human soldiers, they can suppress a tactical team of 5 people alone. This is the huge advantage brought by the racial talent. Have they developed such a large number in such a short time? A leader said with an uneasy expression. It is indeed a dangerous race. Even the defeated of the Dark Continent should not be underestimated. NGL is completely finished. Many leaders frowned. Such a large number of chimera ants, even they have to pay a huge price to solve it. Not good. In the live broadcast, the scream of the non-ability user suddenly sounded. Then, the screen shook. It seems that something happened. What's the situation? The leaders' faces tightened and they hurriedly asked about the situation. After a while, the picture stabilized again, and a hired non-ability user appeared in the picture. Your Excellencies, have we been discovered by the Chimera Ants Circle? The non-ability user said. Circle. The leaders were surprised. That's right. The non-user nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, this is an advanced technique to emit chi and sense the outside world. But there is a side effect. The circle is made of chi. So when the circle senses the enemy will also sense the existence of the circle. Just now, I sensed 2 circles falling on us. The leaders fell silent. The non-user had not finished speaking. He continued, what's even more terrifying is that the chimera ants that used the circle were inside the palace. But they sensed us outside the royal city. This shows a terrifying thing. The chimera ants circle has an exaggerated range of 3 kilometers. After saying this, the heads of V5 all changed their expressions, and many of them took a deep breath. The circle of a first-rate non-user is only 50 meters. The circle of the top 5 non-users is only a few hundred meters. But the chimera ants can reach 3 kilometers. This is a difference of more than 10 times. I have discussed this with the non-users who were hired together. The non-user in the picture said, we think these 2 circles belong to the 2 guards of the chimera ants. At the same time, judging by the range of the circle, the guard's temperament is at least 30 times that of humans. The Ant King who hasn't moved yet will only be more terrifying. When the non-user said this, he couldn't help but show a palpitating expression. If it weren't for the generous reward from V5, and the fact that he didn't need to fight, but only record and watch outside the royal city, he would have wanted to break the contract and run away now. In the live conference room of V5, there was silence. But soon, suddenly, someone spoke in a subtle tone. So, Chimera Ant is much stronger than Aoki Hiroshi and Netero. This was said. The eyes of all the other leaders moved, and their expressions became subtle. From the perspective of temperament, yes. The non-ability user in the picture thought for a while and affirmed, the guards of Chimera Ant are stronger than Aoki Hiroshi and President Netero. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the V5 conference room became relaxed, like ice and snow melting. I see, thank you for your analysis. Please continue to observe the situation on the scene. Yes, after the matter is done, your bonus will be doubled. Several leaders encouraged a few words and cut off the line. Live screen. It turned to shoot the entire royal city again. It's a good thing that the chimera ants are growing so fast. A leader said with a smile. The others nodded. Maybe, we can still complete the original strategic plan. That's right. To kill Netero, or to kill Aoki Hiro. If they can help us solve any one of them, the Chimera ants will be fully utilized. The leaders laughed. On the other side, outside the royal city, in the mountains and forests a little further away, many people from the 12 earthly branches also came to the scene. Do you feel it? Well, the range of circle is more than 20 times that of ours. What a terrible race! The range of circle increases, and the required chi is constantly superimposed. That is to say, the difference in the amount of chi corresponding to the circle with a range of 20 times is at least 30 or even 40 times. Hiss, this amount of chi is even greater than when the president was in his prime. The expressions of the 12 earthly branches became solemn. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Xiao Zhulong boss. Thank you for the monthly ticket of Lu Wenqing boss. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31, Head-on Attack. Do you really not need our help? One of them couldn't help but say, even if it's the president, he needs others to help contain the ordinary chimera ants and create an opportunity to face the Ant King alone, right? The other earthly branches had the same attitude. Aoki Hiroshi forced his way in, and he might have exhausted his energy before he even saw the Ant King. Maybe he has a trump card. It's also possible that Aoki Hiroshi is a cover, and the president is the one who really did it. That makes sense, the president has been watching from the front. Well, and he also asked Gino to help create thunderstorms, although it's not clear what the purpose is for the time being. The 12 earthly branches expressed their opinions. They nodded one after another. Even if Aoki Hiroshi failed, it didn't matter. The president is still here. There's no need to worry at all. Outside the royal city, a car slowly drove up and stopped in front of the city gate. The car door opened. A young man walked down. The boy was about 16 years old, with a relaxed expression, and walked casually towards the city gate. It was Aoki Hiroshi. The moment Aoki Hiro appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the three parties. They all stopped discussing and watched nervously. Swish! In their stunned eyes, Aoki Hiro gently raised his hand, and a blue electric light shot out, like a slender and sharp blade. As Aoki Hiro waved his fingers, the light blade in his hand cut into the heavy city gate in front. Swish swish swish! The light blade was like a hot knife into butter, and the light blade cut the city gate without any obstruction. After a few seconds, bang! The cut part collapsed and fell to the ground. A square gap, like an empty gate, appeared in front of Aoki Hiro. Aoki Hiro put away the light blade and walked straight in. Inside the city gate, several patrolling chimera ants looked at Aoki Hiro in surprise at this way. After a moment of stunned, the chimera ants waved their weapons and rushed towards Aoki Hiro. Kill you! Human, die! How dare you break into the king's territory! Crack! A flash of electricity appeared on Hiroshi Aoki's body, and several dazzling lightnings jumped out. The lightning instantly fell on the chimera ants in front. Zzz! More than 30 chimera ants suddenly twitched all over, their heart electrical signals were disordered, and they stopped beating. Bang bang bang! The bodies fell to the ground one by one. Aoki Hiroshi stepped over, without even a glance, and walked straight towards the direction of the palace. This scene. The three parties watching the battle outside were stunned for a moment. On the mountain. Really going to charge in head-on? Zeno looked at Netero in astonishment, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. Too reckless. Really not prepared at all? Relax. Netero smiled with ease and said calmly, "This child is a genius who has achieved the 4-in-1 at a young age and comprehended the secrets of a higher realm. What's more, he also repelled my 100-style Guanyin. Zeno, overestimate this child's strength a little bit." Hearing this, Zeno was silent and continued to look at the royal city and watch Aoki Hiroshi's performance. V5's live conference room. He broke in directly. A leader exclaimed. Then, everyone else showed a happy expression. Great! He chose the stupidest method. As expected, young people are arrogant in their bones. With so many chimera ant soldiers, he can be killed by piling them up. So arrogant. The hunters of the 12 earthly branches looked at Aoki Hiroshi through binoculars in amazement as he cut open the city gate and entered. The chimera ants are all attracted over there. Wait, the president didn't move. Are you really planning to kill your way in alone? The 12 earthly branches looked at each other with surprised expressions. Zzz. On the streets of the royal city, electric currents flashed around Aoki Hiroshi. Lightning flashed from time to time, shooting out like spears. Ah! No, I can't hide. Armor is useless. How did he know our location? Team after team of chimera ants were hit by lightning before they could get close to Aoki Hiroshi and fell to the ground and died. None of them could step into the 30-meter range around Aoki Hiroshi. Most of the chimera ants were killed by a sudden lightning strike before they saw Aoki Hiroshi. Operation System and Release System plus Circle, Heart Net. Aoki Hiro used electric current to form a force field, and he captured all the potential differences of the organisms at the first time. As long as the thought moved, the electric current of the force field would flow spontaneously. Like water flowing from high to low. Without Aoki Hiro's operation, it turned back to spontaneously hitting the approaching chimera ants. A hole. Suddenly, a chimera ant flapped its wings and flew over. He had a pair of butterfly-like antennae on his forehead, golden hair, and looked like a young human male, and was wearing a close-fitting white shirt. At first glance, he looked like a male employee working in a nightclub. But his momentum was extremely strong. One of the 3 guards, Owl Yapfu. Aoki Hiro looked at the chimera ant indifferently. In his mind, the relevant information about the other party emerged. How dare you kill so many of my people, human, you deserve to die. Owl Yapfu's face was distorted, and he stared at Aoki Hiro with great anger. The chimera ant corpses lying around him were like thorns, piercing his heart. This made Owl Yapfu extremely angry. Are you actually angry? Aoki Hiro was stunned for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. It was really funny. You kill me, I kill you, isn't it normal? It's a life and death situation, but he still thinks that only chimera ants are allowed to kill people, and humans are not allowed to kill chimera ants. I don't know if it's stupid or arrogant. Aoki Hiro laughed in his heart. Scale powder is Iquan. Owl Yapfu said in a low voice, flapping his wings violently. His scale powder spread out and merged with circle to form a unique means of perception. In this state, Owl Yapfu can sense the state of the enemy's chi, thereby judging the enemy's emotional fluctuations and implicitly reading the enemy's thoughts. It started. The 3 parties outside the royal city all stared at Aoki Hiro and Owl Yapfu. Finally, a decent opponent has come. Gino said. Ha ha ha, just in time for Aoki to warm up. Netero laughed loudly. Zeno was surprised and couldn't help but look at Netero. Owl Yapfu's temperament is 5 times theirs and more than 20 times that of Aoki Hiroshi. This kind of temperament will become very tricky even if it is not an offensive type of ability. But Netero actually said that this is just a warm-up object. In the meeting room of V5. A group of leaders looked at the live broadcast screen excitedly. Here it comes. Guardian-level chimera ant. More than 20 times the temperament difference, is it strong enough? Yes, no matter how powerful Aoki Hiroshi is, he can't make up for the temperament difference. The 12 earthly branches looked worried. Not good, the guard level came too early. Can it fly? With such a big temperament difference, Aoki Hiroshi is going to be in a tough battle. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, All 3 guards died in my hands. In the royal city. Let me see how you feel now. Xiao Yapufa showed a meaningful smile, stared at Aoki Hiro, and said with a smile, "Do you feel the huge difference in temperament between us? Are you scared? I want to run away." His voice suddenly stopped. Looking at Aoki Hiro, Xiao Yapufa looked as if he saw some kind of monster, with a horrified expression. Impossible. He looked at Aoki Hiro in disbelief and shouted, "Why haven't you changed your mood at all? Calm as dead water and empty wood, this is Aoki Hiro's current mood." This human seemed not to be afraid, and until now, there was no ripple in his heart. "Of course it's because you are not a threat at all in my eyes," Aoki Hiro said carelessly, raised his hand, and seemed to want to yawn. Whoosh! But suddenly there was a flash of lightning. Xiao Yapufa lost the figure of Aoki Hiro in front of him. Not good. His face changed drastically, and he was about to make an evasive move. Puff! A sharp pain came from his heart. Chirp! Aoki Hiro held a ball of white lightning in his hand, which pierced his heart like the chirping of birds. No! Impossible! Owl Yapfa widened his eyes and couldn't believe it. "Why, didn't I feel your killing intention? Isn't hiding killing intention a basic skill, little ant?" Aoki Hiro asked curiously. Ugh! Owl Yapfa spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body exploded and separated. Lord of the Flies. His second ability of mind ability is to divide himself into thousands of small units to avoid attacks. Stupid! Aoki Hiro shook his head and waved his hand. The white lightning in his hand suddenly burst out and turned into hundreds of thin lightning rods. Chidori Kyanban! The lightning rods fell like a rain curtain, accurately hitting every little owl Yapfa who was running away. Bang bang bang! Accompanied by a dense explosion. Thousands of classified owl Yapfa were all killed. He has a huge temperament, but no fighting skills and experience. He is too weak. Aoki Hiro patted the corner of his clothes and continued to walk towards the palace. On the surrounding streets, ordinary chimera ants stopped in fear. Even Owl Yapfu. Isn't this human too strong? Shouldn't humans be a weak race? On the mountain outside the city. So fast. Zeno couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Although he didn't think Aoki Hiro would lose, he didn't expect that he could kill a guard-level chimera ant in 2 moves. As easy as killing a stray dog on the roadside. Do you believe it now, Zeno? Netero looked at him with a smile. Zeno had to nod, and the corner of his mouth twitched and said, "I can't help but believe it." The meeting room of V5. The leaders were dumbfounded. Am I dazzled? No. Why do the guard-level chimera ants die so quickly? What about the difference in temperament of more than 20 times? Which side has more temperament? The 12 earthly branches were stunned, and then looked at each other in bewilderment. So strong. The guard-level chimera ants are as weak as children in his hands. It seems that he can really kill them all the way. It turns out that the president is really here to watch the battle. Tsitsaizi. Aoki Hiroshi was surrounded by lightning and continued to walk towards the palace in the city. Along the way. So all the chimera ants that did not have time to leave the 30-meter range of him were killed by lightning. From a distance. Aoki Hiroshi was like a harvester. When he walked through the street, the chimera ants around him fell down like wheat. Don't go over there. You will be killed. This human is not something we can deal with. We have to let the Ant King take action. Bang! The chimera ant who just said the Ant King turned around and was hit by a huge fist, and his brain burst. Shut up! Meng Tutu Yupi clenched his fist and looked at these ordinary chimera ants with cold eyes, saying, you are not qualified to say king. And you dare to cowardly flee. Go to hell. Swish, 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 more than 10 bloody flesh shot out from behind Meng Tutu Yupi. These flesh and blood, like snakes and pythons, leaped towards the nearby chimera ants and stabbed into their heads like drills. Puff puff puff. Accompanied by blood flowers, the heads of these chimera ants burst and lost their lives. Humph! Meng Tutu Yupi snorted coldly and walked towards King Muhong. He was red all over, tall, and the ground shook slightly when he walked. The whole appearance was like the legendary red evil ghost, terrifying. You actually killed Xiao Yapufu. Meng Tutu Yupi looked at King Muhong angrily, breathing heavily from his nose, and said, "Damn it! Don't you know that Xiao Yapufu is one of the king's guards? You dare to attack the king's guards, human, even if you kneel down now, I will not forgive you." Boom! As he spoke, Meng Tutu Yupi burst out with a strong momentum. 30 times the capacity. 40 times the capacity. 50 times the capacity. In an instant, Meng Tutu Yupi's energy increased to 50 times that of Aoki Hiroshi. From the perspective of the non-user, he was surrounded by clouds and rich energy, as if it had formed a substance, surging in the air. This was Meng Tutu Yupi's non ability. The more angry you are, the more power you will gain. The extreme anger will gain the extreme power. Oh! Aoki Hiroshi waved his hand calmly. Squeak! The electricity on his body gushed out, turning into a blue wolf beast, howling and rushing towards Meng Tutu Yupi. Nan beast! Meng Tutu Yupi sneered and punched. A large amount of energy gathered on his fist. Even if it was just ordinary condensation, it was dozens of times more powerful than the hardness of human non-users. This punch was enough to collapse a house. Whoosh! But the rushing wolf beast turned into lightning and flashed, deftly dodged the fist. And the body rolled up, like a thorn in the flesh, and hugged Meng Tutu Yupi's head. Squeak! Squeak! The dense electric current instantly poured into Meng Tutu Yupi's body, paralyzing him. It's useless, my body will become stronger with anger. Meng Tutu Yupi laughed, not caring about the wolf beast on his face. The dense electric current hit him, but it didn't have any effect. But in front, Aoki Hiroshi had already turned around and left. Hey, where do you want to go? Meng Tutu Yupi stretched out his hand to stop him. Squeak! The wolf beast suddenly turned into a ball of entangled lightning, and drilled into Meng Tutu Yupi's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Drilled into Meng Tutu Yupi's body. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, The Ant King flies out of the palace. What? Meng Tutu Yupi was a little flustered, his eyes were red, and he strengthened his physique and strength through anger again. But the next moment, a tingling sensation broke out from his body. How is it possible? Meng Tutu Yupi's expression was all ready, and then, his whole body flashed with dazzling lightning. Thousands of high-frequency lightning strikes in 1 second destroyed the nerve impulses of all cells in his body from the inside out, and even shattered his physical structure. Ah! Meng Tutu Yupi knelt on the ground in pain, his whole body flashing with lightning, like a criminal being tortured in a thunderstorm. In the surprised eyes of countless spectators, Meng Tutu Yupi's body began to melt, and all the cells in his body rotted into a pool of sticky pus, flowing on the ground. And the original wolf beast seemed to have swallowed up Meng Tutu Yupi's power. The azure color of the electric light quickly turned black. Roll your eyes. A black wolf beast with a lifelike appearance, clear hair, and muscles, like a living creature, appeared on the pus of Meng Tutu Yupi's corpse. Go, kill all the chimera ants in this city. Qing Muhong walked in front and said without looking back. Awoo! The black wolf beast howled to the sky, stomped on the ground with 4 feet, and splashed with tiny electric light. Like a black spear, it shuttled through the streets and alleys of the royal city at high speed, and pierced the hearts of more than 40 chimera ants in the blink of an eye. Devour the negative emotions and resentment of the creatures before death to create black thunder. It saves me a lot of energy. This trick is well developed. As Qing Muhong walked into the palace, he evaluated the trick he developed last night on a whim. Outside the city, Zeno was silent, but the twitching corners of his eyes well explained his mood. "Is it okay, Zeno?" Netero glanced at him with a half-smile, and said, "Can you ask the strongest person in the world who can release the ability of telepathy to give affirmation?" Zeno's eyes twitched even more. "Affirmation? Bullshit." If his dragon head painting was placed in front of the pitch-black wolf beast, it would be torn to pieces. It's Aoki Hiro who should be sure of him. V5 Live Conference. 2 guards, just gone like that? A leader asked in disbelief. The others also looked blank and dazed. It seems that they haven't come back to their senses yet. Chimera ants, aren't they a little weak? Yeah, was there a mistake before? This is not actually a dangerous species chimera ant. Don't be silly, it's just that Aoki Hiro is stronger. Sometimes you have to admit that the top telepaths are really monsters. The 12 earthly branches also looked dazed. So fast. And so strong. That mind beast looks scary. 2 guards were killed easily. If I were there, I would probably die just as easily. They looked at each other, their expressions bitter. Have all these years of practice been in vain? Compared to Aoki Hirokazu, the so-called 12 earthly branches and 3-star hunters are completely worthless. Enter the palace. In the hall, a dark green humanoid creature was sitting on the stairs, flipping through a book on chess. The creature's tail was swaying slowly. In front of him, there was a Go board with dozens of black and white pieces on it. "Your human chess skills are really interesting." The Ant King suddenly closed the book and smiled at Aoki Hiro, who came in. His aura was not outward. Instead, it was condensed around, like a mountain, sitting in the palace hall. Anyone who faces the Ant King will be under tremendous pressure. "Are you reading an introductory book?" Aoki Hiro glanced at the book in the Ant King's hand and nodded. "That's right, introductory books are for children aged 5 or 6, and are specially written to be simple and interesting. You are not even a month old yet. Just right for you." Swish! The book was thrown at him angrily by the Ant King, interrupting Aoki Hiro's words. "Are you angry?" Aoki Hiro turned his head to avoid it and looked at him with a smile. "I killed 3 of your guards, and you were not angry, but you were angry because of a book. The dead guys are all trash." The Ant King stood up, raised his chin, and said arrogantly, "Trash, not qualified to be my guard." "Pa pa pa." Aoki Hiro applauded in admiration. Because of his intervention, the Ant King had not had time to meet Xiaomei, so he had no feelings. In his mind, he was thinking about the law of the jungle. At the same time, he did not get his own name, Miruem. "You are very good to be able to kill my 3 guards, human." The Ant King looked at Aoki Hiro and said in a condescending tone, "Now kneel down and kiss my feet, I can consider converting you into my race and becoming my new guard." "Cerebral palsy." Aoki Hiro sneered. "Zzz." The next moment, the electric current on his body flashed, and his figure was like light and shadow, flying towards the Ant King. Chidori. Aoki Hiro didn't waste any words, and directly used Chidori to accelerate and pierce the Ant King. "It's useless." The Ant King didn't dodge at all, and raised his hand to take it hard. Condensation. A large amount of air gathered on his palm, forming a thick barrier. Crackling. The Chidori pierced the barrier, and the dense electric current was agitated, but it was all offset. "I am not those 2 trash." The Ant King smiled proudly and said, I have the best genes, the most perfect body, and the most powerful mind of the chimera ants. This attack can't hurt me at all. Squeak! Before he finished speaking, the electric current on Aoki Hiro suddenly turned into a more violent black thunder. These black thunders instantly intertwined to form a black armor, which was put on Aoki Hiro, causing Aoki Hiro's power to surge. Ferocious, cold. In an instant, strong malice emanated from Aoki Hiro. Hey! The Ant King was in a trance for a moment. At the same time, Aoki Hiro held Chidori's hand, turned it into a pair of fingers, and the 4 fingers were like knives, stabbing at the Ant King. Hell thrust four-handed. Bang! The air exploded, and the Ant King was like being hit by a high-speed truck, and was hit and flew out. Bang 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 bang! He crashed through dozens of walls in a row and flew out of the palace. Bang! After flying for hundreds of meters, the Ant King crashed into a house, creating a 10-meter deep hole on the ground. Such power! The Ant King staggered, stood up, and his face was full of surprise. How interesting! The ability of mind can be so strong. Very good, this power is worth my effort to practice. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34. Now it's 3-pointer. As he spoke, the dust on the Ant King's body fell off, revealing his right arm with white bones. The muscles of his forearm had lost more than 2/3. At the same time, a hideous crack spread from his arm to his shoulder, eroding all the way to his neck and chest. The eroded scars were burnt, hard, and steaming. These were the injuries left by Aoki Hiroshi's Black Thunder. Of course, in addition to these, there were also bruises, broken bones, damaged internal organs, large-scale bleeding, etc. caused by the collision. But they were not worth mentioning, because all the injuries were healing quickly. In a breath, the Ant King's entire arm was restored to its original state, and his muscles were full and firm again. And the Ant King's chi only dropped by 1/30. This 1/30 drop was the result of the double consumption of recovery from injuries and the resistance to hardness just now. What a strong recovery ability! In the meeting room of V5, a hint of expectation appeared on the faces of the leaders. As expected of a race from the Dark Continent, the Ant King is more terrifying than the 2 guards. Aoki Hiro, there's no way to defeat him easily, right? The real battle is about to begin. On the top of the mountain, Gino's expression became serious, staring closely at the battlefield of the palace. I'm not sure I can deal with this Ant King. Netero, what about you? Can you kill this Ant King? Faced with Gino's question, Netero said calmly, before I comprehend the complete realm or above, I'm not sure. What about Aoki Hiro? Gino asked. Let me put it this way, I'm not absolutely sure of winning against Aoki now. Netero said seriously. Zeno turned around and looked at Netero in shock. In the distance, is the recovery ability so strong? The faces of the 12 earthly branches became solemn. As expected of the Ant King who has gathered the best genes. Yes, his temperament and physique are both better than humans. Aoki Hiroshi is going to be in a tough fight. In the palace. Crack! A human figure wearing a pitch-black lightning armor walked out of the palace. The smile on the Ant King's face froze. A more ferocious, more fierce, and colder aura emanated from Aoki Hiroshi. Not just the Ant King. At this moment, all the spectators were stunned. How did he become more terrifying? The head of V5 was full of surprise and confusion. Wasn't that his full strength move just now? Yes, that's the move that helped him tie Netero. No way, he held back when fighting Netero. What is that? Zeno's expression changed, and he was shocked. I can still feel a strong threat from such a distance. Netero also showed a surprised expression, thinking to himself. Sure enough, Aoki didn't use his full strength that day. Impossible, that move just now should have been his limit. The 12 earthly branches seemed to have their worldviews impacted, and their expressions were extremely shocked. Even the president's 100-style Guanyin has only that much power. Can he be even stronger? Is he a human missile? Hell thrust. Aoki Hiroshi retracted a finger on his hand. From the original 4 fingers, it became 3 fingers. He stared at the Ant King and said lightly, 3-handed. Hiss. The air was cut open, making a rapid tearing sound. Fast. Extremely fast. Aoki Hiroshi's figure disappeared directly from everyone's sight. What? The Ant King's face was solemn. Even with his eyesight, he could only see a flash of black lightning. The next moment, Aoki Hiroshi's stab came in front of him. Damn, if I don't block this move, I will be seriously injured. The Ant King took advantage of his face and put his hands in front of him. All the energy in his body was condensed in front of his hands at the same time. Hard. Almost at the same time, Aoki Hiroshi's stab fell on the Ant King's heart. The terrifying black lightning poured out at one point. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The air vibrated, raising a circle of white waves visible to the naked eye. The terrifying shock wave was like a level 10 typhoon passing through, howling and sweeping down all the buildings within 100 meters around. The bodies were blown away like broken sacks. Pa pa pa! Under the feet of the Ant King, the ground collapsed layer by layer and continued to break. A large hole several dozen meters deep was smashed out, and countless black thunders were ejected everywhere, splitting the hole into a charred and hot state. Wisps of green smoke emerged from the soil. It was as if this land had been subjected to extremely severe high-temperature burning. Ugh! A dark green figure coughed violently and ran quickly along the edge of the hole. It was the Ant King. His face was covered with cold sweat and his eyes were filled with panic. All the clothes on his body were torn, and torn wounds appeared on the surface of his body. There were also flickers of black thunder in these wounds. Not only did it hinder the healing of the wounds, but it also released malicious emotions, affecting the mental state of the Ant King. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Almost. Just a little bit, this guy would tear through my hard defense and penetrate my heart. The Ant King gritted his teeth and hurriedly climbed out of the big hole. He didn't dare to look back. He almost died from that move just now. At this moment, all the onlookers were also shocked. This kind of power is comparable to missiles, right? A leader said with cold sweat. In the conference room, there were waves of nervous swallowing. Look at the big hole, it should be a missile. Ordinary tanks and artillery shells can't make such a big hole. Not only that, you see, the shock wave has flattened the buildings within a radius of 100 meters. This, I'm afraid ordinary missiles can't do this. On the top of the mountain. Unbelievable, that move just now. Zeno was horrified, muttering, I can't see it clearly. No, if it was me, I wouldn't even be able to react. Is this the true power of Aoki Hiroshi? It's terrible, he's just like me, only 4 in 1. Beside him, Netero also had a look of horror on his face, whispering, Aoki, he actually exerted every bit of his strength to the extreme. In the distance. Impossible, that kind of power. How is it possible? The people of the 12 earthly branches were all stunned. How old is he? When the president was at his peak, he was only at this level. Has he reached it now? Could it be that he has actually completed the 5 in 1? Please give me ratings. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35, The Terrified Ant King. The Edge of the Cave. The Ant King was panting and was about to climb out of the cave to find a safe place to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. "Where are you going? Are you kidding?" The Ant King felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and turned back with a stiff face. He saw the center of the pit. The human wearing black lightning armor raised his hand to him, and retracted one of his fingers. The already terrible momentum of this human was soaring again. Squeaky. A large amount of black electric light flashed out from this human. It was as if this person had become the center of a thunderstorm, covering the surrounding space of hundreds of meters in a cage woven by electric current. Impossible! The Ant King screamed, his face completely changed, and he shouted, "Why can you be stronger?" He was completely out of control. No longer arrogant and superior. The leaders of V5 all stood up. Can it be stronger? They opened their eyes wide in disbelief and stared at the screen. What a joke! Will you really kill the Ant King? Is Aoki Hirokazu a race from the Dark Continent? On the top of the mountain. The power has increased again. Zeno's pupils contracted, revealing an incredible expression. The fewer fingers he has in this move, the more concentrated the power is. Netero nodded slowly, and said with the same moving expression, "Now, it's just 2 fingers. The strongest output state should be when it's 1 finger. If it's 1 finger, even I can't handle it now." Hearing Netero's words, Zeno was even more surprised, and his mouth opened wide unconsciously. In the distance, the power of that move can actually be stronger. The scalps of the 12 earthly branches tingled. Can the upper limit of a psychic user be so high? It has already surpassed the president in his prime. No wonder he dared to charge head-on. It turns out that he is so strong that he doesn't need to worry about the chimera ants other than the Ant King. Crackle! The fierce black lightning, like branches, grew around Aoki Hiroshi. The area of dozens of meters. It seemed that it was all infected by the black lightning and turned black, becoming gloomy and cold. Hell stab! Aoki Hiroshi raised his hand and pointed 2 fingers at the Ant King. In the pale expression of the Ant King, he uttered the words that frightened him. Niban Kanti. At this moment, the fear of death was like an invisible big hand, tightly grasping the heart of the Ant King, making him breathless. Whoosh! Aoki Hiroshi's figure disappeared. This time, the Ant King couldn't see clearly at all. The speed of Niban Kanti is even higher than Sanbon Kanti. Impossible! How could I die here? How could I die at the hands of a human? The Ant King's expression was hideous and twisted, and he roared madly in his heart. Never! He swung out his tail suddenly. The sharp and thick tail with a syringe-like tail at the end was like a scorpion's tail hook, extremely dangerous. Swish! Aoki Hiroshi's figure suddenly appeared, and the 2-handed hand stabbed out. The Ant King's tail collided with the 2-handed hand. The 2 sides were like 2 spears stabbing each other, and the strength of both sides was completely poured on each other. Bang! Black thunder flashed, and the air shook. A huge wave of air, like a storm, spread out rapidly. The ground cracked inch by inch, and countless cracks burst. Boom! The whole royal city was shaken by this blow. Countless smoke and dust flew, covering an area of more than 500 meters. Whoosh! A figure broke through the smoke and dust, flew backwards, and slammed into the wall of the palace. A big hole was directly smashed into the wall of the palace. The dark green body was imprinted in the hole on the strong, and strange blue blood flowed out. It turned out to be the Ant King. Who? Who? The Ant King panted heavily, and his tail completely disappeared. Not only that, most of his right leg was cut off, and the white thigh bone could be clearly seen. At this time, the ligaments and fascia on the surface of the bone were wriggling and growing with difficulty. But every time a strand of growth came out, a dark lightning jumped out and destroyed it. Tsitsizizizi. The whole body of the Ant King was flashing with indelible black lightning. Every flash of black lightning made the Ant King show pain and his breath dropped a little. In the live conference room of V5. Actually, all the leaders stared at the screen in a daze, all dumbfounded. Did the Ant King lose? In front of such a monster, is there any need for V5 to exist? On the top of the mountain, Zeno was silent for a while, turned to Netero and said, "I believe you when you say he is the god of mind power." "Not only you, I believe it too." Netero sighed. In the distance, the 12 earthly branches were stunned. After a while, someone spoke faintly, "This Aoki hero can be individually assessed as a dangerous species." Others nodded when they heard it. Yes, he can be rated as a Class A dangerous creature. The original 5 disasters can be turned into 6 disasters. Such a monster should be staged in the Dark Continent. The human world is just a play for him. Blocked, blocked. The Ant King looked pale and exhaled a long breath. His breath capacity dropped directly to half. At the same time, the most dangerous weapon, the tail, was also destroyed. That guy has reached his limit, the Ant King said, looking at the smoke and dust in front. Crack! A black lightning suddenly flashed, like a sharp blade, cutting through the curtain of dust. A dark armored figure appeared in the eyes of the Ant King. The armor on the right arm of this figure was broken, and lightning flashed randomly, as if it could not maintain the shape of the armor and was about to collapse. Sure enough, the Ant King showed a deep joy on his face. Suddenly, the armored figure raised his head, and his bright eyes lost focus. Cold. Indifferent. Murderous intent. The first order gene lock is opened. The armor that was about to collapse stabilized again. At the same time, Aoki Hiro's breath changed, as if he had turned into some kind of ancient evil beast in human skin, exuding a primitive and ferocious terrible breath. This breath made the Ant King's hair stand on end and his hands and feet cold. The fear of the Dark Continent buried in the genes was lured out. The Chimera ants are the losers of the Dark Continent. The genes of this race are deeply afraid of the bloody and primitive Dark Continent. Thanks to Mo Ranchen for the monthly ticket. Thanks to Shanghai Huangzhen for the monthly ticket. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Thunder Escape, Dragon Wolf. What a joke! The Ant King roared in despair, and there was even a cowardly look in his eyes. He was scared. The fear in his genes was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Ant King's rational defense line was completely broken. Crack! Aoki Hiroshi walked out of the smoke with a blank look in his eyes. In the state of gene lock, his control power was once again raised to a higher level. The black thunder armor on his body, which was on the verge of collapse, recondensed and formed, and continued to gather on his right hand. In the end, Aoki Hiroshi's right arm, as if covered with scales, became ferocious and sharp, full of edges and corners, as if wearing some kind of biological armor. Except for the right arm, the armor on other parts faded and disappeared. Only a layer of black membrane remained, in which electric light could be seen faintly. I am also reaching my limit. Gene lock and telekinesis to reveal the light of the soul in advance and 4-in-1 trick and Naruto lightning escape technique. The 4 levers are superimposed, allowing me to reach the level of the top 2nd level reincarnation in the main god space. But in fact, I only have double C level. Aoki Hiro thought expressionlessly. Without relying on the gene lock, he can't even maintain the Black Thunder mode now. But even if it is unlocked, there is only 1 strike left. 1 strike is enough. Thinking like this, Aoki Hiro raised his palm and aimed at the Ant King again. This time, he retracted the second to last finger. Only 1 finger was left, like a sharp spear, straight out. Hell thrust. Aoki Hiro slowly opened his mouth, and his voice fell into the ears of the Ant King, like a whisper from the god of death, one pointed hand. A flash of black light. The Ant King was full of fear, and he had no time to react before he was hit directly. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The figure of the Ant King disappeared without a trace. The walls of the palace shook like waves, and then broke apart. Boom! The entire palace collapsed completely under this blow and turned into ruins. Crackling! Then the residual power of the Black Thunder exploded, like a small thunderstorm, covering the ruins of the palace. Crackling! Every time a Black Thunder fell, it blew out a charred gap. In this thunderstorm, at least 300 lightning bolts fell. In a blink of an eye, the ruins of the palace became charred, and no land was intact. Moreover, the high temperature of the lightning burst triggered a raging fire, igniting the ruins into a boiling sea of fire. At this moment, all the spectators were silent. They saw with their own eyes that such a large palace was turned into ruins under Aoki Hiroshi's blow, and their expressions were all shocked. Even if missiles were used for bombing, it would take several rounds to do it. And Aoki Hiroshi only had one blow. On the top of the mountain. Even in the Dark Continent, he is considered a dangerous creature. Gino said seriously. That's right. Netero nodded in agreement and sighed, he can even be called the regional overlord of the Dark Continent. V5 Conference Room. The air was as quiet as death. Monster. Only a certain leader's muttering floated in the conference room. In the distance, the 12 earthly branches were dumbfounded. They looked at Aoki Hiro with a deep sense of awe. Even if this person wants to inform the human world, it won't be a big deal, right? Outside the palace, Aoki Hiro sat down on the ground, the lightning on his body disappeared, and he spontaneously entered the state of absolute. He was exhausted. His whole body was aching, as if every cell had used up all its strength. Sweat fell on the ground, soaking it. Ha ha ha! But at this moment, a burst of ecstatic laughter suddenly came from the palace. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Human, I survived your strongest attack. A dark green figure walked out of the flames. It was the Ant King. However, the Ant King now had both hands broken at the root. The abdomen was opened, revealing broken intestines, and only a small piece of the stomach was left. But the Ant King didn't care. His face was full of excited smiles, and the joy of surviving the disaster almost made him cry. You are strong, human. The Ant King regained his composure, looked at Aoki Hiro in a gentle manner, and smiled, I will remember you forever. You are the first person who brought me so close to death, but you are also the last one. After the victory, he will definitely become stronger. As long as he digests the understanding, he will definitely be able to rule the human world, and even fight back to the Dark Continent. Really? King Muhong just smiled and looked at him calmly. The Ant King was stunned for a moment. You can still laugh? You will die next, human. Not only King Muhong. All the people who watched this scene had calm faces, and watched the Ant King who survived the disaster in various ways. Boom! The thick dark clouds in the sky suddenly exploded with a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket. The silver-white lightning illuminated the royal city. What is this? The Ant King's face changed and he looked up at the sky. He remembered that before the battle, a human created this thunderstorm in the sky. Swish! At this time, the black wolf beast that went to destroy the ordinary chimera ants ran back to King Muhong. The previous mind beast. The Ant King's eyes shrank immediately. The wolf beast at this time was not only larger in size, but also extremely condensed in shape. It was so lifelike, like a real wolf. Awoo! The wolf beast howled happily. After absorbing the death resentment of many chimera ants, it became even more powerful. Whoosh! It stepped on its four limbs and flew directly into the sky. Not good. The Ant King subconsciously wanted to intercept it, and then jumped up, but did not notice Aoki Hiroshi's cold eyes. Boom! The dark cloud, which had accumulated enough power, dropped the first lightning to the ground. And this lightning was accurately caught by the wolf beast. In an instant, the silver-white lightning was like a pipeline, connecting the wolf beast and the dark clouds in the sky. Rumble! All the thunder in the sky fell along the pipeline and was swallowed into the body of the wolf beast. In an instant, the body of the wolf beast expanded 100 times, becoming the size of a hill, and its body stretched out, becoming winding and slender, as if it was transforming into a dragon. Are you kidding? The face of the Ant King was full of despair. He followed with a leap and jumped right in front of the wolf beast. On the ground, Thunder escaped Dragon Wolf. Aoki Hiro raised his hand and waved his finger at the Ant King. Swish! The huge Dragon Wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the Ant King in one gulp. Thanks to 131,956 for the monthly ticket. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 End, Leave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Ant King felt that he had entered an abyss of lightning. Up and down, left and right, front and back. All were pitch black and terrifying lightning. These pitch black lightning wrapped him tightly and invaded inch by inch. Pain. High temperature. Evil thoughts. Numbness. Intense pain occurred on the Ant King's strong body. Ah! The Ant King howled in pain. He struggled desperately. Chi. It was useless, the pitch-black lightning defeated him instantly. Physical. It was useless, the lightning penetrated into the cellular level and destroyed the core genome. Spirit. It was useless, the lightning full of resentment wiped out the Ant King's spirit bit by bit. In the original work, the rose bomb that alluded to the atomic bomb did not directly kill the Ant King at close range. The Ant King still had spirit left, dying. Then the Ant King devoured the flesh and blood of the two guards, and his strength increased. The range of circle expanded to cover the entire territory of NGL Autonomous Country. But now, Aoki Hiroshi did not give him such an opportunity. The resentment of the dark thunder and lightning, from the spiritual level, wiped out the existence of the Ant King. Swish! The dragon wolf flew into the air, his body suddenly shrank, and then his power was released. Bang! A huge light appeared in the sky. Several kilometers around seemed to be illuminated. Ah! Countless ordinary people who watched this scene moved their eyes away in pain. They did not dare to continue watching. Boom! After the light, there was a terrifying high temperature and shock wave, like a Category 12 hurricane passing through, sweeping in all directions like a tidal wave. Pa pa pa! In the V5 conference room, all the live broadcast lines were interrupted, and the picture turned into snowflakes. On the top of the mountain, Dragonhead playing with painting. Gino summoned the Mind Beast and tightly wrapped it around himself. The next moment, he felt a huge force coming at him, which directly caused the Dragonhead painting to burst and almost collapse. Not good. Gino's face changed drastically. Let me do it. Netero's voice came, and a gilded palm blocked Gino. 100-style Guanyin. The air was suddenly quiet, and all the shock waves were blocked by Netero. Gino breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his Mind Beast, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Half of his body was already damaged. If Netero was half a second slower, he would be blown away by the shock wave. In the distance, seeing that the situation was not good, the 12 earthly branches hid in advance and hid in a cave away from the wind. Hey! They looked at the cave entrance in horror. The rapid airflow whizzed past like a herd of running beasts. The hiding cave was shaken by this. It seemed that the whole cave would be destroyed and fall into the strong wind in the next moment. Isn't this too terrifying? The expressions of the 12 earthly branches were stiff and pale. It took a long time. The shock wave finally subsided. In the sky, the originally dense dark clouds disappeared, revealing a clear sky. The bright sunshine shone down. Aoki Hiro sat in front of the ruins of the palace, looked at it quietly for a few times, and got up and left. Before the wolf beast exploded, the core returned to him. The part of the thought that returned was transformed into chi again, replenishing Aoki Hiro's strength. As for the Ant King, it had already been turned into dust in the explosion of Dragon Wolf. Less than an hour left. Aoki Hiro suddenly looked moved, and felt something. After he killed the Ant King, he gained a lot of luck. But because of this, the stay time was greatly shortened. It's still time to say goodbye. Thinking so, Aoki Hiro quickened his pace and rushed to the top of the mountain where Netero was. After a few steps, he saw a group of people rushing towards him. The leader was Isaac Netero. The others were the 12 earthly branches, Gino, and some smart and uninjured V5 employees. Are you leaving? Netero came to Aoki Hiro and asked. Aoki Hiro was startled, smiled, and nodded, yes. That's right, your heart has never been here. Netero also laughed. The two had no sadness of parting. The expressions of others changed slightly as they listened to their conversation. Some were happy, some regretful, some were sorry, and some felt fortunate. I have nothing to say. I'll give you a gift. Netero clasped his hands together, and the energy on his body turned into golden light. Then, the golden light gathered and turned into a small lotus seed, which was caught by Aoki Hiro. Others immediately looked at him in astonishment. What is this? Netero's ability of mind is obviously not this. Only Gino and Aoki Hiro understood what this was. Netero took a step above the complete realm. What is this? Aoki Hiro smiled and asked. I named it Bodhisattva Lotus Seed Fairy. It has a good healing effect when eaten. Netero said. Thank you. Aoki Hiro solemnly put it away. This is indeed what he needs. Brother Aoki, right? Gino spoke at this time. His tone was very respectful, without the usual frivolous and disdainful style. So much so that others looked at him sideways. Although Aoki Hiro is very strong, you have changed too fast, right? The Zaldik family has received your words. We are offering you 3 chances to attack as a token of our sincerity. Gino said, glancing at Netero. Of course, because of Netero's relationship, we can also give these 3 chances to Netero. In exchange, Netero will give you the same 3 chances. Do you agree? This proposal surprised Hiro Aoki. He asked Netero to spread the words without expecting any reward, just to get some luck. And whether he can go further. The key lies in the individual, not in the words. But I didn't expect the Zaldik family to thank him so solemnly. I agree. Hiro Aoki agreed without hesitation. He was leaving. It's better to leave these 3 chances to Netero than to waste them. Okay. Gino nodded and stopped talking. Others were even more surprised. That sentence? What happened between Hiro Aoki and Zaldik? Repay with 3 shots? Goodbye, Aoki. Netero stepped forward and stretched out his hands. I hope we can see each other again one day. I will see you again, President. Aoki Hiro smiled and hugged Netero. Then, Aoki Hiro nodded to the 12 earthly branches, said goodbye politely, and went to the depths of NGL alone. Everyone watched him leave. The people in V5 wanted to explore Aoki Hiro's movements and what the so-called departure was about. But they didn't dare to move. Because Netero was there. After disappearing from everyone's sight, Aoki Hiro took the lotus seeds given by Netero and closed his eyes. Not long after, a white light was pouring out, like a wave in the void, rolling and drowning Aoki Hiro. Goodbye, Hunter World. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, Hunter World Continuation in Everyday World. 7 days after Hiroshi Aoki's battle with the Ant King. Countless hunters, nobles, and officials from the human world came from afar to witness the battle traces of top-level NAN users. They were all shocked. All those who came for the first time were stunned for a long time. How terrible! The same was true for Jin Fulishi. He looked at the shattered palace and the cracked town ground with an equally shocked expression. Is this kind of power really something humans can possess? Maybe. Netero's voice came from behind. Jin turned around in astonishment. President. He didn't even notice Netero approaching. Not only that, the originally old and aging president seemed to have regained his youth at this time, more than 10 years younger. And his strength seemed to have returned to its peak. No, he became stronger. Jin looked at Netero in surprise and couldn't help asking, President, you. Thanks to Aoki's guidance, I have comprehended the realm above the complete realm and regained my strength. Netero said with a smile. He paused and continued the previous topic. You have also read Kate's report, Jin. Jin was stunned for a moment and nodded and replied, I have. Well, Kate said that Aoki appeared out of thin air. There is no information about him in the human world. I didn't even find him in Meteor Street. Netero stroked his beard and pondered, combined with his killing the Ant Queen and leaving, I suspect that he came from the Dark Continent. Jin's eyes suddenly lit up. Dark Continent? If it is true, doesn't it mean that there are still human races living outside the Dark Continent? After all, there are rumors that we humans migrated from the Dark Continent to Lake Mobius. Netero said. Wait, why are you saying this, President? Jin suddenly became alert. Usually, the Dark Continent is a topic that is forbidden to discuss. At least it cannot be discussed publicly. Are you still asleep, Jin? Netero glanced at him and said speechlessly, my strength has returned to its peak, so why should I be afraid of the Dark Continent? In fact, I am eager to try and have made an appointment with an old friend to explore together. Above the complete realm, you can get a long life. What? Jin opened his mouth in surprise. This is definitely a big news. President Netero not only recovered his strength, but also solved the problem of lifespan. If it is released, I am afraid that everyone in V5 will not be able to sleep. President, add me. Jin immediately grabbed the corner of Netero's clothes and begged, I am quite strong, and I can definitely be a bag-carrying brother. You don't have to think about it. The exploration team with Netero is absolutely safe and can explore deeper areas. You kid, let's talk about it before you enter the complete realm within 10 years. Netero said with disdain. Ah. What? Didn't I say I would be with my old friend? This. Jin was speechless, and even had some sweat on his forehead. Netero is 120 years old. What kind of old monsters should the old friends of a 120-year-old man be? President, why 10 years? Jin thought for a moment and asked again. Of course it's because in 10 years, I can completely enter that realm. Netero said calmly with his hands behind his back. Jin was so shocked that he almost knelt down. 10 years later. Stepping into a realm above the perfect realm? How terrifying the president at that time must be. President, I will definitely reach the perfect state within 10 years. Jin immediately patted his chest and promised. He must not miss such a team. It depends on your performance. Netero nodded and turned away calmly. Yes. Jin responded excitedly. Kajin Empire. What an amazing destructive power. Parliston looked at the picture and sighed. Even if it was a picture, he could feel the terrifying power that destroyed the palace. Fortunately, this guy went to the Dark Continent. Parliston showed a thankful expression and smiled bitterly, otherwise, I dare not stay in the human world. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, the phone rang. Hee, V5. Palestine glanced at the number and answered with a sneer. Click. A low voice came from the phone. I'm glad to hear that you are still alive, Palestine. Thanks to you. Palestine said lazily. We can compensate. The other party was silent for a moment, then said. Okay, I'll make a list and send it to you. Palestine was also very straightforward, saying, Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? We want to know what you think of Aoki Hiroshi. The other party said. You want to ask me where Aoki Hiroshi went, right? Palestine sneered and said, Sell it as S-level intelligence, and the money will be deposited into my card. Okay. The other party said. When we first met, he asked me about the smuggling route of the Chimera ant. I think he bypassed the gatekeeper and other restrictions and smuggled to the Dark Continent. Palestine said. The other party was silent for a while. For a long time. The deep voice said, We will pay 3 times the money, and it will be transferred to your account within an hour. Haha, let's put aside the past grudges and continue to cooperate. Palestine smiled and hung up the phone. On the other end. In the meeting room of V5, all the leaders breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves relaxed. Great, that monster went to the Dark Continent. If they stayed in the human world, they would really have trouble sleeping and eating. It's good that he left. Yet, the human world can't stand his tossing. Finally, I can sleep well. Daily World. In an ordinary boy's room. Swish. Aoki Hiroshi's figure appeared and stood at the door of the room. Are you back? He looked around and saw the familiar room layout. His eyes were dazed for a moment. The 9 days of traveling through the hunter world seemed to have passed by 9 months. Aoki Hiroshi almost forgot about this everyday world. Time, no change. He paused, first picked up the phone on the bed and checked the time. Found that the time had not changed since he left. In other words, instant round trip. Aoki Hiroshi nodded, went into the bathroom, and washed his tired body after a big battle. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Zhonghe Hui. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39 Shiu, come to my house tonight. After washing up, Aoki Hiro ordered a takeaway and started thinking in the living room. The power of Guanyin lotus seed has been exerted. He touched his abdomen, his expression thoughtful. A trace of warm streams flowed out of his stomach. These streams seemed to penetrate deep into his body and repair his hidden injuries. A battle with the Ant King. No, it should be said that it started from the battle with Catwoman. Hidden injuries began to accumulate in his body. Even Miss Cookie's massage and the food hunter's cooking could only alleviate them. But under the power of Guanyin lotus seed, these hidden injuries were fully repaired. Not only that, Aoki Hiro could feel that his physical fitness was also slowly increasing. It's a great gift, President. He couldn't help but sigh. The power of this lotus seed can also improve his physical fitness to double C level. In 9 days in the hunter world, from a blank first order gene lock, it has grown to a double C level, and the combined output has reached B level. This growth rate is considered outstanding in the main god space. It is an excellent seed that will definitely be copied to the demon team. Aoki Hiro sorted out the harvest and sighed with satisfaction. But then, his expression became serious and he said to himself, but there is a big problem. I didn't lose any of my power. I just spontaneously entered the state of absolute. Aoki Hiro got up, walked to the window, and looked at the outside world. Tall buildings stand in a row, and cars are flowing. Pedestrians on the roadside are wearing fashionable clothes, holding mobile phones, and browsing various software and websites. This is obviously a peaceful modern everyday world. However, the hunter world's mind ability is actually fully compatible in this everyday world. Aoki Hiro had to put double quotes. There is something wrong with this everyday world. I was originally prepared to lose half or even most of my power, but I didn't expect to keep it completely. Aoki Hiro narrowed his eyes and opened the gene lock. At this time, with supernatural powers, he felt the world again and had a distinctly different feeling. Dry. A strong sense of withering permeated the surroundings. This world is not a small black room where the physical rules are strictly followed and cannot accommodate the extraordinary. Quite the opposite. This is a wide lake, 100 meters deep, which can accommodate most common extraordinary powers. In the past, all kinds of powerful creatures were active. Legends and myths have a high proportion of documentary elements. However, the extraordinary has declined. The world now is like a dry lake, without any lake water. Aoki Hiro exited the gene lock state with a surprised expression. All the extraordinary are drying up. So, I have to enter the state of absolute dot. Otherwise, I will be deprived of my power by the dry environment when I exert my full strength, just like high concentration is neutralized to low concentration, and I will lose more than 90% of my thoughts. After Aoki Hiro figured out the situation, he couldn't help but frown. I thought it was a safe world, but I didn't expect it was just the extraordinary drying up. Isn't there going to be a spiritual revival? Aoki Hiro said with a headache. Traveling through the world, a big fight. Traveling back, still fighting. Who can bear it? No. My wounded heart urgently needs comfort. Aoki Hiro said, taking out the phone. Directly dialed a number. Beep. Beep. After a long busy tone, the call was finally connected. Do you want to see what time it is now, Aoki Hiroshi? A lazy and mature female voice came from the phone. But this female voice, at this moment, contained anger and was frighteningly low. Are you still asleep, Shiu? Aoki Hiroshi smiled and said indifferently, your schedule is so chaotic, be careful not to damage your body. Hehe, before that, you must have damaged it first. Shiu sneered. Don't say that, I was nourishing you. Aoki Hiroshi said seriously. Nourishing. Shiu sneered even more, and said in a sarcastic tone, forcing me to drink your liquid is the nourishment you give me. Aoki Hiroshi was speechless. Forget it, anyway, you are ABD. Shiu sighed, and said in a soft tone, you are going to do it again, right, your home or mine? Come to my house, I ordered your favorite seafood set meal for you. Aoki Hiroshi smiled. No thanks. Shiu refused, I don't sleep until 6 in the morning. I'll go to your place in the evening. Okay, I'll wait for you. Aoki Hiro said. Beep beep. The phone was hung up. Aoki Hiro didn't care and put down the phone with a smile. After crossing over, he worked as a copywriter to earn a living. By chance, he met Kazuma Shiu, who was still a newcomer. Thanks to his guidance, Shiu's books sold well. Not only are they of good quality, but they are also more in line with the market, which can be said to be appreciated by both the elite and the masses. Shiu was grateful and admired, and with the help of Aoki Hiro's bribery of Machida Yuanzi, they soon started dating. Although Shiu looked mature, she was a young girl who had just begun to fall in love. Under Aoki Hiro's sweet talk, she quickly gave up and was won over by Aoki Hiro. But Aoki Hiro was just having a friendly exchange of guns. So after pulling up his pants, he didn't recognize anyone. Shiu was so angry that she said that she would repay Aoki Hiroshi for his advice and that she would block him after 3 dates. But now, it has been more than 30 times. He still hasn't blocked her. Aoki Hiroshi also pretended to forget about it and just enjoyed Miss Shiu's beautiful body. Scumbag. In an elegantly decorated room, Shiu yelled at her phone, you only know how to flirt with me. You don't send me any messages at ordinary times, and I took the initiative to ask you out. Aoki Hiroshi, why don't you get hit by a car? Hurry up and travel to the other world, you wrote, don't harm me here. Shiho was so angry that her chest heaved. Her full white face was trembling, almost jumping out of her collar. She put down her phone, but she couldn't sleep anyway. She simply got up. Shiho walked to the mirror and looked at herself. When she found her obvious dark circles, she panicked. She quickly found a mask and applied it on her face to fade the dark circles and reduce the swelling. Damn, what am I doing? Shiho put on a facial mask, looked at the ceiling angrily, and said angrily, a guy who is full of yellow garbage in his head, just asked you to vent his desires, why do you have to prepare seriously? Really, can you have some ambition, Shiho? Is there only one man in the world, Aoki Hiroshi? Shiho was sad and angry about her joy. She was just asked to have S*X with her. But she was excited about the upcoming meeting. Aoki Hiroshi is really damned. Shiho kept cursing in her heart, but soon, she stopped in boredom. Aoki, you are good in every way, considerate, polite, mature and rational, reliable and steady. Shiho sighed deeply. But you just don't want to be my boyfriend. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Materialization System, Resurrection of Mythical Weapons. In the evening, a tall and good-looking girl came to the apartment where Hiroshi Aoki lived. The girl wore a long dress and high heels. A pair of well-proportioned long legs, slender and straight, white and smooth. The girl's black hair was loose, as smooth as silk, and the white headband on her head added a bit of literary girl's quiet atmosphere. Why don't you wear black silk? Hiroshi Aoki asked, leaning against the door. This weather is so stuffy. Shiho rolled her eyes, pushed Hiroshi Aoki away, and walked into the house. Besides, you bought a lot of it at home. If you want to see me wearing it later, just wear it later. That makes sense. Hiroshi Aoki smiled and closed the door, then turned around and hugged Shiho. The soft body was in his arms, and there was a faint fragrance of orchid silk. Hiroshi Aoki picked up Shiho and rushed into the room. Bang! The door closed, and the battle began. At night, Shiho's face was ruddy, and she looked at the ceiling with a look of doubt on her life. How did you become so strong? As she spoke, she glanced at Aoki Hiroshi. Isn't this good? Aoki Hiroshi smiled maliciously. Shiho couldn't help but curl her lips. It's good, but it's also exhausting. 2 days later, Shiho, who had rested in bed for a whole day, finally recovered and fled from Aoki Hiroshi's house. Aoki Hiroshi, who suddenly became strong, really scared her. Her waist was almost broken by the tossing. She won't come again in a short time. Aoki Hiroshi begged her, but she didn't come. Alas, I haven't had enough fun yet. Aoki Hiroshi felt a little regretful and shook his head and said, well, it's just right that the power of the lotus seed has been completely absorbed, and it's time to get down to business. He locked the door. Sitting cross-legged in the room, gathering the energy in his hands, a look of contemplation appeared on his face. I'm still one system away from the 5-in-1, the materialization system. The so-called materialization system is to materialize the mind and condense it into a fixed form. This fixed form often has special effects. For example, Kurapika's chains, Kate's crazy clown, and Zayadai's bulging-eyed fish. But Aoki Hiro doesn't like this. Most of the energy of the materialization system's non-users is used for materialization. This doesn't suit Aoki Hiro's style. He feels that he will face complex and changeable situations, and fixed materialization is too passive and cannot meet his combat needs. With this idea, The energy in Aoki Hiro's hand began to change and became extremely personal. This will is aggressive. It seems to assimilate everything it touches into a part of Aoki Hiro. Mythical weapon revival. Aoki Hiro pondered and said the name of the materialization and ability that suited his heart. The energy in his hand trembled and rose like a flame. Not using chi to materialize a fixed form, but using my chi to recast the already finalized weapons. I want to materialize the weapons in legends and myths, to revive them and restore their power. Boom! The chi in Aoki Hiroshi's hand burned like a raging fire, spreading throughout the room. This chi carries a strong personal will. It's like the king's command, majestic and solemn, to make certain things sleeping in history represent their mythical posture in modern times. Yes. This is my materialization mind control ability. Mythical weapon revival. Boom! The rising flames suddenly turned into a golden color, brilliant and glorious. It's like the sun turned into a furnace, which can melt and forge all things and recast their forms. A smile appeared on Aoki Hiroshi's face. This is the materialization mind control ability he wants. The so-called weapon is not a fixed concept. As long as it is a weapon recognized by I, it can meet the conditions. Aoki Hiroshi continued to think and perfect the details of this mind ability. However, ordinary weapons are not worth recasting. So, there are 3 conditions for recasting. First, the weapon must have extraordinary power. Second, the weapon must have demonstrated its power in history and left a legend. The spread range exceeds 3,000 people or the spread time exceeds 300 years. Third, the entity holding the weapon. The completeness is at least 50%. If the above 3 conditions are met, recasting can be carried out. After the recasting is completed, the weapon will show a complete posture and recognize the master to Aoki Hiroshi. Recognize the master, that is, creatures other than Aoki Hiroshi cannot exert the power of the weapon without permission, and can only exert up to 70% of the power with permission. In addition, the recast weapon is an entity and cannot be converted into chi by me and taken into my body. In exchange, the power of the weapon is not fixed. It can be improved again through rituals, refining, sublimation, blessing, recasting, etc. The above is all about the resurrection of mythical weapons. After Aoki Hiro finished speaking, he let out a long breath. The surrounding flames rolled like a whirlpool and retracted into his hands. Hey! These returning chi turned into a ball of light golden flames and floated in his hands. The flames were filled with his will. Vast and condensed. Next, we have to collect legendary weapons. Aoki Hiro looked at the flames and murmured, "This world that once exhausted the extraordinary should have left many legendary weapons. In the modern times without the extraordinary, many legendary weapons are exhibited and sold as cultural relics. Of course, the originals of many cultural relics should have been lost. Most of the ones handed down now are replicas or counterfeits to fool the people. Thanks to Tianlong's Hixie for the monthly ticket. Thank you to 18819 for the monthly ticket. Thank you to Blizzard for the monthly ticket. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 41, Sawamura-san, my fees are very high. Let's go to the nearby exhibitions and shrines first. Aoki Hiroshi hid the flame, stood up and walked to the computer, opened the web search. Not long. He determined a route of action. It took a week to visit all the museums, exhibitions, collections, shrines, temples, etc. in the Kyoto area. Aoki Hiroshi booked the route map and started to book tickets and hotels. For 3 consecutive days, Aoki Hiroshi took his luggage and went to more than 20 places, but found nothing. 70% of the cultural relics on display were fakes. 1% were damaged by more than 50%, 1% had no extraordinary effects, and 1% were not widely circulated. In short, none of them met the conditions for recasting. As for shrines and temples, the inheritance was even broken, and the props and instruments used were all produced by industrial assembly lines. This Sakurai shrine will be the last stop today. Aoki Hiroshi looked at the torii in front and stepped in. A few minutes later, a girl wearing a dark green gymnastics suit and a detective hat also entered the shrine. The girl had delicate and fair skin, as flawless as porcelain. Her long light golden hair was all hidden in the hat. Although she wore glasses, behind the glasses were a pair of clear light blue eyes. Obviously, this was a mixed-race child. I hope the god of this shrine can save me. The girl's face was full of bitterness, and she walked through the torii without hope. She had been awakened by nightmares for a week in a row. She slept less than 4 hours a day, and her body was about to collapse. Psychiatry, brain department, clergy, exorcists, Buddhist monks, shrine maidens. I have tried all methods. It's useless. Even sleeping pills can only make me fall asleep, but the nightmare still exists. Eri had obvious bags under her eyes on her beautiful face. Her eyes were full of bloodshot. She looked so haggard that she seemed to fall down if the wind blew. Ding dong. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Eri took it out and took a look. It was a line message from her mother Sayuri. Sayuri, Eri, it's okay. Sayuri, there is a very famous exorcist in Tokyo who came here to do a show today. I'm going to ask her to help now. Sayuri, there is also a priest from Meiji Palace. I've asked someone to invite him. He will be here tomorrow. Eri sighed when she saw the message from her mother. She typed a reply. Eri, okay. Sayuri, you are going to worship at Sakurai Shrine, right? This shrine is very effective. The gods will definitely bless you. Sayuri, I'll pick you up later. Sayuri, you are so tired, don't walk. Eri smiled. She didn't really have much hope. She had been to all the large shrines and temples in Kyoto, but it didn't work at all. This not-so-famous Sakurai shrine was even less likely to work. It was just a last-ditch effort. Eri, okay. I'll go and pay my respects. Sayuri, yeah. Put down the phone. Eri sighed and went to line up. Soon. It was her turn to enter the main shrine. Eri threw a 5-yen coin, then clapped her hands and closed her eyes. She saw a boy who had finished worshipping in front of her, but he did not leave. Instead, he stood by and looked at her. This made Eri confused. But she ignored him and just earnestly begged for the blessing of the gods before opening her eyes. Hey! As soon as she opened her eyes, Eri saw that the boy who did not leave was walking straight towards her. He came to chat up. Eri felt annoyed. Her outstanding appearance has always attracted the attention of the opposite S**X, and many people come to chat up regardless of the occasion. If it were normal, she would still refuse in a nice voice. But now, Eri was in a very bad mood. She said coldly, I'm not interested in you, don't come near me. But the boy did not stop. Eri frowned. Sawamura, you are in trouble. The boy suddenly spoke. Hey! Eri was stunned for a moment and looked up. All she saw was a boy who looked sunny but had an inconspicuous temperament. He was a passerby who would never be found in the crowd. This boy called out her name. Is he a classmate? Who are you? Eri's anger subsided and she looked at him in confusion. My name is Hiroshi Aoki, and I'm from the class next to yours. Hiroshi Aoki said, the fame of Sawamura has spread throughout Toyosaki since the day he entered school. As he spoke, Hiroshi Aoki walked towards the side hall. In the side hall, amulets, spells, etc. of the shrine are sold. Everyone who has finished worshipping will go there. Eri followed subconsciously and smiled tiredly. Fame is just a joke my friend played on me. That's not important. What's important is that Sawamura encountered extraordinary danger. Hiroshi Aoki said. What? What? Airi looked at Hiroshi Aoki in astonishment. The boy in front of her was clearly ordinary, but he revealed her recent experience. I'm good at handling this kind of thing, but my fees are very high. Aoki Hiroshi took out a note and a pen, wrote his number on the note, and handed it over. You can call me if you need it. Airi took it blankly, with a tangled expression. She didn't know whether to believe it or not. By the way, as a gift, I'll sell you something at a 20% discount. Aoki Hiroshi said, turned around and walked to the side hall window, and handed in 500 yen. The employee at the window took out an amulet and gave it to Aoki Hiroshi. Then, Aoki Hiroshi turned around and handed the amulet to Airi. This can relieve your situation, 8 million yen. Aoki Hiroshi said so. Airi. She looked at the amulet handed to her, and her eyes twitched slightly. Aoki Hiroshi bought a shrine amulet in front of her, and then turned around and sold it to her. You can try it first, and pay if it works. Aoki Hiroshi said. Airi looked hesitant. She really didn't think that this simple amulet would have any effect. And if it worked, why didn't she buy one herself? It's only 500 yen. Okay. But in the end, Airi couldn't help but reach out and take the amulet. She was really tortured by the nightmare. Now, even if it was a straw, she would hold it tightly. Thanks to AS98 for the monthly ticket. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42 I need someone to help me collect legendary weapons. The amulet was in hand. Swish! A spring breeze-like warmth appeared from nowhere and swept gently. Instantly. It was as if something was dispelled. Airi felt her body warm, relaxed and comfortable, and her nervous spirit also settled down. She suddenly widened her eyes and looked at the amulet in her hand in disbelief. Is this true? Aoki-kun. Airi said excitedly, are you a superpower in novels and comics? Or is it an onmyoji? A sorcerer? Or a psychic? No, none of them. This is a mind power. Aoki Hiro smiled in his heart, and he injected a little mind into the amulet. The ordinary amulet had the effects of purification, exorcism, and evil. Meiko, 8 million yen. Aoki Hiro said without explanation. Oh, please wait, Aoki-kun. Airi quickly took out her cell phone and said in a panic, I don't have that much money now. I want to call my mother. Please go ahead. Aoki Hiroshi made a gesture of invitation. Please wait, it will be quick. Airi held the amulet, walked away a few steps, and called her mother Sayuri. Beep. Beep. The call was quickly connected. Airi, what's wrong? Sayuri's nervous voice came out. I'm fine, Mom. Airi said excitedly, I'm telling you, I met a boy in the same grade. He is so amazing that he has supernatural powers and helped me solve the problem. Really? Sayuri fell silent on the other end of the phone. Same grade? Boy? Supernatural power? Which novel is this setting from? Airi, can't you tell reality from fantasy? It's true. The moment I got the amulet, I felt relaxed and warm all of a sudden. That faint cold feeling disappeared. Airi said excitedly. Really? That's great. Sayuri was also happy when she heard that. But, the amulet costs 8 million yen, and I don't have that much money. Airi said. It's okay, I'll transfer it to you now. On the other end of the phone, Sayuri's mind was turning, and her expression changed. 8 million yen for an amulet? Airi must have met a scammer. The so-called body relaxation is actually an illusion brought about by going to the palace of the shrine and feeling safe. Sayuri wanted to refuse. But thinking of her daughter's current state, she sighed secretly and felt that it didn't matter if she was cheated. At least Aori was happy for a while. Given their family environment, 8 million yen is not a big problem. Yet. Aori said happily, her voice was much lighter. Sayuri smiled when she heard that. She felt that even if it was to make her daughter happy, it was worth the 8 million yen. Soon. The money was transferred. Aori hung up the phone, walked towards Aoki Hiroshi, and asked, "Shall I transfer the money online to you, Aoki?" "Yes, I'll use PayPal." "Okay, I'll do it." "Got it." The two quickly completed the transfer. "Your problem is not serious, you just got a little bit of bad power. Just don't go to bad places recently and you'll be fine," Aoki Hiroshi said. "I remember." Aori nodded seriously. "That's it," Aoki Hiroshi said, and turned around. "Call me again if you need it, but next time, there will be no discount. I will charge you a minimum of 10 million depending on the difficulty of the problem, with no upper limit. You can introduce some rich friends to me, or you can charge me if you don't have money." Ariri was speechless. So straightforward. Naked high fees. But looking at the amulet in her hand, Ariri felt that it was totally worth it. At least Aoki Hiroshi solved the problem immediately. "Wait, add me online, Aoki-san." Ariri thought of something and hurriedly chased after him. "Okay." Aoki Hiroshi added me online and left. Ariri was an unexpected episode. He had no intention of talking to her, but when he saw Ariri being entangled by a trace of negative energy, he was moved and had the contact just now. "My father is a diplomat, and my mother is from the wealthy family of Sawamura in Kyoto. Such a powerful family can find the original body of a certain weapon in history, right? Let's contact them for the time being." Aoki Hiroshi thought secretly. He collected legendary weapons by himself, which was too inefficient. Therefore, it is a good choice to contact the local families. As for the 8 million yen for amulet, Aoki Hiroshi did not make a random offer. In this modern world where the supernatural is exhausted, it is extremely difficult to replenish the consumed chi. You must eat a lot of meat. Moreover, it must be fresh, strong, and healthy animal meat. Because the energy converted into chi is not sugar or fat in the conventional sense, but a special kind of biological essence. The little chi just now must be eaten with meat worth at least 4 million yen. Aoki Hiroshi sighed slightly. Eating too much is also very tiring. Therefore, he now maintains the state of absolute all day long, and his chi is hidden to the extreme. In the crowd, he is not noticeable at all. More ordinary than ordinary people. On the other side, in Kyoto TV, Sayuri met the famous female exorcist. After listening to Sayuri's description of the situation, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the female exorcist. "Big customer. The lady of the Sawamura family will definitely give me a large reward. I won't have to work for the next 5 years." The female exorcist tried to be patient and not let herself smile. In her opinion, there are no evil spirits, demons, ghosts, and other things in modern society. They are all rumors and mystification. The daughter of the Sawamura family, the lady named Ariri, is probably mentally ill and needs professional treatment from a doctor. After completing the exorcism, she only needs to mention it. Say that going to the hospital for treatment can effectively eliminate the damage caused by the spirit, and there will be no problem. Without further delay, let's go and see your daughter now, Mrs. Sayuri. The female exorcist said solemnly. Okay. Sayuri nodded quickly, and the seriousness of the female exorcist made her feel flustered. She hurriedly took the exorcist and drove to pick up Ariri. On the way, she received a message from Ariri saying that she had gone back by herself. Sayuri had to change her route and drive home. Thanks to Lee Weil for the monthly ticket. Thank you to Toxic Modu for the monthly ticket. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43 Return to the normal world. In a 3-story villa. What a big, luxurious house. The exorcist looked at the villa, her eyes slightly widened. She suddenly felt full of energy. I have to perform with 100% effort later. Thinking like this, the female exorcist said solemnly, Mrs. Sayuri, I do feel a strong evil spirit. What should I do? Sayuri became even more nervous. It's okay, I'm here, I'll solve it. The female exorcist said calmly, took out a string of beads that seemed to be magic tools, and put them on her hands. Master, please come in. Sayuri opened the door and invited her in. Inside the house, Eri heard the door open and happily stood up to greet him. Welcome home, Mom, who is this? She paused, looking at the young woman who came in with her mother in confusion. Eri, this is the exorcist I told you about. Sayuri introduced. That's right, this classmate. The female exorcist looked solemn and her eyes were sharp. She stared at Eri and said, I feel the breath of evil spirits on you. It's not good. You are being targeted. Eri was stunned when she heard this. This seems to match what Aoki Hiroshi said. She couldn't be sure. But I have found someone to solve it. Eri looked at her mother and said. Sayuri immediately understood that this person was the boy of the same grade she met in the shrine, Aoki Hiroshi. Solved. Sayuri looked at Eri hesitantly. Her daughter's condition seemed to have improved a lot. But a boy of the same grade, with supernatural powers, happened to meet a girl of the same grade, and helped solve the problem. Isn't this too dramatic? Sayuri was a little unconvinced. The female exorcist next to her was shocked and gritted her teeth secretly. Which colleague is so quick? Damn, he got ahead of me. No, I can't let this big order go. The female exorcist pondered in her heart. As soon as she thought about it, she immediately put on a serious expression and asked, Can you tell me how that person helped you solve it? The female exorcist paused deliberately. She looked around the living room and said, According to my feeling, the source has not disappeared. That person may have only solved the problem on you. But the source of the disaster still exists. The source? Eri frowned, thinking of what Aoki Hiroshi said. She was contaminated with some bad power. She took out the amulet from her pocket, showed it, and said, He gave me this. The moment I got it, I felt my body relaxed all of a sudden. Sayuri and the female exorcist both looked at the amulet. There were a few small words embroidered on it, Sakurai Shrine. Can you show it to me? The female exorcist asked with a smile. Okay. Eri hesitated for a moment and handed it over. The female exorcist took it and held it in her hand. Nothing happened. She didn't feel anything, or anything strange. It's just an ordinary amulet. This colleague is quite capable. With an ordinary little thing, he deceived the daughter of the Sawamura family. Maybe I can use it. The female exorcist looked at the amulet, smiled, and gave it back to Eri. She said, From what I know, the amulet of Sakurai Shrine is quite useful, but this is just an ordinary amulet with little power. It can only clean up the surface problem, not the root cause. After the power of the amulet is lost, the problem will reappear. Is that so? Sayuri was surprised. Could the amulet that her daughter bought for 8 million be real? She couldn't help but look at Eri with a questioning look. Eri immediately handed the amulet to her mother, Sayuri. The amulet was in hand. Sayuri gently pinched it and didn't feel anything. There was no sense of relief as Eri said, nor the strange power as the female exorcist said. This is because the thoughts injected by Aoki Hiroshi were aimed at negative forces. Sayuri and the female exorcist were not entangled, so naturally they didn't feel anything. Can you help us solve the root of the problem? Sayuri returned the amulet to Eri and asked the female exorcist seriously. No matter whether it is or not, let's try it first. Anyway, their family is not short of money. Of course. The female exorcist showed a subtle smile at the corner of her mouth. This is exactly why I came here. Please, master. Sayuri said. Eri was about to say something, but was immediately stopped by Sayuri's eyes. Since everyone is here, it's not a bad idea to give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, it can give you peace of mind. Eri understood her mother's idea, so she stopped talking and put the amulet in her pocket. Then, the female exorcist performed seriously in the living room. The magic circle. The holy object. The candle light. The strange movements. The strange spells. The solemn expression. In the eyes of Eri and Sayuri, who couldn't understand but were greatly shocked. The female exorcist performed hard. She skillfully created a mysterious and exciting atmosphere. Hehe, I saw this summoning ceremony on the internet at that time, fortunately I wrote it down. The ceremony is detailed to every step, it's just like the real thing. Which customer wouldn't be fooled? Noticing Sayuri and Eri's shocked eyes, the female exorcist's heart flashed with satisfaction. Whoosh! At this moment, a cold breath floated silently from outside the villa. The breath lingered outside the door. It condensed into a human-shaped black shadow more than 2 meters tall, lying on the crack of the door, staring closely at the house. It looked at Eri with fear. It seemed that there was something in Eri that scared it. But as the female exorcist chanted the spell more and more vigorously, its eyes were gradually attracted. A deep desire was revealed on its blurred face. Opportunity. Return to the ordinary world. I want to come back to this world. It whimpered in a voice that no one could hear, and its figure penetrated through the crack of the door like a pool of ink. In the living room, the air suddenly became cold, and the temperature dropped slightly. The female exorcist was the first to feel something, as if something had come in. This invisible thing was watching her closely. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. Read books every day during the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, Just open the amulet. Beside, Eri also felt something was wrong. The more she looked at the female exorcist's spells and movements, the more familiar they felt. Wait. Suddenly, Eri had a flash of inspiration and thought of a summoning ceremony she had seen when she was surfing the internet during her junior high school years. The ceremony was described in great detail, as if it were real. Eri was curious and studied it for a while, but later she was too scared and turned it off. Now compare it with the exorcist's ceremony in front of her. The props, the magic circle, the spell, the gestures, the movements, all match. This is not an exorcism ceremony. Eri's face changed drastically and she said in horror. What? Sayuri was startled and looked at her daughter in surprise. Eri was about to answer. In front. The female exorcist suddenly stopped moving and froze in place. Cold sweat broke out on her face. A cold feeling permeated from all directions, as if to freeze her into ice. This is definitely not an illusion. Something was attracted by the necromancy ritual and was entering her body. No. The female exorcist had no time to say anything before her eyes rolled back and she lost consciousness. Before she fainted, a frightened thought flashed through her mind. After so long of pretending, this time it was the real deal. Crack, crack. Her body made a crackling sound, as if one bone after another was broken. Then, the female exorcist turned her head and looked behind her at almost 180 degrees, looking at Sayuri and Eri with eyes full of resentment. Ah! After a brief silence, Eri and Sayuri screamed in fear. The two turned around and ran away, running up the stairs to the second floor. They actually wanted to escape outside. But the female exorcist was in the way to the door, so the two could only choose to run upwards. What's going on? Sayuri trembled all over and said fearfully, "Is this also part of the exorcism?" "No." Airi was about to cry and retorted loudly, "That is not an exorcism ritual at all, it is a summoning ritual that was circulated on the internet before." "What?" Sayuri was shocked and her hair stood on end. "Doesn't that mean that the female exorcist is now possessed by something summoned? What should we do now, Mom?" Airi asked with a sad face. "Jump out the window." Sayuri pulled Airi and ran to the room on the second floor. Whoosh! Suddenly a shadow flashed by. Sayuri hurriedly braked and looked up, her expression even more frightened. A huge spider web was stuck to the entrance of the second floor. The spider web was covered with mucus and exuded a pungent corrosive smell. The walls and floors that were stained made a hissing corrosion sound. And below, the female exorcist was crawling towards them on all fours like a big spider. Sacrifice. More sacrifices. The female exorcist's movements were slow, as if she was not used to the human body. "What should I do now?" Sayuri saw the female exorcist getting closer and closer, her face full of despair. "Help! Oh, I have Aoki's phone number." Airi suddenly remembered and quickly took out her phone. "Call him quickly, Airi." Sayuri showed surprise. Yet, Airi opened the contact on her phone and dialed the number of Aoki Hiroshi that she had saved. Beep. Beep. In the tense eyes of the two. Soon, the phone was connected and a boy's voice came out. "Sawamura." Aoki Hiro answered the phone at home and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? I have been entrusted with a big order so soon." "Help, Aoki-kun!" Airi shouted in fear. "Aoki Hiro! What the hell?" He injected the thoughts into the amulet, and deliberately used the method of partial materialization to make the thoughts half solidified. The exorcism effect can last for half a month. "Why did you suddenly ask for help? The amulet is lost." Aoki Hiro asked hurriedly. "No, an exorcist my mother hired is now possessed by something. Not only does he crawl like a spider, but he also spits out spider webs," Airi said in a crying voice. Aoki Hiro listened with a surprised expression. "In this era of extraordinary exhaustion, can you still lean over? Those powerful things either hide in special places or seal themselves up. If they don't do this, their power will quickly dissipate. Aoki Hiro's absolute is like a self-seal." "How did you get possessed?" Aoki Hiroshi asked. "The exorcist is a liar, she used a ritual to summon spirits," Airi said desperately. "So that's it. That makes sense," and Aoki Hiroshi nodded. "Someone messed around and happened to get something really dirty, and invited the other person to come. With the support, some negative beings can temporarily move in the world and replenish their strength through blood food." "What should I do now, Aoki?" Airi asked crying. "It's not a big problem." Aoki Hiroshi's voice was calm, as if he didn't feel worried at all, and he just asked, "Is the amulet I gave you still in your hand?" It's..." Airi listened and quickly took out the amulet from her pocket. She and Sayuri looked at the amulet together. "Just open the amulet," Aoki Hiroshi said lightly. "Airi. Sayuri." The two looked at the amulet blankly, with doubts on their faces. "So simple? Just open it?" Airi asked anxiously, "Don't you need to do anything else?" "No. Just open it." Aoki Hiroshi's calm voice came from the phone. "This..." Sayuri and Airi looked at each other. But the female exorcist had already climbed to the stairs, and they had no other choice. Airi gritted her teeth and opened the mouth of the amulet. Crack! A blue lightning spewed out from the amulet. The light was dazzling, with a sharp and masculine breath, and it spontaneously locked onto the possessed female exorcist like an arrow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the lightning shot into the female exorcist's head. Boom! A rumble like a muffled thunder sounded, and then a large amount of hair-thin electric current exploded on the female exorcist's body. These electric currents flickered violently, wandering and jumping. As if washing, the evil spirit leaning over was thoroughly cleansed from the inside out. Impossible. In this era, a great onmyoji. It's obviously not yet time for revival. The female exorcist's face showed deep fear. Snap! Accompanied by the last explosion. In a perspective that normal people cannot see, lightning surged, completely crushing the evil spirit that was leaning over. A sharp masculine breath instantly spread throughout the house. Arari and Sayuri stared blankly. They suddenly felt that the house had become cleaner, fresher, and more comfortable than ever before, as if all the dirt had disappeared. Thanks to the monthly ticket of Close Your Eyes, Feel the Direction of the Wind. Thank you to L12774 for the monthly ticket. Thank you to Mewtwoju for the reward. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Aoki-kun, can you come to our place? At the same time. Outside the house. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, all the negative auras woke up, and then were exposed to the depleted environment, instantly disintegrating into dust. Ah, I suddenly feel a lot lighter. Everyone within a kilometer was startled at the same time. Me too. My shoulders are no longer heavy. The streets are no longer gloomy. It's really strange. Everyone was surprised, but couldn't think of a reason. Soon, it was regarded as an illusion and thrown behind their minds. At the edge of the kilometer range, in an exorcism shop. The power of the higher level ritual. The old woman inside looked up in astonishment, her eyes widened in disbelief. How is it possible in this era? Even if you have talent, you can only barely get started. And there are still 3 years before the day of return, and the gods and demons are dormant. The old woman's expression changed. She even began to consider whether to move the shop away. At this time, 2 female students walked into the store, browsing the accessories in the store while talking in a low voice. Jianzi, this shop is said to be very spiritual, and the prediction of love is very accurate, said a short-haired girl. Another long-haired girl nodded expressionlessly. The moment the old woman saw the long-haired girl, her eyes suddenly shrank. What a strong spiritual talent! Moreover, she has been marked by a certain god, and she will definitely become the high priest of that god in 3 years. No, not necessarily. It is also possible to become a sacrifice for the return of the god. The old woman immediately lowered her eyes and dared not look again. Suddenly, the power of the upper ritual. Also, the girl marked by the god. As the day of return approaches, those ancient beings are also eager to return to their former status. The old woman sighed. She thought about it and made up her mind to move. At her age, she just wanted to spend her old age in peace. She didn't want to participate in such a big event as the day of return. Thinking of this, the old woman smiled. 2 guests, are you here for divination? She pretended not to notice anything and pretended to tell fortunes for the 2 female students. Tokyo. Ministry of the Environment, Natural Environment Bureau. Supernatural Disaster Countermeasures Office. Director. A neat and heroic female secretary called out to the director in surprise. A high concentration of spiritual energy was found in the direction of Kyoto. At least Class B. The type of the energy, suspected to be a yin-yang sorcerer. The voice fell. A wheelchair rolled in, and the director Jinggyuji Ayam sat on it. Can you determine the specific location? Jinggyuji Ayam frowned and asked. No. Secretary Nikaido Kiri shook his head and replied, it is still a state of supernatural exhaustion. Once the supernatural power is revealed, it will be instantly neutralized by the environment. Our instruments only detected it for a moment. The specific location cannot be determined. Jinggyuji Ayam listened, and his face became more solemn. As the day of return approaches, the pressure on the Ministry of the Environment increases, because the demons and monsters that disappeared all reappear. Has the child of the Izayama family been employed? Jinggyuji Ayam asked. Yes, her name is Izayama Yomizumi. And she completed her employment yesterday. Nikaido Kiri answered. Let her go. Jinggyuji Ayam said, see if you can find her. If you can, try to win her over to our side. Yes. The secretary bowed and left to arrange the task. In the villa. Click. The female exorcist collapsed to the ground, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. On the second floor. Sayuri and Eri also sat on the ground with their legs limp. Their expressions were dull. After a while, they came back to their senses. Is it over? Great, they are saved. The mother and daughter cried with joy, hugging each other and crying. What happened today really scared them to death. Who would have thought that there are really dangerous things in the world? On the other end of the phone. Aoki Hiro waited patiently for a while until the crying stopped and the two calmed down. He then said, this counts as my action, Sawamura-san. Of course. Eri grabbed the phone and said hurriedly, you saved me and my mother, and the reward will be called to you as soon as possible. Yes, thank you for your help, Aoki-kun. Sayuri also said beside her, I will give you 3 times the reward. Hearing this, Aoki Hiro on the other end of the phone nodded with satisfaction. He added, I don't want money. I want you to help me collect cultural relics and antiques. The requirements are that they have corresponding myths and legends, and the history is more than 500 years. This request made Eri and Sayuri stunned for a moment. But there was no hesitation. Sayuri nodded decisively and said, no problem, Aoki-kun. Okay, call me after you search, and I'll go to choose. Aoki Hiroshi said and was about to hang up the phone. Please wait a moment. Sayuri hurriedly stopped him and said hurriedly, well, can Aoki-kun come to our place? Yes, Aoki-kun, is it convenient to come now? Eri also reacted immediately and pleaded, we don't know if there are any hidden dangers left, and we don't know how to deal with this possessed person. On the other end of the phone. Aoki Hiroshi looked at the time, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. It was still early. Okay, but it's also a commission. Aoki Hiroshi said. No problem. Sayuri's voice couldn't wait, and said, please be sure to come, my home address is. After reporting the address, Hiro Aoki hung up the phone and set off. In the villa. Sayuri and Eri knelt on the ground in fear. The mother held the phone and the daughter held the amulet, as if this would give them a sense of security. Hey! They were covered in cold sweat, but they didn't dare to move at all. Behind them was a spider web and in front of them was a fainted female exorcist. There was no way in front or behind. The two could only wait nervously for Hiro Aoki to arrive. Not long after. Footsteps sounded outside the villa. Hiro Aoki called a taxi and it took more than 10 minutes to arrive. Is that Aoki-kun? Hearing the footsteps, Eri in the house couldn't help shouting. It's me, open the door. Hiro Aoki said lightly and walked to the front door. Sorry. Eri's voice revealed embarrassment, saying, it's not convenient for us to go down now, but the door is not locked, you can come in directly. Okay. Hiro Aoki heard this and stretched out his hand to push open the door. The scene in the living room immediately caught his eyes. A woman, lying on the ground with a twisted body. Eyes rolled back and unconscious. On the corridor on the second floor. 2 girls with delicate faces, beautiful beyond words, hugged each other nervously. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to their skin. Their exquisite body curves were clearly outlined. Thanks to the monthly ticket of As98. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46 Aori, Aoki, I can't sleep. Great, Aoki, you're finally here. Aori shouted in surprise. Sayuri also showed a look of joy after surviving a disaster. Yet, Aoki Hiro nodded calmly and looked at the two girls. He was not looking at their leaked spring light. Instead, he was observing the two people's aura. After confirming that there was no problem, he retracted his gaze. Of course. In this process, it is inevitable to see some benefits. Aori is petite and cute, as delicate and white as porcelain. Sayuri is obviously a mother, but she is well maintained and looks only in her 20s, like Aori's sister. At the same time, her figure is graceful and full of femininity. But Aoki Hiro just took a look and turned to observe the female exorcist on the ground. In this way, Aori and Sayuri breathed a sigh of relief. Their current state is very bad, with clothes sticking to their bodies, half-covered and extremely provocative to men. If Aoki Hiro gets beastly, what will he do? Both of them don't know how to refuse. She's fine, but her neck is broken, so there may be sequelae in the future. Aoki Hiroshi observed the female exorcist and said lightly, in addition, after being possessed, her spirit will also be affected. It is likely that she will spend the rest of her life in a sanatorium. However, Sawamura, you also said that she is a liar. She used the summoning ceremony as an exorcism ceremony, so she deserved this fate. Aoki Hiroshi's expression was indifferent. He had no sympathy for the fate of the female exorcist. On the second floor. Is that so? Sayuri just sighed after hearing this. Although Aori looked reluctant, she didn't say anything. If it weren't for Aoki Hiroshi, they would have been killed by this female exorcist. Call an ambulance, or what? Aoki Hiroshi looked at the two people upstairs and waved his hand casually at the same time. ZZ. An arc of electricity popped out with a deep blue color. The spider web was hit immediately, and then melted away like ice and snow. Hey! Seeing this, Aori and Sayuri finally relaxed. Let's call an ambulance. Sayuri sighed and said, what happens next depends on her. Okay. Hiroshi Aoki nodded and took out his phone. In addition, Aori and I may need time to calm down. Can we get rid of you and handle it? Sayuri asked. No problem. Hiroshi Aoki agreed readily. Then, Sayuri took Aori and turned to the second floor. They changed their clothes and washed up again. Hiroshi Aoki called the ambulance and asked the medical staff to carry away the unconscious female exorcist. This. The accompanying medical staff of the ambulance said with difficulty, suddenly we have to accept a seriously injured person, and there is no way to register. Just write it casually. Hiroshi Aoki said. Well, even if you write your name, we dare not accept it. The other party was still embarrassed. Suddenly received a call and came to a villa. In the villa, there is only a boy and an unconscious woman. It looks like a crime scene, right? And this villa is not the boy's home. Don't worry, accept it. At this time, Sayuri walked out from the second floor, with wet hair and a lot of water vapor. She changed into a new kimono. Her temperament is solemn and elegant, with the breath of a lady. Someone will explain to your dean and the police. Sayuri said so. Ding-ling-ling. As soon as the words fell, the medical staff's mobile phone rang. He looked at the number, immediately put it to his ear, and listened nervously. Not long after, the medical staff hung up the phone and looked at Aoki Hiro with admiration. We accepted it. They quickly carried the female exorcist to the ambulance and took her away. However, Before leaving, everyone looked at Aoki Hiroshi with different eyes. As if they were looking at a top-notch pretty boy. Sayuri could understand those looks, her face flushed with shame, and she apologized to Aoki Hiroshi, "Sorry, you were misunderstood." "It's okay." Aoki Hiroshi shrugged indifferently. Is that so?" Sayuri was caught off guard. "This doesn't matter, does it mean that you don't care, or is it just that?" After suddenly settling down, Sayuri couldn't help but think about it. Since her husband died in a plane crash, she has been alone in the empty room. Tonight, after being rescued by Aoki Hiroshi, she couldn't help but feel emotional and dependent. "It's over, and I should leave too." Aoki Hiroshi didn't care what Sayuri was thinking, and stood up lightly and prepared to leave. Sayuri panicked, turned around and glanced at her daughter inside. Eri, wearing loose clothes, ran out quickly. She had just come out of the bath, her hair was wet, and her large cotton coat was tilted, revealing her delicate collarbone and white shoulders, as tempting as a freshly peeled egg. Wait a minute, Aoki." Eri hurriedly called Aoki Hiro and said, "Can you take another commission?" "What?" Aoki Hiro looked back. That is." Eri's face suddenly turned red, she lowered her head, and was too shy to speak. Alas! Sayuri next to her side, stepped forward and said, "After experiencing such a thing just now, Eri was too scared and really couldn't sleep. Aoki-kun, can you stay tonight? No need to keep watch, just rest at our house for one night, okay?" Hearing such words, Eri's eyes widened in shock. It was clearly a decision they made together, but Sayuri pushed all the blame on her. "Okay." Aoki Hiro thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Thank you for your help." Sayuri was overjoyed, pressed Eri's head, and bowed to Aoki Hiro to thank her. "Without you, this child would definitely have insomnia tonight. Thank you so much, Aoki." Eri was pressed down with her head, unable to resist, so she had to hold back her anger. After all, Aoki Hiro agreed to stay. An hour later, next to the master bedroom on the second floor, in a secondary bedroom, Aoki Hiro turned on the desk lamp and slowly looked through various historical legends in Kyoto. Suddenly, he looked up at the door. A light footsteps came, and then the door was knocked. Dong dong. Eri's voice followed and asked, "Aoki, are you asleep?" "Not yet." Aoki Hiro answered after looking at the time. It was just after 8 o'clock in the evening. Very early. But Eri, who had been tortured by nightmares for a week, was already exhausted, and Sayuri had been worried for a week. Coupled with the life and death crisis just now, the two could no longer hold on and went to rest directly. "I can't sleep." Eri whispered through the door. "Thanks to Yunyu Jiangnan for the monthly ticket. Thanks to 15724 for the ticket to urge the update. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47, A Beautiful Body That Can Be Gripped." Outside the door, Eri's face was so red that it was about to bleed. Although Aoki Hiroshi was in the next room, she was still too scared to sleep, so she had no choice but to come for help. Inside the room, Aoki Hiroshi was stunned when he heard Eri's words. What does this mean? He thought about it and probably guessed what Eri was thinking. "If it's convenient, I can go to your room and wait," Aoki Hiroshi said sympathetically. Eri felt warm at the words. But immediately, shyness came up again. She said hurriedly, "No, I'm not inviting you to do those things. Not at all. I didn't say you must come, but since you asked, I can agree to let you into my and Sayuri's room. It's over." After Eri finished speaking, her mind went blank. Subconsciously arrogant. Click. But the door opened. Hiro Aoki came out, gently touched Ari's head, and said softly, "It's okay, I'll go into your room and watch over you, you can sleep peacefully." Yet, Ari was touched on the head, and she became well behaved all of a sudden. Like a golden retriever with its hair stroked. She blushed and led the way in front, lowered her head, opened the door and returned to the bedroom. In the room, Sayuri lay peacefully on the bed, covered with a quilt, breathing evenly. But Hiro Aoki saw through it at a glance, she was pretending to sleep. Sayuri slept with Ari because she was worried that her daughter couldn't sleep. And now, after she couldn't sleep herself, she couldn't bring herself to look for Hiro Aoki, so Ari had to come forward. Haha. Hiro Aoki understood everything in his heart, laughed secretly, and didn't expose it. He just sat on the stool in the room, reading a book with a desk lamp for a few seconds. "Good night." Ari whispered good night and climbed onto the bed. Obviously, there was a person of the opposite S*X of the same age in the room, so she should have been very shy, but strangely, she fell asleep quickly. Sayuri was the same. After knowing that Aoki Hiroshi came in, she also fell asleep quickly and peacefully. That night, Aoki Hiroshi slowly read legends and folklore, waiting for dawn. His physical condition was fine even if he didn't sleep for 3 or 5 days. Moreover, the long night was not boring. Ari and Sayuri turned over from time to time, which always gave him many benefits. The white skin, smooth thighs, and plump peaks made Aoki Hiroshi unable to take his eyes away. The next day, Sayuri woke up first, and when she sat up, the shoulder strap of her nightgown slipped off, revealing a perfectly shaped snow-white hemisphere. She was startled and hurriedly covered it with her hands. When she saw that Aoki Hiroshi was not in the room, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Really?" Sayuri sighed with a complicated expression and got up to wash. As for Ari, she was still resting. After washing up, Sayuri changed into formal clothes and went downstairs. She felt relieved when she saw Hiroshi Aoki reading in the living room. "Thank you, Aoki-kun." "You're welcome," Hiroshi Aoki said without raising his head. "Have you had breakfast?" "I'll make it," Sayuri said and walked towards the kitchen. After walking a few steps, she felt strange. Her daughter's friend of the same age stayed at home, and as a mother, she made breakfast for him? What kind of anime is this? "I ordered takeout," Hiroshi Aoki said. "Mrs. Sayuri is going to deal with the follow-up of last night, you don't have to worry about me." "Okay." Sayuri thought about it and nodded. She really needed to deal with the follow-up. "Aoki-kun, I may need to go for a day, can you stay at home today too?" Sayuri asked. Paused. Sayuri said again, "It's also a commission." "No problem." Hiroshi Aoki nodded in agreement. Then, Sayuri went out with peace of mind. Inside the house, only Hiro Aoki and Ari were left. A few hours later, Ari woke up slowly after sleeping until noon. She ran out of the room as soon as she got up. She felt relieved when she saw Hiro Aoki in the living room. "Good morning, Aoki," Ari greeted happily. "Good morning." Hiro Aoki nodded and said, "Mrs. Sayuri went out to deal with the follow-up of yesterday. Before she left, she asked me to stay. I will be here during the day today." "Great." Ari was excited. She couldn't help laughing and asked, "Aoki, have you eaten?" "No." "Then let's order takeout together." "Okay." "Then wait for me, I'm going to take a shower." Ari ran back in a hurry. Hiro Aoki had no objection. He just read for a while and found that he had finished reading all the books he took down. He thought about it and went upstairs to get some new information to continue reading. The Sawamura family has quite a lot of books. But I didn't expect it. As soon as I went up to the second floor, I saw a naked figure jumping hurriedly in the corridor. Ah! Aries' expression was stunned, and then she screamed, her face flushed instantly. Why did you come up? I finished reading the book, so I came up to get it. Aoki Hiro explained casually, staring at Aerie at this time. Fair, slender, straight, and graceful. The beauty of the girl is fully displayed on Aerie's body. How can I bear it? Aoki Hiro endured it all night last night. He took a step and walked straight towards Aerie. What do you want to do? Aerie saw Aoki Hiro coming over, and she became more and more scared. You have invited me like this, how can I not know the fun? Aoki Hiro asked back. No, I just forgot to take my clothes. That's the opportunity created by God. Aoki Hiro stepped forward quickly, picked up Aerie, and went to the bathroom. Aerie was even more panicked. Wrong, wrong, that's not a room, not a bathroom. Hey! No, put me down. I just want to take a bath, too, let's go together, Aerie. After a while, there was a violent gasp in the bathroom. Afternoon. Aerie lay in Aoki Hiro's arms, staring at Aoki Hiro with suspicion. She didn't reject doing these things. Rather, after experiencing such a thrilling thing, it would be strange if she didn't have feelings for Aoki Hiro. But... Aoki, are you too skilled? Aerie asked in a tone of catching someone having an affair. At this time, don't think about other things. Aoki Hiro hugged her and said gently. That's a completely scumbag statement. Don't talk, let's continue. Woo woo woo. Afternoon. Sayuri came back early. Aoki-kun, is Aerie okay? She asked worriedly. Everything is fine. Aoki Hiroshi calmly sat on the sofa in the living room, thinking that fortunately all traces were dealt with. And the most intense first battle took place in the bathroom, not in the room. It's just that Aerie was too tired. After lunch, she fell asleep again. Aoki Hiroshi said calmly. Thanks to SE for the monthly ticket. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48 Two Legendary Weapons. Fell asleep again. Sayuri was not surprised, nodded, and went upstairs. She entered Aerie's room. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that the room is weird, with a strange atmosphere. But after careful observation, it seems that there is nothing. Still sleeping. Sayuri shook her head, walked to the bed, and touched Aerie's forehead. Only after confirming that she didn't have a fever did she feel relieved. Because Aerie's face was abnormally flushed, even her neck was stained with red. Sayuri didn't expect it at all. This is the aftermath of the war that has not yet disappeared. Half an hour before she came back, Aoki Hiroshi and Aerie ended the battle. Continue to sleep. Sayuri smiled gently, left the room, and returned to the first floor. She said to Aoki Hiroshi on the sofa, Aoki-kun, I have purchased more than 20 pieces of the cultural relics you asked me to collect, and they will be delivered tomorrow. Oh! Aoki Hiroshi looked up in surprise. You have helped us so much, I must pay attention to it. Sayuri said with a smile. Aoki Hiroshi also smiled when he heard it. I didn't expect Sayuri to move so quickly. Just in time. He can go to the next world now. Before going, see if he can get a few legendary weapons. Aoki-kun, since the things will arrive tomorrow, why don't you stay here tonight? Sayuri said, so that you don't have to run around. Okay. Aoki Hiroshi had no objection. That's it. Aoki Hiroshi continued to stay at Sawamura's house tonight. However, Aerie avoided him and locked the door when she went to bed at night. So much so that Aoki Hiroshi regretted that he couldn't continue to be intimate. This child. Sayuri sighed helplessly, thinking that her daughter was too shy. After all, Aeri's personality has always been like this. The next day, a large number of cultural relics were delivered to Sawamura's house. "Aoki-kun, do you see if there is anything you like?" Sayuri smiled. "Yet." Aoki Hiroshi responded and looked around. The living room floor was full of cultural relics. Swords, knives, flutes, stone carvings, prayer beads, vajra, jade magatama, fans, samurai armor, war horse bones, longbows, wine glasses. There are many kinds. They are all corresponding myths and legends that have been circulated for more than 500 years that meet Aoki Hiroshi's conditions. At the same time, the completeness is greater than 50%. 6 of them meet the conditions. Aoki Hiroshi glanced and thought to himself. Except for those 6, the others are imitations or not widely spread. After all, the spread recorded in later generations will be biased. Among these 6, only 2 of them meet my taste. Aoki Hiroshi thought. His eyes fell on one of the knives and one of the wine glasses. He reached out and took the 2 in his hands. For the other 4, the extraordinary effects are better than nothing, and they are useless. Not worth recasting. Only these 2. It's the Moon Shadow Cut and the Dragon's Sorrow wine bottle. Sayuri laughed and introduced. The Moon Shadow Cut is said to be a famous sword left by a samurai in the Kanto region who killed a wolf demon that can absorb the power of moonlight 500 years ago. The Dragon's Sorrow wine bottle is an evil tool made by an onmyoji more than 900 years ago. The reason why it is an evil tool is that he used this cup to seize the blood of the 3 nobles and steal the power of the 3 noble sons. As he said. Sayuri found the corresponding introduction booklet and handed it to Hiroshi Aoki. Hiroshi Aoki took it and flipped through it, then nodded. He decided to recast these 2 items. "Aoki-kun, how about these 2 artifacts offsetting 2 commissions?" Sayuri said, "We have commissioned you 4 times in total. After these 2 times, there are still 2 rewards left." "Okay." Hiroshi Aoki nodded. "In that case, how about Aoki-kun staying here for a while?" Sayuri blinked her eyes, with the vitality and playfulness of a young girl, and said, "I will collect various artifacts one after another, which is just convenient for you to check." "Continue to stay?" Hiroshi Aoki couldn't help but turn his head and look at Sayuri. "It's just a small suggestion." Sayuri looked away guiltily. Hiroshi Aoki smiled but said nothing. So, he stayed at Sawamura's house. The following days, while recasting the 2 legendary weapons, Hiroshi Aoki carried Sayuri on his back and was intimate with her daughter. The 2 took advantage of Sayuri's absence. In various places, in various postures, they played to their heart's content. Later, Hiroshi Aoki tried to copy the techniques in Aeri's book, and he had to learn and imitate them while watching, which made Aeri too shy to bear. She ran away. Participated in Feng's Hisaki's school trip and went to Tokyo. Hiroshi Aoki naturally did not participate. He had more contact time with Sayuri in the villa. Clang! In the empty room on the 3rd floor of the villa, a cold light jumped out. Hiroshi Aoki held the Moon Shadow Cut and waved it gently. The blade cut through the air, making a swishing sound, and it sounded sharp and intimidating. Moon Shadow Cut. Hiroshi Aoki looked at the recast Moon Shadow Cut in his hand. The blade was clear as water, and it seemed transparent in the sunlight and disappeared. And if it was at night, this knife would reflect the subtle light around it, forming a bright light like the moonlight. Also, the dragon's death wine bottle. Aoki Hiroshi took out a wine glass carved from blue-white jade with his other hand. The effect of the wine bottle is to seize the life, soul, and power of the strong, brewing it into blood wine, which becomes a supplement to oneself after drinking it. More than 900 years ago, an onmyoji slaughtered the people of the Genji, Tara, and Fujiwara clans. These three clans are the descendants of the three noble sons Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. That Onmyoji used the wine bottle to steal the divine power of the three noble sons. Aoki Hiroshi murmured. He looked at the wine bottle with admiration. This was the legendary weapon he had gained the most. In the subsequent collection, the artifacts obtained were either fakes, or did not meet the conditions for recasting, or did not meet Aoki Hiroshi's wishes. For the time being, that's it. Aoki Hiroshi was not greedy. These two pieces were enough for now. He sheathed the moon shadow, put the wine bottle close to his body, and turned to walk out of the empty room. Second floor. In a dedicated wine room, Sayuri lay lazily, with a pair of plump, soft breasts placed on the table. See Aoki Hiroshi come in. Sayuri smiled and raised her glass to invite, "Come on Aoki, let's continue drinking. Please give me ratings. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49, New World, and 12-year-old Hancock." Hiroshi Aoki smiled and walked forward. He took the cup from Sayuri and drank the red wine in it. "Naughty," Sayuri said angrily. As soon as she finished speaking, Hiroshi Aoki leaned down, hugged her still surprisingly thin waist, and picked her up. Sayuri's eyes widened. What happened next happened naturally. 3 days later, Hiroshi Aoki slept in the master bedroom, and the sound of a shower came from the bathroom of the master bedroom. Sayuri was helping him with his daily morning wake-up activities. "It's time to go." Hiroshi Aoki leaned lazily against the head of the bed, thinking in his heart. He stayed in the modern world for more than half a month. Injury recovery. Status recovery. Obtained a legendary weapon and took time to complete the recasting. It's time for the next adventure. Not long after, Sayuri came out wearing a bath towel. The glowing white skin instantly attracted Hiroshi Aoki's attention. She didn't hide it, just smiled, picked up the hair dryer and handed it to Hiroshi Aoki. Whoosh! Hiroshi Aoki gently helped her blow dry her hair. Sayuri suddenly said, "Aoki, you and Eri did it too." "Yes." Hiroshi Aoki did not deny it. "Ah." Sayuri covered her forehead with a headache. She realized belatedly that her daughter's abnormal behavior was not shy at all. "But you are so lucky." Sayuri showed a helpless expression. Hiroshi Aoki smiled. While Eri was not back yet, the two of them had a good time. Until the evening. Hiroshi Aoki walked out of the villa and went to an uninhabited place in the suburbs. "Do you want to start traveling through the world?" That message appeared in his mind again. "Yes." Hiroshi Aoki answered as before. Wow! A bright white sea of light surged out of the void, drowning Aoki Hiroshi. Sabayati Archipelago. More than 10 miles away, a ship flying the flag of the 9 Snakes pirates stopped on the water. Surrounding it, 7 pirate ships surrounded it. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides kept firing and firing shells. The 9 Snakes ship was outnumbered and soon couldn't hold on, and a fire broke out. Charge! The pirates on the 7 ships suddenly became excited. Capture them alive! Women! Women! This is a big profit. Women from the 9 Snakes Island are very popular among the celestial dragons. Groups of pirates jumped onto the 9 Snakes ship with weapons. Inside the 9 Snakes ship, 12-year-old Hancock hugged her 2 sisters with an uneasy look on her face. "No, we can't just sit there and wait to die." She took a deep breath and held a short knife tightly in her hand. "Let's go, Sanda Sonia, Marigold." Hancock led her 2 sisters out of the cabin. The 2 sisters were so scared that they almost cried, but they still held back. They walked forward carefully. When they turned a corner, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Man! Hancock's expression immediately became angry, and she swung her knife and slashed at him. Swish! The sharp blade chopped straight at the opponent's neck. But the opponent's expression was calm, and he raised his foot and kicked Hancock's abdomen first, kicking Hancock to the ground. Gurgle! Hancock rolled on the ground for several circles, holding her abdomen, shaking with pain. Bang bang! The short knife could not be held and fell to the ground. The two sisters hurried forward, protecting Hancock. Looking up with hostile eyes. Before attacking, first recognize your own strength. Aoki Hiro looked at the three of them indifferently, and said indifferently, "Weak guys, attacking the strong at random, just looking for death. What nonsense, don't you just want to capture us?" Hancock sneered. "Captive." Aoki Hiro glanced at her and said casually, "I am just a person who strayed in, not your enemy." Hancock frowned when he heard it. She looked at Aoki Hiro's appearance. The boy was thin and handsome. He was probably only 16 or 17 years old, wearing strange clothes. Hancock was silent. The boy did not look like a pirate outside. And he had held back on her with that kick just now. Otherwise, he could have broken her ribs. "Since they are not enemies, can you let us leave?" Hancock took a deep breath and said, "9 Snake Island will reward you." 9 Snake Island? Aoki Hiro was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Hancock and the other two. The faces of the three people became more and more familiar, and finally matched a certain comic in his memory. Boya Hancock. So that's it, it's the pirate world. Aoki Hiro nodded in his heart and thought, that is to say, now is 17 years before the original story, when Hancock and her two sisters were about to be captured and sold to the Celestial Dragons. Thinking so, he said indifferently, "Please do as you please." Then, Aoki Hiro focused his attention on his body. An ability. He released his chi out of his body and transformed it into lightning through the transformation system. ZZ. Dense lightning flashed in his hands, extremely dazzling. Devil fruit user. Hancock and the other two opened their mouths in surprise. This boy who suddenly appeared was actually a user. And he had the ability to create lightning. Could it be the rare natural system, thunder fruit? No. Aoki Hiro frowned. Too weak. It shouldn't be so weak. My energy, the efficiency of converting into lightning, has dropped by more than 70%. Is it incompatible? But there are so many natural fruits in the pirate world. Aoki Hiro pondered. He felt it carefully and found that it was not that the conversion efficiency was low, but that it was suppressed. A kind of omnipresent force, like a rule, suppressed him. This force did not allow Aoki Hiro to convert energy into lightning. Suppression of rules. No, it's more like occupation. There is a certain force that occupies a high position, just like occupying the upstream, so it does not allow a large degree of elemental changes in the downstream. Aoki Hiroshi thought of this and hid the lightning in his hand. Pause. He used the transformation system to simulate another elemental power. Whoosh! A ball of fire suddenly burned in Aoki Hiroshi's hand. This flame burned out of thin air, bright and gentle, emitting a high-temperature breath. Hancock and the other two were stunned for a moment. Flame? That's wrong. Isn't this person's devil fruit ability lightning? Thanks to the monthly ticket of Years Are Ruthless. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50, Domination and Thoughts Are Essentially Energy and Vitality. Sister, he has a second fruit ability. The two sisters were extremely surprised. Hancock was also stunned, looking at the flame in Aoki Hiroshi's hand in surprise. Maybe, it's some special devil fruit. Hancock said unconfidently. But on the sea. It is an iron rule that a person cannot eat 2 devil fruits at the same time. All those who have tried have exploded and died. Hancock can only think that Aoki Hiroshi has some special ability. This ability can transform into 2 elemental powers of thunder and fire. She hasn't finished thinking yet. Wow! The flame in Aoki Hiroshi's hand suddenly disappeared and turned into a ball of clear water. Hancock's eyes widened immediately. The 2 sisters also showed incredible expressions. Thunder, fire, water. 3 elemental powers? How is it possible? But Aoki Hiroshi's changes are not over yet. He continued to use the transformation system to develop different elemental powers. Ice, light, wind, steel, cloud, smoke, sand, lava. All kinds of natural elemental powers appeared in his hands. Hancock and the other 2 were stunned. What kind of devil fruit is this? Why can it use so many elemental powers? This person. Hancock's eyes moved slightly, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. If we rely on this person's power, can we get out smoothly? Sure enough. Aoki Hiro didn't care about the expressions of the 3 people, and sighed in his heart. His special system of mind ability, Perfect Man, allows him to develop the mind ability of the 5 major systems. Therefore, Aoki Hiro can naturally develop various elemental changes. It's just that lightning is more handy, so he has been using it. But it's also easy to change other elemental powers. Sure enough. Some kind of power has occupied the upstream, making it difficult for people downstream to exert extraordinary power. Whether it is light, wind, ice, fire, or other elements, they are all suppressed. Aoki Hiro sighed secretly. The one who dominates the upper reaches is probably the devil fruit. In the pirate world, one can only master the extraordinary power of the corresponding field by eating the devil fruit. At the same time, Aoki Hiroshi's chi is also restricted. The essence of chi is vitality. However, the vitality of different worlds will have subtle differences in performance. The hunter world is rich, and a little weird. The pirate world is rough and violent. There are subtle differences between the 2. My extraordinary power is essentially vitality. Aoki Hiroshi thought, the mind is restricted, so I will adjust it and use the domineering aura of the pirate world. Anyway, the essence is the same, just the performance is different. Thinking like this, Aoki Hiroshi began to take back what he had poured into his chi. Emotions, remove. Desires, remove. Concepts, remove. Sister. Aren't we leaving? The 2 sisters asked, pulling Hancock's clothes. Wait a little longer. Hancock said with a changing expression. She wanted to ask for help from Hiro Aoki, who suddenly appeared. However, Hancock was not sure whether Hiro Aoki had the strength to rescue them. The pirate group besieging the 9 snakes was not only large in number, but also led by a big pirate with a bounty of 60 million, the vampire. Although the boy in front of him seemed to be a devil fruit user. But, could he deal with the vampire? Hancock was full of hesitation. The boy in front of him doesn't look like a strong man at all. Swish. 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 The impurities injected into the chi were withdrawn little by little. The mind power was decomposed back to the original and pure vitality. This not only did not reduce Aoki Hiroshi's strength, but also made his momentum exude a hint of the strong breath of the pirate world. Tough. Strong. Determined. When the last trace of wish was extracted from the chi. Boom. Aoki Hiroshi's vitality seemed to break free from some shackles and surged out like a torrent. At this moment, his chi perfectly adapted to the rules of the pirate world, becoming rough, primitive, barbaric, and riotous. Is this domineering? Aoki Hiroshi gently clenched his fist, and his vitality roared and wrapped around his fist. Heroic. Hancock was shocked. She felt something familiar from Aoki Hiroshi's fist. That is the special power that is commonly mastered on 9 Snake Island, armament Haki. Haki. Sister, this person has mastered Haki. The two sisters were also surprised. That's right. Hancock nodded heavily, and said excitedly, it's Haki. I am very familiar with this power. On 9 Snake Island, there is a secret knowledge specifically developed for Haki. Even an ordinary female warrior can master the power of Haki. But sister, it's just Haki. Yes, as long as the people on the island are adults, most of them can learn it. The two sisters looked puzzled. This is different. Hancock said in a deep voice. What's different? The two sisters were stunned. 9 Snake Island has Haki inheritance, which can be easily learned, but there is no inheritance in the outside world, and you can only rely on instinct to explore. Hancock stared at Aoki Hiroshi, his eyes shining. She explained, so, anyone in the outside world who has mastered domineering is a leader who has emerged from the battle of life and death. That's why domineering is called the ticket to the world of the strong. Because you are not a strong person, you can't survive in the cruel battle and comprehend the power of domineering. Hancock became more and more excited, with surprise on her face. Unexpectedly, in despair, a third-party strong man appeared in front of her. This strong man not only has domineering, but also has the ability of devil fruit. He can definitely save the three sisters. Even everyone on the ship can be saved. Thinking of this, Hancock stared at Aoki Hiro with burning eyes. I can feel your expectations of me. At this time, Aoki Hiro finished adjusting his chi and turned to look at Hancock. He had no expression on his face and asked lightly, but the sea is cruel. Why do you think I am willing to save you, or even save this ship? Even if it is a female character he likes in the original work. Aoki Hiro will not flatter. He traveled through the world to fight and become stronger, not to play house. This. Hancock's face froze, and she also realized this problem. Her head turned quickly. What chips can impress the boy in front of her? The reward from 9 Snake Island is feasible, but it is too far away and not valuable enough. The treasures on the ship are even worse. He can join the other side and share the profits. What do I have now that I can take out immediately to impress him? Hancock's expression changed. Thanks to Jun Wuchen for the monthly ticket. Thanks to Good Man Card for the monthly ticket. P.S. Shanhai Huangzhen's words make sense. I wrote too much about Xiu, Eriri, and Sayuri in the world of Zongmin. The process can be simplified. I will make adjustments later. Thank you for your valuable advice. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th.